look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too, to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. To now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 118 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Armin NAVABI.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Ghamari.
Thank you so much. Armin, how are you doing today?
Good. Oh my God. I don't even know. Like, there's so much news. There's so much that is happening. And Goldie, you're right. It seems like everything is pointing to escalations happening again, going back to the military operation. Everything so far suggests that we're heading directly into that again. Yeah. So
then let's just get right into it.
drama.
Let's just get right into
okay.
Armin Power Hour.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Let's do that. Okay. All right. I don't even know where to start, but let's go with the. Oh, I know where to start. We could start with President Trump, okay? Because President Trump is getting so aggressive. Okay. Look at this. Yeah. Again, as usual, when the airstrike carrier groups get close, he gets more aggressive. As usual, but this one is like no holding back, right? So President Trump posted this. Okay, look at this. So Mark Thiessen, I don't know, but he posted this, and President Trump reposted it, suggesting that he agrees with it. And look at this. Look at the post. It's like, if there are two factions in Iran, one that wants a deal and one that doesn't, let's kill the ones who don't want a deal. Guys, remember we told you on Iran Revolution Live that Ghalibaf leaking the information that, oh, some people are hardliners and they're stopping me from having a deal might have been on purpose, signaling to President Trump that, can you please kill these people for me so I could talk to you? Remember, guys, we talked to you, and look at this. President Trump is like, I wonder if I just kill the people who are against the negotiations. This is pretty aggressive talk. Oh, Goldie.
Armin,
Yeah, something bigger, as usual. Wait.
I'm so sorry. Sohail just told me.
Yep, Sohail.
So King Reza Pahlavi just posted this about half an hour ago. And the caption says, whether or not Europe stands with us, whether or not your journalists do their jobs, whether or not your politicians demonstrate the courage to act, I will fight for my people and my country.
Wow. Let's play that. Yes.
I have spent the past several weeks traveling across Europe, speaking to members of parliaments, governments, and the press. My visit had one objective: to give a voice to the millions of Iranians held hostage by the Islamic Republic, its terror, and its internet blackout. The millions of Iranians who have been silenced. But I can now say with confidence that that silencing, that censorship, is not just happening at the hands of the regime in Iran, but by the international and particularly the European media. What? So I want to speak directly to the people of Europe. In the past 2 weeks, I have had 2 press conferences, one in Stockholm and one yesterday in Berlin. Between them, more than 150 journalists attended. We spent more than 2 hours together. And in those 2 hours, not a single of the 150 journalists asked me a question about the 40,000 Iranians slaughtered on the streets of my country on January 8th and 9th. Not a single of the 150 journalists asked me about the 19 political prisoners executed in the last 2 weeks. When I told them that there were 20 political prisoners currently sentenced to death, not a single one of the 150 journalists asked me about them. When I stood next to a mother whose son was killed and a father whose son was killed on January 8th and 9th, and asked them to hear their stories, not a single one of the 150 European journalists asked them a question. Here, in the heart of a continent that claims to stand for human rights, justice, and dignity, its journalists have fully abdicated their professional responsibilities and even their moral objectivity. It is clear to me that my 40,000 brave, innocent compatriots who were slaughtered in the fight for liberty are of little interest to these journalists. They seem more interested in criticizing America, asking why the United States and Israel killed the dictator that has slaughtered our people for 47 years, than criticizing the regime doing the slaughtering. They seem more interested in asking questions about Iran's past and history than about what is happening in Iran today or about the democratic future Iranians are seeking. One member of parliament even told me they didn't think Iranians were ready for democracy. But to that member of parliament, to those journalists, I remind you, Iranians aren't just ready for democracy. 40,000 people just gave their lives for it. And I won't let that be in vain. So know this: whether or not Europe stands with us, whether or not your journalists do their jobs, whether or not your politicians demonstrate the courage to act, I will fight for my people and my country. Even if we have to do this alone, we will fight until Iran is free.
I have never seen him so angry. I have never, ever seen him so angry. Wow. Have you, Goldie?
Never. I have never, ever seen him that livid. And that was perfect. I'm so glad that he's calling them out. Armin, you and I have been calling them out on Iran Revolution Live for the last, I don't know how many days. Oh my gosh. Armin, that is perfect. That is perfect, because not just you and me, but all of us, all the Iranians, we've been saying, like, what's going on? What's going on? Armin, that was the ultimate shame on you that he was sending.
That was so embarrassing for European countries and their journalists and their leaders. He exposed them so well. He exposed them so well. The whole pretense, the whole acting like they stand for human rights. Just one video exposed their hypocrisy so well, better than anybody could ever have done. Can we play it again?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, absolutely. Wait, before we do that, and
thank you, Sohail.
Wow.
By the way, guys, no offense to all the people from Europe who are supporting our revolution. Everybody in Europe who is supporting the Iranian people, this is not about you. This is not against you. This was for you. Prince Reza Pahlavi was talking to you because your politicians and your journalists are trying to hide the truth. So if you are European and you're here, you are on our side, you are in our army, and this is not at all against you. You are on our side and we are on your side. Every single person in Europe. Not only this wasn't against you, Prince Reza Pahlavi was talking to you for you.
People are putting 1, but it's not showing up in the poll yet. I don't know what's going on with the poll.
It is? It's just 100%.
No, I don't see anything updating.
I'm seeing. Oh.
Are you seeing something?
I'm seeing that it's 100% yes.
It's not updating for me.
Well, the reason is nobody putting 2, so that's why the 2 is not the no is not changing.
It's not even showing. Like the yes isn't even showing up for me.
Oh, is it showing up for me? And if you look on your phone, is showing yes. Check on your phone.
Is it? Okay, wait. Let me. Okay, so maybe my StreamYard. Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, so for some reason it's not showing. It's not showing up on my screen, but
working for me.
All right. Okay, so it's probably just an issue for like the browser on my end. So, oh my gosh, Armin, that was so powerful. That's exactly what we needed, and good for him. Good for him for calling out. Good for him for calling out everyone.
Yeah.
And
Goldie,
Armin,
when you were
absolutely right. I just want to say you're absolutely right. He's calling out European governments. He's not calling out the people. right? And that's really important, right? So I just want to reiterate what Armin is saying because it's so important, guys, right? Wait, who put a 3? What's 3? Oh, you guys are so funny. But okay, guys, whenever we're talking about politics, right? Whenever we're discussing politics and we're talking about a country, we're always referring to the government or the policies, or he makes it very clear, the journalists, and it's very similar, in fact, Armin, to President Trump calling out the fake stream media, right? So it's very similar to that. That's exactly what he's doing with Europe. So this message is not for European people, because we know that there are many people in Europe who support us. Many people in Europe watch our live stream, are supporting us, are with us. You guys attend our rallies and demonstrations. So I really do want to emphasize that point. This is not a message for European people. This is for the governments, the parliamentarians, and of course, the journalists that he's calling out. And we've played both of those press conferences for you, right? I mean, we watched the one yesterday, and it was insane. It was insane. Like, no one was asking about the things that actually matter. And Armin and I were speaking about that 100%. So okay, let's watch this again, because wow. And Sohail made a really good comment in the studio chat, and I agree with him, Armin. I feel like the spirit of Reza Shah, his grandfather, has reincarnated in him, right?
Right. Yes.
Like,
yes,
he's giving
because
Reza Shah vibes.
yes. Don't.
And Armin, that's exactly
I've been
what
Muhammad Reza Shah to you so far. Don't make me be Reza Shah to you now.
well, he's
Yeah.
gone full Reza Shah mode,
Right.
right? Like, he has gone full Reza Shah mode.
Right.
And that's that's exactly what we need right now, because his grandfather was the one. Yes, exactly. He's going Persian Cossack. Like, Armin, his grandfather, Reza Shah the Great, is the one who saved Iran from the communist coup back in the early 1920s, right? So his grandfather actually saved Iran from going under the Soviet, like the USSR, the Iron Curtain. So there's a reason that we call his grandfather Reza Shah the Great. And right now, the way that King Reza Pahlavi is speaking, like, it's like Reza Shah the Great reincarnated almost. Okay, let's watch this again. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys. Like, he's gone full Persian Cossack Brigade, and I'm here for it.
I have spent the past several weeks traveling across Europe, speaking to members of parliaments, governments, and the press. My visit had one objective: to give a voice to the millions of Iranians held hostage by the Islamic Republic, its terror, and its internet blackout. The millions of Iranians who have been silenced. But I can now say with confidence that silencing, that censorship, is not just happening at the hands of the regime in Iran, but by the international and particularly the European media. So I want to speak directly to the people of Europe. In the past 2 weeks, I have had 2 press conferences, one in Stockholm and one yesterday in Berlin. Between them, more than 150 journalists attended. We spent more than 2 hours together. And in those 2 hours, not a single of the 150 journalists asked me a question about the 40,000 Iranians slaughtered on the streets of my country on January 8th and 9th. Not a single of the 150 journalists asked me about the 19 political prisoners executed in the last 2 weeks. When I told them that there were 20 political prisoners currently sentenced to death, not a single one of the 150 journalists asked me about them. When I stood next to a mother whose son was killed and a father whose son was killed on January 8th and 9th, and asked them to hear their stories, not a single one of the 150 European journalists asked them a question. Here, in the heart of a continent that claims to stand for human rights, justice, and dignity, its journalists have fully abdicated their professional responsibilities and even their moral objectivity. It is clear to me that my 40,000 brave, innocent compatriots who were slaughtered in the fight for liberty are of little interest to these journalists. They seem more interested in criticizing America, asking why the United States and Israel killed the dictator that has slaughtered our people for 47 years, than criticizing the regime doing the slaughtering. They seem more interested in asking questions about Iran's past and history than about what is happening in Iran today or about the democratic future Iranians are seeking. One member of parliament even told me they didn't think Iranians were ready for democracy. But to that member of parliament, to those journalists, I remind you, Iranians aren't just ready for democracy. 40,000 people just gave their lives for it. And I won't let that be in vain. So know this, whether or not Europe stands with us, whether or not your journalists do their jobs, whether or not your politicians demonstrate the courage to act, I will fight for my people and my country. Even if we have to do this alone, we will fight until Iran is free.
That's my shot.
For
Look
weeks,
at his face at the very last frame. The very last frame before. Look at it. Look at that.
That's my shah. You see that, guys? That is why he is the hope of 90 million Iranians. This is why he is our leader. And we are his soldiers. This is why we chant Javid Shah, because yes, this is who he is. This is the face of the descendant of Cyrus the Great. You know, Armin, do you know why he's speaking so confidently and with such authority now? I'll tell you why.
Because he has us.
What's the phrase, the famous phrase his father said, Shahanshah Aryameh? قدرت من ناشی از what is it?
قدرت من ناشی از شماست از مردم.
What does it translate to?
My power comes from the people.
Nope.
The source of my power are the people.
Exactly. So the reason that he's speaking with such authority and so pointedly, and now he's calling out قدرت من ناشی از قدرت شماست. Exactly. He's saying, so it's a very, very famous phrase. Okay. And basically it means my power comes from your power. This is the thousands and thousand-year-old relationship that Iranians have with their Shah. So the reason that he is so strong right now is because he knows he has the authority to speak on behalf of the Iranian people, because we have paid for this moment with the blood of our people. Our people have been slaughtered. They wrote his, guys, remember, they wrote his name in blood on the walls of occupied Iran. Iranian people, in the process of being murdered, wrote his name in blood. Where's that photo? I don't even know where I have that photo. I have to find it now. But remember, guys, look at this. Shoot, where is it? Where is it? Do you have the photo, Armin? I'm going to try to find it, but
I could
oh, here, no, I found it. Let me just add this here. Look at this. Do you know why King Reza Pahlavi has the authority to speak like this on behalf of the people of Iran? This is why. This is why. Because people chose King Reza Pahlavi, and over 40,000 innocent, unarmed Iranians paid the ultimate price. They paid with their blood. They're literally writing Javid Shah, death to Khamenei, with their blood on the walls of Iran as they were being murdered by the Islamic regime. This is why we trust him. This is why no one else can be the transitional leader. No one else. We don't trust anyone else to transition Iran from an Islamic dictatorship to a functioning, secular, democratic society. And he's absolutely right, Armin. It's like we saw that yesterday. We saw that yesterday in the press conference, how frustrated he was. Like, he's sitting there and his facial expression is like, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? I'm here to be a voice for the people of Iran. And people are asking me about whether I'm an Israeli agent or, you know, like things in the past or like all this like garbage nonsense stuff, right? Like all these people are just continuing to dehumanize Iranians. Then they're trying to blame him for the crimes of the Islamic regime, right? But no one ever talks about this. No one ever talks about this. So
it's as if we don't matter.
Yeah.
You know, Goldie, the problem is the problem is that our oppressors are not Jews and we're not Palestinian. That's the problem.
Well, the problem as well is
not that the Israelis are oppressing Palestinians, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's the narrative. But you know, the problem as well, you know, just those 2 points are important. But the third problem is that we actually support Israel.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that makes it even worse because we support Israel, right?
Yeah. And Goldie, you know, a lot of people didn't understand in that speech why Princess Pahlavi was frustrated. Like, he looked visibly frustrated, like in a way that I've never seen before. And a lot of people assumed that it happened because he was being attacked. But that was not the reason why Princess Pahlavi was being frustrated. Princess Pahlavi was being frustrated because his people were being ignored. He doesn't care about himself. He doesn't care about how he's perceived. He sees himself as a tool, as a loudspeaker, as a way to highlight the Iranian people. Everything he does has never been for himself. Everything he does has always been to be the voice of the Iranian people and bring attention back to the Iranian people. this is why he didn't want us to talk about, you know, the tomato juice that was thrown on him, because he thought that was a distraction from the Iranian people. So when you saw him frustrated there with the journalists, it wasn't because they were challenging him. It was because, why can't you talk about my people? Why can't you talk about the Iranians and their suffering and what they had to go through? That's what frustrates him. You're muted.
Sorry, I was saying yes. That's exactly it. I'm also trying to find his speech from yesterday, because he had a speech after the press conference. There was like a gathering, and then he spoke in front of Iranians who had rallied in Berlin. If anyone has the link to the full speech, let me know, because we need to play that at some point as well. I'm trying to find it here. But yeah, like, Armin, this is wait, let's see if I can find it. I need to find the full speech. But like, Armin, this is so good. And I'm glad that he's calling out Europe. It's on his channel. I'm looking at his YouTube channel and I don't see it. Unless you're talking about X. Is it on his... Oh, it's on his X channel. Okay, thank you. Let me go to his X channel. Thank you, guys. Because I think we should play that as well. No, it's not on his X channel. Unless you're talking about maybe it's the official comms. Is that what you're talking about? Like his comms channel? No, guys, I'm not speaking about his press conference. I'm looking for the speech that he gave in front of the crowd. That's the speech I'm looking. If anyone has the full link to that, let me know. I'm going to try to find it. But let's see. Is it there? I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. I'll see if I can find the full speech and play it at some point. It's not on his X. It's not on his X, and it's not... Ew, who's this person attacking Armin? What are these trolls here? Like, just get lost. Guys, the full speech is not on his X, and it's not on his YouTube. If someone has... Oh, wait, where is it? Fearless Truth. Oops. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Fearless, I'm sorry. I deleted your message by mistake because I was trying to get rid of the troll. Can you...
Thank you, Goldie, for caring. Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh my gosh, I muted the wrong person now because I was trying to mute the troll and I accidentally muted Fearless Truth. Oh no, how do I...
Sorry, you took a bullet for me. That's but
oh no.
It's okay. You could just go to
on his
studios.
It's on his main X. Wait, they're saying it's on his main X. Sorry, Fearless Truth. I think I might have muted you by mistake. I'm so sorry because I was getting the troll before you.
Friendly fire.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, friendly fire. Ooh. I don't see it. I don't see it.
It's USS Liberty all over again.
I'm so sorry. I don't see his speech though. Oh, okay. What?
Guys, this is what fog of war looks like.
My gosh. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry about that, Lupus. But no, I don't see his speech. His speech is not there, guys. Look, his speech isn't there. I'm not talking about the message he just put out. I'm talking about he had a speech in Berlin yesterday, and I wanted to play it, but I need to find the full video.
Oh, I can find that for you.
Yeah, if you have the link. چون ببین بعد از
Because I was trying.
خب میدونی همون موقعی که حملش کردن داشت میرفت سراغ تجمع که بره روی استیج، بعد اونجا یه سخنرانی کرد جلوی ایرانیان. اون سخنرانیشو پیدا نکردم. اگه تونستی
Oh, that one. I thought you were talking about the one that we played yesterday. Not that one?
No, I specifically said I'm not referring to
Sorry,
his conference. I'm referring to the speech that he made in front of the crowd. So that's the video I'm looking for. Hopefully we'll find that. But yeah, so that's King Reza Pahlavi calling out Europe, well, you know, like European government, basically, not European people, because European people obviously support us. But yeah, that is
Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So
Tommy Robinson.
You know what? I'm actually grateful. I'm very glad that King Reza Pahlavi is calling out these European woke lefties. And he's calling out like the racism as well. Like that one parliamentarian who's like, oh, I don't think Iranians are ready for democracy. Like, you idiot. Iran became a constitutional monarchy in 1906. Iran became a democracy in 1906, okay? So Iran was a democracy for a very long time, and women in Iran had the right to vote before women in Switzerland and a bunch of other places as well. So who is this, like, you know, idiot who's telling King Reza Pahlavi that he doesn't think Iranians are ready for democracy? We had a democracy. Yes. And then, you know, Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, the UK and France backed some demonic mullah because back then it was cool to, you know, support communism and socialism and you know, whatever, right? And by the way, there was a lot of USSR money behind that as well. The USSR money behind that convinced Jimmy Carter that Khomeini would be like, you know, a counter to you know, the USSR. And obviously that didn't turn out to be the case. So, okay. Wow.
Yeah, in fact, I think the Iranian people on average want democracy more than the people in democratic countries, because they don't have it, and also because they experience what it's like to have it.
Not only that, like, Armin, some of the core foundational values of, you know, democracy come from the Persian Empire. Remember, Thomas Jefferson was inspired by Cyrus the Great when he was writing the American Constitution. So this whole concept of, you know, freedom of, you know, equality between men and women, freedom of religion, freedom of association, you know, no slavery, like all that stuff, all these like principles and values, which people, you know, are like assume that these are Western democratic values. The core foundation of human rights comes from the Persian Empire 2,500 years ago. So it's a shame. It's a shame that, like, you know, someone was disrespectful enough to say that to King Reza Pahlavi. Absolute shame.
Yeah. You know, Goldie, my friend Susanna, she's an American, and she said to me that I learned the meaning of freedom from Iranians. She said I had it all my life, but I only learned what it meant from Iranians' fight for freedom.
It's what we're fighting for. You know why Americans and Israelis, I think, understand us very well, is because Americans went through the same thing 250 years ago. And of course, Israelis more recently as well. So, one thing I've heard from a lot of our American supporters is that, this revolution and this fight for freedom that we're going through right now, it reminds them of the American Revolution of 1776, and it's true. It's true. Like we're basically fighting to free ourselves. I actually saw, Armin, this amazing video on Instagram. Let me share that with you. And one thing I really liked about this video is that it had English subtitles. So let me just share this really quick. And this is from so this is the voice of Shahanshah Aryamir, the father. So he's the previous Shah, and he's the father of King Reza Pahlavi. So this was his warning to Iranian people when the Muslim Nazis were starting to gain power in Iran. So just listen and follow along with the subtitles here.
هشدار می‌دهم اگر امروز آزادی خود را آسان از دست بدهید بازپس گرفتن آن بسیار دشوار خواهد. مبادا آینده خودتان را به دست کسانی بسپارید که جز تاریکی چیزی نمی‌بینند. زیرا کسانی که قدرت را به نام دین می‌گیرند تحمل شنیدن هیچ صدایی جز صدای خودشان را ندارند. حکومت مذهبی یعنی یک صدا، یک نگاه، یک راه و هر کس جز آن فکر کند دشمن شمرده خواهد شد.
Okay, so I'm just going to replay this and I'll just
Can you
translate.
send that to me too?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you the link right now.
Thank you.
Here, let me send this to you. It's beautifully done. Okay, so I'm just gonna replay this, and I'm just gonna read the subtitles for people who are driving or listening and can't read. So this is the voice of Shahanshah Aryamir, the father of the current Shah. He's the previous Shah. So he says, "This is my warning to you all.
من به شما هشدار می‌دهم اگر
If today
امروز آزادی
you easily give up your
خود
freedom,
را آسان از دست بدهید
then reclaiming it later
بازپس گرفتن آن بسیار
will be devastating.
دشوار خواهد.
You shall not put your future
مبادا آینده خودتان را
in the hands of, or it's not you shall, it's like you should not put your future in the hands
دست کسانی بسپارید که جز
who seek nothing but darkness.
تاریکی
So he says you should not put your future in the hands of those who seek nothing but darkness.
چیزی نمی‌بینند. زیرا کسانی
Those who legitimize their power through religion.
که قدرت را به نام دین می‌گیرند
Those who have no tolerance towards hearing anyone's voice
تحمل شنیدن هیچ صدایی جز صدای
except their own. So those who have no tolerance for hearing anyone's voice except for their own.
خودشان را ندارند. حکومت
A religious
مذهبی یعنی
A religious regime means one voice,
یک صدا، یک
one vision,
نگاه، یک راه
one path.
و هر
And anyone who dares think
کس جز
differently
آن فکر کند دشمن
will be counted as the enemy.
شمرده خواهد شد.
There you go. Those were the words of his father.
He was so much ahead of his time, even compared to the Iranian people at his time. He was so far ahead of. We weren't grateful enough. We didn't appreciate what we have.
Yeah.
He saw everything coming and he warned us.
Yeah. So Armin, I have the full speech that from Berlin. I will play that when you go to your discussion group. Like I'll play that and I'll translate it for our viewers. So I'm sorry because I know there's a lot of news and you know we have to.
Yeah, no worries. I could go over them. I could go over them once I come back. I still have the tabs all open, and we could go over it.
But in the last 10 minutes, the floor is yours. So you know anything you want to say or share.
Okay. How about we do this very interesting thing that happened? Because we told you, if you guys remember, we told you that given that President Trump came out and said that the regime is divided, we here predicted that the regime is going to come up with a response to show, to say, with the sense it's being focused on unity. So we already knew that the regime is divided, but President Trump highlighting it made everyone understand what you guys already knew because you watched Iran Revolution live. You guys were ahead of everyone else. So you guys thought, like, when President Trump said they're divided, you thought, like, well, of course we know that, but that was news to the majority of the world, right? And as soon as that happened, we told you here that the Islamic Republic is going to come up with a response and try to deny this and show unity. So first, I'll show you. President Trump actually made another post about this division. I'll show that, and I'll show you the response by the regime. Look at this. And guys, so we were correct about that prediction. They did exactly that. They did exactly what we told you they would do, right? So look at this. President Trump saying Iran is having a very hard time figuring out who their leader is. They just don't know. So, guys, remember we told you that not even the regime knows who the leader is? Now President Trump is saying that. The infighting is between the hardliners who have been losing badly. And guys, look at this. Who have been losing badly on the battlefield, and the moderates, in quotations, who are not very moderate at all. Remember, a lot of you thought that President Trump doesn't understand that these people are not moderate. He understands. He says moderates, and he puts both hardliners and moderates in quotation, and he says who are not very moderate at all. So he knows. And saying, but gaining respect, right? Yeah, that's they're getting respect internationally, unfortunately. So it's crazy. We have total control over the Strait of Hormuz. No ship can enter or leave without the approval of the United States Navy. It is sealed up tight until such time as Iran is able to make a deal. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So all of this attention to the division has caused, look at this. Ghalibaf posted this, okay? And then, let me bring this. Ghalibaf posted this. I will, without me translating, just look at it, okay? And then Pezeshkian posted this, and then Ejei posted this. So what do you guys notice about them? They're the same post. So the so-called the head of the three branches, Ghalibaf as the legislative branch, and Pezeshkian as the executive branch, and Ejei as the judiciary branch. They all posted the exact same message, trying to show unity. So let me put the translation on. So all three of them posted this. In Iran, there are no radical or moderates. We are all Iranian. So this Ghalibaf is posting this. And the same thing that Pezeshkian and Ajay posted. We are all Iranian and revolutionary. And with the iron unity of the nation and government, with complete obedience to the supreme leader of the revolution, we will make the aggressor criminal regret his action. One God, one leader, one nation, one path, that path being the path to victory for Iran, dearer than life. So this is exactly the reaction that I thought they're going to have, and this is what they did. I said they're going to come up with a response showing that they are not divided and they're united. But this is fake, because we now have confirmation that Look at this. According to information received by Iran International, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, head of the Islamic Republic's negotiating delegation with United States, representative in Islamabad, has resigned and stepped down from the delegation. By the way, the Islamic Republic is rejecting this. Based on this information, Ghalibaf was reprimanded by the Islamic Republic for attempting to include the nuclear energy issue as part of the negotiation agenda with the United States, and was forced to resign. According to Iran International's information, the possibility of replacing Ghalibaf with Saeed Jalili. Guys, remember Saeed Jalili? This is the most Durka of them all. The Durka is of mirror, mirror on the wall. Okay, so this is with Saeed Jalili. I'll bring the bingo chart soon. With Saeed Jalili at the head of the negotiating delegation. By the way, Saeed Jalili used to be the head of the negotiation team when it comes to nuclear stuff before. Negotiating delegation has been raised, and Araghchi is also seeking to take responsibility for the U.S. negotiations following Ghalibaf's departure, right? So, guys, look at this. This is Saeed Jalili right up here. Okay. Do you know why he's extra Durka? Do you know why he has extra Durka? Because he's from the Paidari camp. This guy over here. Okay. He's from the Paidari camp. So whatever the level of Durka Ghalibaf has, this guy has that times 1,000. Times 1,000. And then more signs. Let me see if I could, this shows up, because I have more signs of division. Yeah, okay. This is actually saying the same thing. Iran negotiating head Ghalibaf quits. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, head of Iran's negotiating team with the United States, has stepped down amid internal disagreements. Iran International has learned, according to information obtained by Iran International. Oh yeah, so I already read. This was just the same thing, but in Persian. So I have a lot more to talk about this. To say, I don't know if I'm going to be focusing on this, because there's other information that I want to share with you as well. But if you want to come talk to me about all of this, again, I'm going to go to our discussion group right now. And the link is now in the chat. Also on Liberty Politics YouTube channel, in the live chat, the link is pinned to the top. So today, guys, today is open discussion. So you could come in. It's open to everybody if you want to come in and talk to me. And ask me questions, and I'm going to be there for about 2 hours, and then I'll come back and join Goldie here. And also, guys, in the discussion group, once I leave, you guys could continue the conversation with the rest of the community over there, even after I leave. So just wanted to let you know. All right, Goldie.
Before you go, I need you to translate this Murad Vaisi meme really quick.
Okay.
Because Murad Vaisi is a fan favorite, so we need Armin GPT to translate this. So let me play it first, and then we'll go back, and you can translate. Wait, let me just get rid of that.
الان محسن رضایی و قالیباف و دار و دستاش دارن لایو رو نگاه میکنن ایده بگیرن. بذار نگاه کنن. آخرین لایوهای عمرشون هم نگاه کنن. چه ایرادی داره؟
So it's funny because, guys, let me give you the context, because Murad Vaisi's analysis is so good that some Iranians are concerned that maybe the regime watches Murad Vaisi to figure out what to do. Right? So
it's really similar, Armin, to what people tell you, because sometimes people say to you, Armin, like when you're giving an analysis, people are like, Armin, don't give things away. Don't give things away, like the regime might be watching. And you're like, what?
Oh, wow. Well, thank you guys for thinking that. Anyway, so somebody was saying that in the chat that Mohsen Rezai, who else did he mention? Like he mentioned.
الان محسن رضایی و قالیباف و دار و دستاش.
Yeah, so he's saying right now Mohsen Rezai, Ghalibaf, and their entire team, they're watching her stream to figure out what to do. And then he responds by saying, let them watch the last live streams. Let them watch this. This is going to be one of the last live streams that they get to watch. Let them enjoy it. before they die, basically.
He's like, well, what issue is what problem is there for them to watch, some of the few live streams of their lives? But like basically is implying like they only have time to watch a few more live streams before they're boom boomed.
Yeah, let them have this before they kill soon.
دارن لایو رو نگاه میکنن ایده بگیرن. بذار نگاه کنن آخرین لایوهای عمرشون هم نگاه کنن چه ایرادی داره.
These are the last live streams of their lives. That's really good. Yeah, like love it.
Someone's like, why are you not sharing clip I made from Vice Theme? I haven't seen it. I mean, there's so much in the chat. Send the link again. I'll see if I can find it. All right, Armin. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll be back soon. All right, guys. See you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you, Armin. Okay, so there is confirmation that what was it? Carolyn Levitt said this. Apparently, someone's going back to the negotiation table. Is that what it was? They're going to Pakistan. Super funny. So, and then Scott Bessent is also saying, economic fury is imposing a financial stranglehold on the Iranian regime, hampering its aggression in the Middle East and helping to curtail its nuclear ambitions. At POTUS's direction, Treasury will continue to constrict the network of vessels, intermediaries, and buyers Iran relies on to move its oil to global markets. Any person or vessel facilitating these flows through covert trade and finance risks exposure to U.S. sanctions. So, okay, so there's that. And then apparently, was it Carolyn Levitt confirmed? I saw like a clip somewhere, right? Oh, here we go. Is it this one? No. Anyways, there's a clip where I'll see if I can find it, but she basically confirms that they're going back. Oh, look at this! Oh my gosh, guys! Armin didn't tell. What is this? Guys, Armin did not tell us that he was on Fine Point with Chanel Rion. Oh, look at this. Armin did not tell us. Oh, he did tell you guys. Oh, maybe I wasn't there. Oh, okay, that was that. So, okay, this was from Wednesday. I see. Okay, so this was from the day that I was gone. Okay, so he did tell you guys. Okay. Oh, I'm so proud of him. That's amazing. I'm so glad that Armin is getting more airtime. He definitely deserves it. So, because I did speak to Chanel about Armin, and I was like, you should bring on Armin. So I'm really glad that happened. Guys, I want to play it, but there's too much going on. I still have to go to the press conference from earlier today, which, by the way, is upsetting a lot of people because Pete Hegseth did the thing that he isn't supposed to do, right? Pete Hegseth did the no-no, where he called it the Arabian Gulf. And I don't know why he does that. I don't know why. It's not good because, we Iranians we're very our territorial integrity is not a joke, right? We don't like joking about it. We don't like people making fun of it. And part of the reason is because we have been, attacked from non-Iranians for thousands of years. So I don't know who is writing his speeches or why he's calling the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf, but this is the fastest way to destroy the unity between Iranians and Americans right now. So it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And this is not helpful. And if he's worried about appeasing the Persian Gulf countries, that's not our problem. That's not our problem. It has always been the Persian Gulf. Arabian Gulf is not military speak because there's some sort of like military medal called like the Persian Gulf something. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's this, right? It's not even like a military thing because there's literally like something called the Persian Gulf Veterans National Medal of U.S. Military. So Persian Gulf Veterans National Medal, dedicated to the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces who served their country in the Persian Gulf conflict. So it's just a very bad policy thing. And it's not a good look. It's not a good look at all. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose. I don't know if someone is sabotaging him by putting that in his speech and he just reads it because he doesn't know any better. But it's not a good look. And this is one of the fastest and easiest ways to undermine this alliance and unity between Iranians and Americans, right? Because the Persian Gulf has nothing to do with the Islamic regime, right? The Persian Gulf has existed for thousands of years. And just because the Islamic regime has occupied Iran for the last 47 years, that has nothing, guys, in fact, the Islamic regime has an Arab Muslim mindset, right? So if anything, calling the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf is helping the Islamic regime. It's because it's helping to erase the Iranian identity. So I just want to point that out because it's not like a good tactical decision. So that's upsetting a lot of Iranians. And I don't know why he's saying that, because in the past, he did refer to it as the Persian Gulf. So what is the Persian Gulf called in the Persian language? So we call it Khalij Fars. Khalij Fars. Khalij means Gulf, and Fars is Pars, basically. Khalij Pars. So Persian, basically. Pars is like the Persian way to say Persian. Khalij Pars. So not a good look. Okay. Let's go to the press briefing now.
Well, good morning. Unlike the endless wars of the past that dragged on for years and for decades with little to show for it, Operation Epic Fury has delivered a decisive military results in just weeks. Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, as the president has pointed out, all took years, decades, vague missions, shifting sands, little to show for it. Operation Epic Fury has been laser focused from the very start, as I've said to all of you. Clear mission objectives, and ultimately, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. It's a bold and dangerous mission, a gift to the world, historic, courtesy of a bold and historic president. That mission continues today in this new phase as Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. As part of that effort, the United States has imposed an ironclad blockade that grows more powerful by the day. From the Gulf of Oman to the open oceans, our Navy is enforcing this blockade without hesitation or apology. Now, as usual, there's a lot of false information out there. I'll say this, every ship Every ship that the U.S. believes meets our criteria, either Iranian ships or to and from Iranian ports, has been turned around. As of this morning, 34 total. Non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, and many have, including overnight. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. Our blockade is growing and going global. America's military is unmatched, projecting power, denying passage to adversaries, and protecting our interest at the time and place of our choosing. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy. To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control, nothing in, nothing out. Iran's battered military, the IRGC specifically, has been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. They cloak their aggression in slogans, but the world now sees them for what they are, criminals on the high seas. They don't control anything. They're acting like pirates, acting like terrorists. They're the ones who lay indiscriminate mines, who shoot at random ships, who killed 45,000 of their own people, innocent protesters in the course of weeks. Their own people. They are the bad actors. The vessels that the Iranians seized in recent days, a couple of them, they're not American ships. They're not Israeli ships. They're just random ships that drove where they drove their little speedboats up to and shot at those ships with AK-47s. Anyone with a speedboat, a gun, and the wrong intentions can do that. They know that we, the United States of America, control the flow of global shipping, and we know that they know. Their real navy is at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf. It's worth saying again, for 47 years, Iran has been at war with America, killing our citizens, our soldiers, and our allies, while previous administrations looked the other way. The real endless war is the war that Iran has waged on us for 47 years. President Trump is the only president with the guts and moral clarity to finally do something about it. I see it every day behind closed doors. President Trump's fortitude is unshakable, and his mission is crystal clear. President Trump said it again yesterday. We have all the time in the world, and we're not anxious for a deal. And I hear him say it every day in private as well. Iran knows that they still have an open window to choose wisely. As we said previously, choose wisely at the negotiating table. All they have to do is abandon a nuclear weapon in meaningful and verifiable ways, or instead they can watch their regime's fragile economic state collapse under the unrelenting pressure of American power. A blockade as long as it takes, whatever President Trump decides. Because the bottom line remains the bottom line. Iran will never get a nuclear bomb. The choice is theirs, but with this blockade, the clock is not on their side. Moreover, President Trump has authorized the United States Navy to destroy any Iranian fast boats that attempt to put mines in the water or disrupt passage through the Strait of Hormuz, to shoot and kill. Our commanders have clear rules of engagement. If Iran is putting mines in the water or otherwise threatening American commercial shipping or American forces, we will shoot to destroy. No hesitation, just like the drug boats in the Caribbean. It's also worth saying, this should not be America's fight alone. We barely use the Strait of Hormuz as a country. Our energy doesn't flow through there, and we have plenty of energy. Just look at the new global Congo line headed to Texas. A beautiful picture. Europe and Asia have benefited from our protection for decades, but the time for free riding is over. America and the free world deserve allies who are capable, who are loyal, and who understand that being an ally is not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. We are not counting on Europe, but they need the Strait of Hormuz much more than we do, and might want to start doing less talking and having less fancy conferences in Europe and get in a boat. This is much more their fight than ours. On this core mission, America's will is unshakable, our capabilities unmatched. Our blockade is only growing and going global. And as the president said, we have all the time in the world. Iran has a historic chance to make a serious deal, and the ball is in their court. Either way, the War Department stands ready for what comes next, locked and loaded. May God continue to bless our warriors each and every day and on each and every mission. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today marks 55 days since the President of the United States ordered major combat operations against Iran. Today and this morning, the Joint Force remains postured and prepared to recommence major combat operations on the order of the President. On April 8th, the President announced a ceasefire, and last week, at the President's direction and on order of the Secretary, U.S. CENTCOM began enforcing a blockade against all commercial vessels going into and out of Iran and their ports. Simultaneously, the U.S. military, in support of the U.S. Department of Justice, was ordered to conduct maritime interdiction operations against sanctioned and dark fleet vessels globally. This operation also began on April 8th. And what I'd like to do this morning is update all of you on those actions and activities. First, as I mentioned, U.S. Central Command continues to maintain a strict blockade on all the ports. We're enforcing the blockade across the board against any ship of any nationality that is transiting to or from an Iranian port or territory. We're closely tracking vessels of interest headed towards Iran and those moving away from Iran that were outside the blockade area when this blockade was ordered. And as everyone saw this past weekend, we're prepared and postured to intercept them. As of this morning, 34 ships have met the U.S. blockade and made the wise choice to turn around. One ship did not, and that ship was the motor vessel Tuska. Over several hours this past Sunday, April 19th, the U.S. conducted maritime interdiction operations against the Tuska, whose crew attempted to breach the blockade line. The Tuska is a large container ship, about 965 feet long, or about the same size as a United States Navy aircraft carrier, and over 100 feet wide. The operation began about 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time when the United States Navy destroyer approached her, and the crew and the vessel ignored warnings. And I've described how the destroyer force is operating in the area prior. Upon intercept and coming within visual range, American forces began to issue several clear and unambiguous warnings and inform the vessel and their crew that they were in a violation of the U.S. blockade and directed the ship to turn around. Over a 6-hour period, the vessel and her crew repeatedly ignored U.S. warnings. And then the U.S. Navy destroyer executed a series of pre-planned, carefully calibrated escalation options, including firing 5 warning shots. The vessel and her crew continued to ignore warnings. And after exhausting all other measures, CENTCOM authorized disabling fire against the Tuska. U.S. sailors warned the crew of the Tuska to abandon the engine room, and at approximately 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the destroyer disabled the Tuska's engine by firing 9 inert rounds from the destroyer's Mark 45 5-inch guns precisely into the engine room and engine space on board the Tuska. Not surprisingly, the vessel then reported issues with their engine, went dead in the water, and began to comply with U.S. directions and orders. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, CENTCOM ordered United States Marines to seize the ship. Via helicopters, U.S. Marines maneuvered quickly to the disabled ship, boarded her from fast ropes via helicopter infiltration methods, and took custody of the ship. The ship and her crew remain safe in U.S. custody today. Let me now turn to global operations in the Pacific, and I want to highlight that this is a major interagency effort between the United States military, the White House, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. On Monday, April 20th, U.S. Indo-PACOM forces, in support of a Department of Justice request, interdicted the motor tanker Tiffany, which was transporting sanctioned Iranian oil. The Tiffany is a very large crude tanker, VLCC for short, and is also about the size of a U.S. aircraft carrier and capable of transporting approximately 2 million barrels of oil. At approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. military forces and law enforcement forces also went to the ship via rotary wing platforms, fast roped onto her deck, and secured her. After the ship was secured, a U.S. Navy control team embarked aboard the Tiffany, and assumed control of the ship at 4 a.m. Eastern Time on April 21st. A Navy control team is comprised of sailors led by a boarding officer that assumes control of a seized ship in order to secure the crew, the cargo, and the vessel. And disposition of that first vessel is still pending. The next interdiction occurred on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, 22 April, when Indo-PACOM conducted yet another interdiction, again at the request of the U.S. Department of Justice. This time, the stateless motor tanker Majestic X, also known as the Ponix, also in the Indian Ocean. This is again a VLCC, or very large crude tanker. At approximately 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S. forces began the interdiction, again using rotary wing assets to get to the ship, got on board, and secured the bridge. Both ships, the Tiffany, the Majestic X, and their crews remain in U.S. custody. And we will continue to conduct similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific and Indian Oceans against Iranian ships and vessels of the Dark Fleet. The actions by our service members and our law enforcement partners demonstrate the incredible discipline and dedication and professionalism of our joint force and highlight the global reach of American combat power. The joint force remains on ensuring the Iranian regime cannot harm our interests or those of our allies and partners. And I'll highlight that Iran has repeatedly sought to offensively and proactively expand the conflict by aggression against its neighbors and its attacks on global shipping through the Strait. To date, Iran has attacked 5 merchant vessels, seized 2 of them that were attempting to transit the Strait. And these include ships that Iran itself had cleared to proceed. Now, as I always do, I want to honor members of the Joint Force. Today, I want to highlight and proudly describe the essential role of our intelligence enterprise and the role that they play in conducting our military operations. The totality of their work is the culmination of days, months, and in many cases, years of work by our uniformed and civilian intelligence professionals. We have been able to do the work that we are ordered to do because America's intelligence force, including our core collectors and analysts, have spent decades searching for every loose thread. From the determination of a particular intelligence requirement to that piece of intelligence being collected in the field by a military or interagency case officer, to the rigorous analysis that goes into reporting on that finding, those team members spend their careers answering the incredibly important questions that we must attempt to answer before, during, and after operations. They live in the enemy's mind. Normally located behind the green door or behind the vault door in dark, windowless rooms across the world, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, are world-class intel members from DIA, our service intelligence components, NSA, NGA, CIA, NRO, and in the case of the operations that I've just described, the Office of Naval Intelligence, all work tirelessly to sift through the mountains of collected information using tools, tactics, techniques, and procedures that I'm not going to discuss today. The sun never sets on these world-class professionals, and their goal is every minute of every day to be on the account. And they know the enemy. They know their combat capability, their weapons, their industrial and economic systems, and they know their leaders' pattern of life, where they go, what they think, and what they do. Thanks to their work, we know Iran, and it is an incredible work that they do. Again, none of our operations that we've conducted during my time in this job could have been done without the service of these intelligence professionals. And the distance from those core collectors and those analysts to those Patriot crews who are defending U.S. forces forward or the fighter pilots is incredibly small. Every single day, as their mottos say, they are committed to excellence in the defense of the nation and to securing the future, and they're doing the work of the nation. Before I close, as I do every time, I want to highlight and remember our fallen. Today, I want to highlight the 63 victims of the terrorist bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, which occurred 43 years ago, just a few days ago, on April 18th, 1983. At that time, this was the deadliest attack on a U.S. diplomatic mission, and this was the first attack conducted by Iranian-backed forces on Americans. The suicide bomber detonated a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device out in front of the embassy, killing 63 innocent people, including 32 Lebanese, 14 visitors, and 17 Americans. And among those lost, members of the joint force to include 3 Army soldiers and 1 United States Marine. We remember their names: Sergeant First Class Richard Twine, Staff Sergeant Ben Maxwell, Staff Sergeant Mark Salazar, and United States Marine Corporal Vincent McMaw. Today we remember them. We carry on their memory and the memory of all our fallen, and remain grateful for their sacrifice and that of their families who continue to show us what courage looks like. As we continue to press forward and maintain these operations, the Secretary, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I are deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, and commitment and grit of the 2.8 million members of our joint force. The Secretary and I thank every member of the joint force engaged in this operation, every warrior who remains deployed or who is supporting from here at home. Thank you to, and thank you to your families. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Thank you. In your estimation, have there been increased or decreased instances of Iranian vessels either approaching or trying to breach the blockade the longer it is in effect? And another question about the mine threat. Has the mine threat been neutralized enough to facilitate freer flow in the straits?
Well, to the second question, first of all, we are seeing vessels transiting. There are paths that are open. And part of what the president is threatening is ensuring if there's attempts to recklessly and irresponsibly lay more mines, we're going to deal with that. It's a violation of the ceasefire. So transit is occurring, much more limited than anybody would like to see, and with more risk than people would like to see. But that's because Iran is doing irresponsible things with small fast boats, crafts, like I said, with weapons on them. These are commercial ships, in some cases, cruise ships that came through being threatened by these. So as far as breaching the blockade, it's been a pretty consistent. There were a number of ships at the beginning. Then you had the interdiction that the chairman described, where we took out the engine room and disabled that ship. I think that sent a very clear sign that this is not a fake blockade. This is a real full blockade. We'll use up to and including lethal force if necessary. And that stopped, and other ships have taken note of that. So any ships that have attempted, there's been levels of escalation, but none that far, and they've turned around. Absolutely, yes.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zier, Real America's Voice. To follow up on Alexandra's question, how big are these mine-laying boats? Can they be achieved from fast boats? And I wanted to follow up my last week question about as jet fuel stocks in Europe reportedly are only about 6 weeks left. They get most of the jet fuel from the Gulf. Have any European countries reached out to assist in cordoning off the strait and participating in escorts?
I know there's a lot of talks. You saw I would call it a silly conference in Europe last week where they got together and talking about maybe doing something eventually when things are done. Those are not serious efforts yet. We would welcome that. We would welcome a serious European effort to do something about this strait and this passage, considering it's their energy capabilities that are most at stake. I think it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for countries around the world. Either you have capabilities or you don't. Otherwise, you're at the behest of a country like Iran, and the only country that can do something about it is the United States military. You want to talk about the mines and the small crafts?
They have a variety of smaller Boston whaler-sized boats. We have forces up there deterring and preventing them from continuing to do that, and we'll continue to do so pursuant to the orders of the Secretary and the President.
But reckless mining like that is a violation of the
unwise
ceasefire,
to do that,
and very unwise to do. Absolutely, Jerry.
Thank you. Pope Leo has made some strident comments about the war in Iran, and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops recently put out a statement suggesting that the war does not fit the requirements of just war theory. And I wondered if the Pentagon had thought about this war against the terrorist regime in Iran in terms of the framework of a just war, and if either one of you could talk about that. And then just my second question would be, the Pentagon recently, this week, gave well-deserved award upgrades to the members of Gulf Company 2-1 Marines who served at HKI and Abbey Gate during the withdrawal and evacuation. I wonder if you Mr. Secretary, could speak a little bit about that and maybe give us a little bit more in terms of what to expect from this Afghanistan review in terms of further proper recognition and proper accountability.
On the first question, Pope's going to do his thing. That's fine. We know what our mission is. We know what authority we have. We're very clear about that. We follow that. The orders of the president. We've got lawyers all over the place looking at what we're doing and why we're doing it and giving us every authority necessary under the Constitution and under our laws to execute it. So we feel very confident across the spectrum about what we're doing and why we're doing and the legal justification that we're following in order to do it. You mentioned the Marines at Abbey Gate. And what we've undertaken at this department is a historic Afghanistan review. So we have, over the course of months, reviewed what happened leading up to and including the events at Abbey Gate and the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. There's never actually been a full accounting in this department of the decisions that were made. There's been sort of papered over congressional attempts, but never a real deep dive where we brought everybody in to talk about what happened and why it happened. That has happened. That review will come later this summer, and I think you'll find it to be probably the most comprehensive review this department has ever done about a single series of events. And it's because the cascading effect of what Joe Biden did in abandoning that mission the way that he did and that disastrous withdrawal had ripple effects for our military, for our country, and for the world. That's why reestablishing deterrence is one of the core pillars of what we've been doing at the War Department, because the world looked at that disaster and made choices. Vladimir Putin made choices. Hamas made choices and saw that America wouldn't do anything about it. Houthis shot at ships. They made choices because Joe Biden and his administration were seen as feckless and weak. And that withdrawal was a part of what the world saw, people hanging to planes as we fled. That deserves a full accounting, which is exactly what we're doing. Sean Parnell, our chief spokesman, one of my senior advisors, has been leading that effort, getting to the bottom of it. And one of the revelations was that those Marines at Abbey Gate who showed courage, who were out there exposed, knew there was a threat, nebulous mission, the only gate that's open, did not receive the kind of proper recognition they should have for their heroism. So one of the early results of this Afghan review is to ensure they get the due recognition and award they deserve for the heroism and courage they showed at that gate, despite the bad decisions, of this building and that administration, those Marines acted heroically, and we're going to recognize them for that. Jerry, thank you. Yeah, right here.
Thank you. Michael Casey with O'Keefe Media Group. Earlier this week, James O'Keefe published a story on Department of Army Nuclear Chief Andrew Hugg, who revealed top secret national security information to a stranger he met on a dating app. Will you defer Mr. Hugg for termination and prosecution?
Yeah, he won't work here anymore.
And given the revelations,
It's an easy one.
will any changes be made to the current anti-espionage training for all Department of War employees now, given this?
Well, we're always on the lookout for CI threats, any internal threats, anyone talking out of school about things they should not. We take leaking very seriously here, informally or formally, which is why some of the reporting done by some of the people in here is incredibly problematic. They're willing to publish things based on classified information that would potentially harm those in harm's way. And we think them doing so is incredibly irresponsible and unpatriotic. And it would encourage members of the press to think twice about the lives they're affecting when they publish things in their publications like the New York Times. Yes, right here.
Was the Tuska carrying single-use equipment to China?
Sir, so I'm sorry, the question's right here.
Thank you. Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Earlier this week on that topic, there was a report, I believe, with the Washington Post that the Pentagon had briefed Congress that it could take up to 6 months to fully sweep the Strait of Hormuz for mines. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit more on the specifics of the timeline, the range of time that it could take, and then just a general idea of how many mines have been placed.
We would not speculate on a timeline. I saw that report. It was based on, again, another leak from a closed door session, which was supposed to be classified. And apparently, allegedly, that was something that was said about we feel confident in our ability in the correct period of time to clear any mines that we identify, and would encourage other countries to be a part of such an effort as well. But we're tracking that very closely. Mr. Chairman, do you want to add anything to that?
No, sir. I think you covered it.
Right here, new members of our press corps here.
Jacob Wasserman with TMZ DC. We have two questions. I'm going to ask the first. My colleague will ask the second. You know, I've heard you talk a lot about bombing.
We'll see.
Sorry?
We'll see.
Okay. I've heard you talk a lot about bombing people and places. And when you give these orders to carry out this extreme level of violence, what's going through your mind and your body? Do you have like an adrenaline rush? Are you scared? Do you feel like you're on a power trip? Just walk us through and paint us a picture of what it feels like mentally and physically.
It's a very TMZ question. My only thought process is to ensure that our warfighters have everything they need to be successful, defeat and destroy the enemy, and they come home. I want them to feel empowered, to have every authority they need within our rules and within our law to bring maximum violence to the enemy. Because war is violent, war requires doing difficult things, but I want our people to feel empowered, so it's our guys that come home and their guys that do not.
And
sure, I'll give you one chance.
Charlie Cotton from TMZ DC. You changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Would you consider changing the name again to the Department of Peace, since that's what we're all after?
Well, that's the pursuit. It's a great question, actually. You go from defense to war because you want to be proactive about peace through strength. And really, I gave a speech in front of generals about what the ethos of the War Department is all about, because I wanted to go through every echelon of this department. It means something. It's not just words. And when you fight a war the right way, the idea is on the other side, you bring about peace. That is what we'd like to see the most. In fact, I once did a video about the one institution that should win the Nobel Peace Prize every single year is the United States military, because we are the guarantor of the safety and security, not just of our country, but of a lot of people in this world. Last question. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I do appreciate your time. Since February 28, 725 drones and missiles have hit the Kurdistan region as your loyal ally, killing 22 people and injuring 100 others. Even after the ceasefire, Mr. Secretary, 20 more attacks were carried out. My question is, does that ceasefire include Iraq and the Kurdistan region? And really, what is your clear policy toward proxies? Why I am asking this question, by President Masoud Barzani's statement, 5 times targeting his office, even targeting president of Kurdistan region residents in Duhok city.
We watch it very closely, and that area and those folks, the Kurds, deal with a lot of what the IAMGs or the proxies are capable of doing. And a reminder of the reverberating effect of this Iranian regime. It's not just what it does to its own people, killing 45,000 of its own citizens just recently, but it's also the terror they've brought to the region. And so getting a good deal and making sure they can't wield a nuclear weapon over top of those proxies is why this mission is such an important one. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So interesting. Interesting that they're providing an operational update during a ceasefire, right? It kind of makes me think that things might be happening. Who knows? But I mean, Department of Peace is stupid. Why would you not call it the Department of, I like the Department of War. Yeah, call it the Department of War because that's what it is, right? Like, what are these like weird lefty TikTok questions? So anyways, so I received a request from one of our viewers, and I just wanted to talk about this really, really briefly. I just happened, like, guys, I don't check the Discord very often. Okay, so I know a lot of you have joined the Discord, and the Discord is basically a community for you guys to keep the conversation going when the live stream isn't happening and you guys aren't able to chat in the live stream. And you know, I've made this at your request. It's basically a community for you guys, and of course, everyone's welcome to join the Discord as long as you're not like a jihadi or a terrorist. But it's not something that I'm really running. You know, I have some admin and I have mods, and they're helping me out there. So I don't really check the Discord very often because it's just, there's so many other things that I'm doing. You know, I try to pop in once in a while, but I did manage to, I just happened to check it briefly. And one of our amazing, I'm assuming he's Armenian, but I'm not sure. But he asked me to, it's the official Mr. Thorne on Discord. I'm not sure what his account is on the YouTube or Rumble or wherever, but he made a very important request. He said, since today it's the Armenian Genocide Memorial Day, I was wondering if you would recognize the 1.5 million Armenians massacred by the Ottoman Empire as a genocide 100%. I've always called it the Armenian Genocide. It's always something that I've said. I've spoken about the Armenian Genocide before, raised awareness about it. And so just to speak of, I just want to raise awareness about that for a little bit before we continue, because guys, so like, I just wanted to say that, you know, there's a very long history between Armenians and Iranians as well. We have an amazing Iranian-Armenian community. You know, they view themselves, you know, those who live in Iran or, you know, have been living in Iran for a while, basically, you know, we're all Iranian first, right? And that includes our Iranian Armenians. And, you know, they speak Armenian as their first language. Actually, some of my very, very close family friends are Iranian Armenian, and you know, they're Christian, and they're, you know, basically like my family, right? Like I called them aunt and uncle, and you know, like the elders, they were basically my grandparents. So, you know, at a time when I was living in, you know, when I was a child in Canada, I never grew up around my grandparents, like my blood related grandparents, but I basically, you know, was adopted. So I actually did have grandparents. They were Iranian Armenians, and they were amazing, and gave me, you know, the best childhood memories, right? Like, so even though I wasn't able to, you know, grow up around my maternal and paternal grandparents, I still did have that grandparent experience because of, you know, our very, very close family friends who were in fact Iranian Armenians. And So I just want to talk a little bit about this. So Armenians have lived for millennia in the territory that forms modern-day Iran. Many of the oldest Armenian churches, monasteries, and chapels are in Iran. Iran has one of the largest populations of Armenians in the world, although, of course, after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, things changed a little bit. Since antiquity, there has always been much interaction between ancient Armenia and Persia. The Armenian people are among the native ethnic groups of northwestern Iran, having millennia-long recorded history there. So there's always been a very, very close connection and relationship between Armenians and Iranians. And, for those Armenians who live within the borders of Iran, of course, they, just like the rest of us, view themselves as Iranian first. And we have, some amazing Iranian Armenians. Of course, the most famous one is Vegan. So during the Armenian genocide, about 50,000 Armenians actually fled the Ottoman Empire and took refuge in Iran. Iran has all, and this goes back to what King Reza Pahlavi was saying yesterday in the press conference, where, when he was speaking about the Jewish people, and he said, during World War II, tens of thousands, or I think over like 100,000 Jews escaped Nazi Germany and sought refuge in Iran. And he said, Iran has always been a place where persecuted people can go to seek refuge. No different with Armenians during the Armenian genocide. Many, at least 50,000 came to Iran. And I do have this short clip as well that I would like to play. And yes, of course, System of a Down, one of my all-time favorite bands. I love System of a Down. I've been to their shows. I think it was I can't remember when it was, 10 years ago or something. They had an anniversary tour for, I think it was the 100-year memorial of the Armenian genocide. They reunited and they did a tour. So yeah, I love System of a Down. I went, to that. So I found this 8-minute clip, news clip about the Armenian genocide. So I think, in honor of remembering the 1.5 million Armenians who were massacred by the Ottomans. And again, guys, for anyone from Turkey who's watching, this isn't I'm not getting involved in internal domestic politics. This isn't I'm not attacking people from Turkey. This is government stuff. So, but I think it's important that we do recognize the Armenian genocide. I've always recognized the Armenian genocide, and I think it's important that everyone does. So, yeah, let's just play this for in honor of today being the Memorial Day for the Armenian genocide.
بگو بزنم چارتره هیچ واقعا جونم نکنین بعد کام بده Türkiye'de tragenin var jurnelerinin bambunen jurn varu nirari şenjoklu. Փոքրությունը ես շատ լավ եմ հիշում, արդեն մեծությունը։ Էդալի, Ջուրնալը նիրարի շենջոկլու։ Ջուրն վարու նիրարի շենջոկլու։ Ջուրն վարու նիրարի շենջոկլու։ Ջուրն վարու նիրարի շենջոկլու։ Ջուրն վարու նիրարի շենջոկլու։ Ջուրն վարու նիրարի շենջոկլու։ babas que busekur Türkiye'nin kızbit merciera vakeren hostohob ur canavarengek khashtiga razanizer pelete cerke borkhapuma shra viz patatomu kashuma etishum pokre kanasi misuka kanasi Hasan Arabistan ye heres pernaza zerites etmen et tajannerն էլ նստած են ծերին իրանցից չի չկա այդը խպելով պետո մեդո ով շարքի ծաղալի պետը խպում բախոմա պախնի պլան աքսորը շարունակում է Արաբստանից դերզորից արպա կետ որ դարենց ժողորդին թապեն ընդ գոհդի ժողորդը Էդե որ etmen հայգա բանգա սա խավակում են շալոն սարքում են ձերը չի երևում Որ կարդը բերվենք 8 տարեկան համարը ըննի մեջ է մեղե Են էլ թուրքերի հորս սպանին մնացինք ես մերս երկու աղբեր Spանում էին, բռնում էին, խուզարկում էին, ամոթը բռնապարում էին ամեն ինչն է տեսել եմ ամեն սովամա ենք էտ մենք հատ ենք ուզում հատ չէին տալում ինչ ենք բոբից տգլիկ սովար տարաման ենք Esi musalere megarma. Musalera mercury. Bagmentes. Esi mozzarella. Tuz, zeytun. Baravi. Ororvanzara. Gordesterolera. Ameşa patavakumen. Çayneleri. İra engeleri. Destumen. Ororvan yerkumen.
Yeah, guys, I just want to confirm. So they're speaking Armenian, not Persian. So I don't understand what they're saying. I mean, certain words are similar, but this isn't Persian. I mean, it almost sounds similar, but yeah, so you just have to read the subtitles here.
Nişat mezkure, mezcamele bankere. Hiç bildim. Anladım. Hiç ben borknat renk delan hafta renk madde renk bomen kubare. Ya hadi camim patat. Hiç incem dedi de atmat. Sağız kutunmet melatte renk. Ye restoran canı melatte renk. Ye hemen ergo por saltıge. İm tornere elba. 4 saat دیگه این بعد میمور اینجا سمور که این banka ortaya dumarda halbuki. Koka kadres Turka kadar bir. Hani ne hat Turka ni teres dikan nunçki baren. Şişe karmışsın ne dağın. Vantiyan neydi? Vazirem. Yes, İran uçan ezim bedi bana. Hay zakhim. Hayastan zakhim. Keznerem. İç asayım. Tu megu quez milyon marta charteres. Kezneremiz, yeşim gara, çem gara. Gadar babu işte siyasi de Sudan khusum ezeli khab memiz. Ne gazayes. Şad. Yesel ura hanım membor. Aşır bağa bir de astadi çekhas panutuna. Deserem. İşumem. Polor aşara gidi. Bak hiç enasın. Polor aşara. Nabadag ninabores im dabar denam, im ho denam, im dun denam, im poster denam, im kanazo manegas der denam. Denam bonsenere, bonsenare, bonsen khaname, bonsen kande, bonsen banare. Ed denam u asem sedesutun çok. Edem.
So, yeah, there's a little short video about the Armenian genocide. Incredibly heartbreaking. Yeah. I know that was sad. So why don't I lift the mood a little bit with by sharing videos from some amazing and famous Iranian Armenians. So let's go through, I'll go through a few Iranian Armenians, Iranians, but Iranian Armenians. We love them very much. So one of the first Iranian Armenians that I want to highlight and showcase is Andy. Oh, send the link to that video? Sure. I mean, I basically just searched for it on YouTube and I found it. So yeah, here, I'll put the link to this video in the live stream links. Okay, there you go. Let me just add it everywhere. And then there we go. Okay, so one of my favorite Iranians is Andy. Andy. Wait, what's his full name? I only know him as Andy. But what's his last name? Oh, so his full name is Andranik Madadian. Okay, Madadian. Yeah, that's totally Armenian. So guys, one of the ways that we can tell who the Iranian Armenians are is from their last names, right? Because Armenians always have like the Eon or something, right? Like Eon. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like the ending of the last name has like the Eon or something in there. So yeah, so guys, Andy used to be Andy and Kurosh. They were like a boy band. And then they broke up. For I don't know why, but so one of my favorite Armenians is yeah, exactly, like Kardashian, exactly. See, so it's Armenian last names have the eon at the end. It's like not all of them, but it's like a very, very common thing. So just go look at like the last names of Armenians that like 90% of the time it's got like an eon at the end or something. It's a very Armenian thing. So okay. This is my first Iranian Armenian. Before we get to the chorus, because I know all the Iranians were waiting for this part. Guys, this song is like a classic at parties. So I had to stop here because I just want to explain the chorus. I'm not going to explain the entire lyrics because the translation isn't working properly. But basically, he's saying, "Dokhtari Runi," something, I forget now. Basically, he's basically singing about Iranian girls. Oh, misle gole, there you go. So, دختری رونی مثل گل چه رنگ و رویی داره نگو کی از کی بهتره هر گل یه بویی داره. Okay, that's what it is. Sorry, I haven't listened to the song in forever. So basically the chorus is Iranian girls are like flowers, and they're beautiful and wonderful. And then the second part of the chorus is, don't ask which Iranian girl is better than the other ones, because each flower has its own distinct, smell and shape, right? So basically he's saying all Iranian girls are beautiful regardless of what they look like. And there's no, you can't put one over the other. They're all beautiful in their own way. So he's basically singing about how amazing Iranian girls are. All right, sorry guys, I know that was very anticlimactic, but there you go. I just want to explain. That's our first, Iranian Armenian that I really, really like. Now, guys, the next one. Wait, what's his last name? For the Iranians here, you guys are going to know exactly who I am. Come on, guys. Okay, for the Iranians, can you guess who is going to be next? No. Well, Martik is a good one too, but we're going to Gorgon. Come on, guys. So one of my favorite Iranian Armenians is Gorgon. You guys all know this song. Martik ham hast. Hala شماره دو Gorgon. So yeah, you guys know it's coming. So guys, this whenever we need like a pick-me-up, we will go and watch this commercial. So this is the best commercial in the entire world, and no one can tell me otherwise. Like it's so good. It's so good. Guys, listen, I'm saving the best for last. Don't worry. I still have a few more to go through. I'm saving the best for last. So this is Gorgon.
Hey baby, how is your car run? Do you have a trouble with your transmission? Shift it in forward, shift it in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Shift it in forward, shift it in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Shifted in forward, shifted in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Shifted in forward, shifted in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Hello, my name is Gorgan. Let me help you shift it.
Tell me this is not the best commercial in the world. Obviously, it's like an old commercial. I think it's from like 20 years ago or something. But tell me that's literally not the best commercial in the world. Like, he basically made it sound like an Iranian music video. He even made it look like a 90s Iranian music video, right? Because like it's exactly what like an Iranian music video from like the 90s would look like. And so he just rolled with it, and then like he became super no, he's in LA. Like this was like 20 years ago. This was like in Los Angeles. So he basically made a commercial, and he made it look like an Iranian music video. So it's just so good. Okay, one more time. And then we'll go, no, he goes shifted in forward, shifted in reverse, domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Anyways, there you go. So it's like my favorite commercial, the best commercial in the entire world. Because it literally reminds you of like a 90s music video. And he became so famous, and we love him very much. He's sometimes he makes guest appearances on like Iranian TV shows. So
Hey baby, how is your car run? Do you have a trouble with your transmission? Shifted in forward, shifted in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Shifted in forward, shifted in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Shifted in forward, shifted in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Shifted in forward, shifted in reverse. Domestic or foreign, I please you with my service. Hello, my name is Gorgan. Let me help you shift it.
amazing. I just have to confirm the next one. I believe he's Armenian, but let me just double check because I want to make sure. Let me just double check. Okay, guys. So wait, I need to ask you guys. I need to confirm. مانوک خدابخشیان ارمنی بود مگه نه؟ فکر کنم مانوک خدابخشیان هم ارمنی بود. درست میگم؟ آره. Yes, okay. Yes, okay. I knew that. I couldn't find anything on Wikipedia, but I want to make sure. Okay, guys. So, the next famous Iranian Armenian that I want to speak about, that I want to share with you guys, is Manuk Khodabakhshian, or as we call him, Amu Manuk. And he passed away. Let me just make a note here. Okay. So Manuk Khodabakhshian passed away, but wait, that's not the one I'm looking for. Let me go to YouTube. Let me find it here. Sorry. He was an amazing political analyst, and he spoke so much about what's currently happening. And he was almost like a Nostradamus. Guys, I'm saving the best for last. Don't worry. We're only on number 3 right now. So, Monuk, Khoda biyamorzetesh. So, guys, so think of Murad Vaisi, okay? Monuk Khodabakhshian was like the final boss. So he was a genius, and everything that he was speaking about when it comes to the Islamic regime, when it comes to Iran, when it comes to the Shah, when it comes to the revolution, even everything that's happening right now, he predicted all of this years ago, and he was speaking about it on his political channels. Yeah, he is like the godfather. So, you know, even like Murad Vaisi, as intelligent as he is, like Mon Khodabakhshian is like way up here. Yeah. So let me just share a little bit. I'm just gonna wait, where's my comment here? Let me just I'm just going to hide my comment because he, of course, speaks in Persian as well. So I have like the YouTube translation here. Yeah, my understanding is Monuk Khodabakhshian was assassinated. Let's see. I mean, I'm not sure. But yeah, and like we Iranians, we always go back and we watch like Monuk Khodabakhshian's videos. Like, you know, Paravani here is just saying, I just watched one of his videos from 13 years ago. Oh my God, amazing prediction and analysis. Yeah, 100%. He's literally like our modern day Nostradamus when it comes to the geopolitical analysis of what's happening here. Some people say he was, some people say he wasn't. I'm not sure. But anyways, let's go to the video.
تا 2025 چندین دیکتاتور هستن باید برن یکیش خامنه ای.
Wow, guys. Oh my God. Oh my God. He just started. Literally, it just starts with saying by 2025 there are several dictators who must be removed. One of them is Khamenei. Guys, what happened? Oh my gosh, Khamenei was boomed right at the beginning of 2026. I didn't even realize that's how this video was going to start. What? Do you see? Oh my gosh. I haven't even watched this video. I'm doing like a cold watch here. Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, we might have to. So it's a 13-minute video. I feel like we might have to watch the whole thing because this is from years ago. This is from years ago because he passed away. He's not even alive right now. God bless his soul. But yeah, guys, one of our most famous Iranian Armenians is Amu Monuk.
Number 4H یعنی حزب الله، هوتی، حشد الشعبی و حرامیون سوریه کار داره. اول نگاه کنید همه رو به خاک سیاه نشوندن. درسته؟ حتی رفتن عمان رو از حلقه اینا بیرون کشیدن. من یه روز در همین برنامه گفتم حتی شوروی وقتی اومد به شاخ آفریقا، آمریکا خواب براندازی شدید. شما نمیتونی اونجا وارد شی. و رژیم تهران سعی میکرد اون شاخ رو داشته باشه که بتونه دریای سرخ رو ببنده از طور این خوابای ابلهانه است که اینا میبینن. بنابراین همینجوری که اشاره کردی پذیرش و به رسمیت شناختن اسرائیل مهمترین فکته ولی نه.
Look at this. So he's even saying he's like accepting and recognizing Israel is the most important fact.
الان مهمترین فکت در واقع بریدن اون بازوان اختاپوس سبزه. من در همین برنامه اولین
And then he says recognizing Israel is important, but the first thing that needs to be done, like when it comes to the regime, is you have to, you know, cut off, like sever the octopus. No, I don't know when this was. I don't know when this was. Someone said that they watched a video from him for 13 years ago. I don't know when this was from. Shambe 24 Abad. Is that what this is from? Wait, let me see when this was from. I need to like translate this. Sorry, guys. No, this is from years ago. So the caption reads, the late political analyst Manuk Khodabakhshian, in an analysis he conducted years ago, says that by 2025 some dictators must go, one of whom is Ali Khamenei. So this clip was broadcast back in November of 2025, but what he's saying is from years ago. Oh, is this from 2013? Some people are saying this is from 2013. Okay, it could be. I don't know. All I know is this is very old. The video was published recently, but his words are old.
بار گفتم اول میان با پروژه رول بک عقب راندن با داکترین 4H 4 تا اسم هم گفتم حزب الله هوتی اسدالشعبی اول اینا رو پوش میکنن به داخل ایران یعنی تمام اون بازوهای اختاپوس سبز رو میبرن و بعد دفنشون میکنن اینه که الان شما نگاه کنید حتی کربلایی که اینها به عنوان مقصدی برای قدس گذاشته بودن
He passed away in 2019. He passed away in 2019. So he's been gone for a while. And we miss him very much, but we always go and we watch his political analysis because it's like everything that he said is pretty much coming true.
که راه قدس از کربلا میگذره با یک سمفونی ویالون و یک رقص باله در واقع تمام اعتبار اینها فرو ریخت. اینه که شما در واقع در میابید که آمریکایی‌ها همیشه با یک برگ دیگه بازی میکنن و هر دفعه هم شما رو آچماز میکنن. برای همینم نه این کار
Guys, look, he's even saying he's like the Americans are playing with another card and they're always fooling you, right? So when he says fooling you, he's referring to the Islamic regime, right? So he's basically saying, you know, like the Americans always have like a card, like an ace up their sleeve, and what they're presenting you with is not necessarily what's actually happening behind the scenes. So he's basically saying like everything that the United States is doing is basically meant to confuse and fool the Islamic regime.
برای همینم نه این کار آقای ترامپ نه آقای بولتون یک سیستمی هست بهترین انتخاب ها رو میکنه بهترین روش ها رو نشون میده شوروی رو انداختن چین رو به زانو در آوردن حالا میرسن به جمهوری اسلامی ولی اگر الان که ارتش سوریه‌ای وجود نداره دمشق سقوط کنه هر آن اسرائیل میتونه برای همینم قاسم سلیمانی گفته
Whoa, so guys, in 2019 he's saying that what's going to make it possible to go after the Islamic regime is getting rid of Bashar al-Assad. And that's exactly what happened. So you know, was it last year? A couple years ago? Right? Bashar al-Assad was overthrown. And he mentioned President Trump because his prediction was that President Trump is going to overthrow the Islamic regime. That was his prediction. He mentioned Trump and Bolton. Yeah, right. He said, "This is not the work of Mr. Trump or Bolton," right? So he basically he's saying like this is how President Trump was going to Oh, I'm telling you guys, he's literally our modern day Nostradamus when it comes to geopolitics. Everything that he's saying has come true. I don't know. I don't know how he knew these things, guys. I don't know.
برای همینم نه این کار آقای ترامپ نه آقای بولتون یک سیستمی هست بهترین انتخاب ها رو میکنه بهترین روش ها رو نشون میده شوروی رو انداختن چین رو به زانو در آوردن حالا میرسن به جمهوری اسلامی ولی اگر الان که ارتش سوریه‌ای وجود نداره دمشق سقوط کنه هر آن اسرائیل میتونه برای همینم قاسم سلیمانی گفته منتظر باشید اسرائیل ممکنه حماس و به اصطلاح حزب الله رو بکوبه در واقع گامبی بشار اسد گامبی یعنی حذف شدن اینجوری بگیم
Guys, he's even speaking about how Bashar al-Assad is going to be eliminated and Syria is going to be like Bashar al-Assad's going to be overthrown and Israel's going to destroy Hezbollah and then by overthrowing Bashar al-Assad in Syria, that's going to pave the way to go after the Islamic Republic. And guys, this is all before 2019 he was saying this.
آقای بشار اسد میرسه به آچماز شدن رژیم ایران حالا دمشق فرو بریزه اینها رفتن
So guys, he's saying if Damascus is overthrown, the Islamic regime is gone. The Islamic regime is going to collapse.
دمشق فرو بریزه پل ارتباطی با حزب الله قطع خواهد شد. تمام مشکل دنیا با این رژیم بجز اون ایدئولوژی خاص.
So when he says regime, that he's referring to the Islamic regime. So guys, he says when Bashar al-Assad is overthrown, that bridge between the Islamic regime and Hezbollah is gone. Wow, oh my gosh.
مشکل دنیا با این رژیم بجز اون ایدئولوژی خصمانه مقاومتی و نهضتی که به دوزارم نمیارزه همه کشورهای عربی
well, not to arms, but he's like, so he's referring to the Islamic regime. He's like, this ideology of like resistance and jihad, that's not even worth like 2 cents. So he obviously hated the regime just like everyone else.
نابود کرد. اوکی. این موشک هاست. تمام تلاش شطرنج مرگ و زندگی در این خلاصه میشه که این موشک ها رو از دست سپاه بگیرن. شما وارد مذاکره میشید، به نتیجه میرسید، تسلیمشون میکنید، موشک ها رو میگیرید، یه چند تا سردارم تحویل میدید، ساختار هرم قدرت رو به هم میزنید، بازی شروع میشه. بنابراین
Oh my God, guys, that's exactly what's happening right now. That's exactly what's happening right now. So basically, he's saying this is, so he's like, this is the strategy to overthrow the Islamic regime. He's like, you enter. So when he says you enter, like he's, referring to the United States, right? He's like, you enter into negotiations, you come to a conclusion, you force them to surrender. Guys, this is what I have been telling you from the beginning. The only deal that President Trump is interested in is unconditional surrender. Unconditional surrender. That's the deal that President Trump wants. So he's like, America, enter into negotiations, come to a conclusion, force them to surrender. Take their missiles away from them. Hand over a few generals, which by the way, guys, that's what happened because Ghalibaf allegedly gave away the positions of Larijani and a whole bunch of IRGC commanders to the US and Israel, allegedly, in order to gain favor with President Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, right? So hand over to generals, right? Disrupt the power structure, guys. Right now, the entire news cycle is about the factions, right? The power struggle within the Islamic regime. And then he's like, and that's when the game begins, right? So Abu Manuk is basically saying, you enter into negotiations, you force them to surrender, you boom a bunch of their generals, you cause an internal faction, like internal divisions, you cause chaos, you force them to, hand over their missiles. And he's like, and after you've done all of that, that's when the game begins, right? Isn't that insane? Isn't that crazy? Like he was talking about this stuff like over a decade ago. Over a decade ago. President Trump wasn't even president back then. Yeah. Guys, this is what we love, Amumon.
بنابراین من نمیدونم چرا همه پنیک کردن. چرا گفت مذاکره میکنه؟ خب باید مذاکره کنه که اینا رو بیاره پایین. مگه با
Right? So he's saying, I don't understand why everyone's panicking when, he says we have to negotiate. He's like, of course they need to negotiate because the negotiation is what's going to lead them to collapsing. Oh, is it? Okay, this is during the Trump presidency. So this would have been, what, 2016 or something? Is it? Okay, so this is when President Trump was president. Okay. Because someone said it was 2013, but I guess it's not 2013. So this was sometime between 2016 and 2019. I don't know the exact date.
گورباچه مذاکره نکردن. آقا با صدام لاس زدن. ماها لاس زدن. بعد زدن تو سرش. بعدم دستگیرش کردن. اعدامش کردن.
So he's saying, guys, do you remember what they did to Saddam? They negotiated with him. And then they went and they captured him, and then, you know, they basically executed him.
مگه نکردن؟ چرا؟ اوکی. پس بازی‌ها رو خواهش می‌کنم دقیق بخونید.
So he's like, so please, like, understand the game. Understand the political game that's happening here.
شوروی 12,000 موشک اتمی داشت. قوی ترین ابرقدرت بعد از آمریکا بود. تسلیم شد به یه فشار اقتصادی. اینا چی کارن با 6 تا موشک آبکی میخوان مثلا در
Okay, guys, so that is our famous Iranian American number 3, Manuk Khodabakhshian. If you want me to play the full clip, what I'll do is when Armin comes back, I will have میدونم بهترین قسمت مونده. میخوام آرمین بیاد که آرمین ترجمه بکنه. Guys, don't worry. When Armin comes back, I'm going to have Armin go through and do like Armin GPT, okay? Okay. Guys, all right. All the Iranians are okay. Okay, let me play this really quick. Let me play this really quick, and then, but I will have Armin translate the whole thing because Armin GPT is much better. But okay, I will play this really quickly for you guys.
همان ریگانی که دشمن شماره 1 شوروی بود و میگفت به اصطلاح امپراتوری شیطان با آقای گورباچف 3 بار مذاکره کرد.
You know what? Let me just do this. Let me just chat GPT this so that it's just easier for me to translate. Okay.
همان ریگانی که دشمن شماره 1 شوروی بود و میگفت به اصطلاح امپراتوری شیطان با آقای گورباچف 3 بار مذاکره کرد. در ریکجاویک ایسلند مهمترینش بود. رفت مسکو. اوکی؟ حتی به تنهایی با هم در یک جنگلی را رفتن و آقای ریگان و آقای گورباچف پیشنهاد کرد بیا تمام سلاح‌های اتمی رو منحل کنیم. اوکی؟ پس بنابراین یک بازی، یک پروسس. آقای ترامپ هم همین پروسه رو خواهد رفت. اما ضمن اینکه رژیم رو سر انگشت‌های پاش نگه داشته، طرح‌های حاشیه‌ای رو انجام خواهد داد، سایت شوها هم انجام خواهد داد و یک روز رژیم از تو فرو خواهد.
خب پس رژیم باهوش‌تر از آمریکا داره عمل می‌کنه که حاضر نمیشه مذاکره کنه دیگه.
چه بکنید چه نکنید رفتید. I love you. من تنها سوالی که از خودم 40 سال دارم میکنم اینه. شوروی بزرگترین بازیگران شطرنج دنیا رو داشت. چرا به اینا باخت؟ اصلا اینها طوری بازی میکنن که شما رو دستشون بازی میکنن.
Okay. For the Iranians telling me to go watch his video, guys, I've seen all of his videos. I've seen all of his predictions. Why do you think I'm sharing some of his stuff? Amumanuk is great. Believe me, I've seen all of his videos and all of his predictions. Okay, so this is what Manuk Khodabakhshian is saying in this short clip here. So he says, everyone says that the Soviet Union was the #1 enemy and they used to call it the evil empire. But Reagan negotiated with Mr. Gorbachev 3 times. In one of the most important meetings, they even discussed ideology. He went to Moscow, okay? They even stood alone together in a forest, Reagan and Gorbachev, and Reagan proposed, let's eliminate all nuclear weapons. So this shows that it's all a game, a process. And then he says, Mr. Trump will follow the same kind of process. At the same time, while keeping the regime under pressure, okay, guys, this is the important part. At the same time, while keeping the regime under pressure, he will carry out side plans, target certain sites, and eventually a group will bring down the regime. So deal with the US more intelligently. What should be done? How much further can this go? And then someone asks him, the one question I've been asking myself for 4 years, and then he says, the question I've been asking myself for 40 years is this. The Soviet Union had some of the best chess players in the world, so why did they lose? Because sometimes the game is played in a way that makes you think you understand it, when in reality, you are being outplayed. So what Manu Khodabakhshian is saying here is that he believes the strategy that President Trump is going to use is going to be one that's going to ultimately like outplay the Islamic regime. And, whether or not they agree to surrender or whether they, don't agree to a deal, they're done anyway. So that's what that's what happened there. So that's that. And then, okay. Now, my fourth famous Iranian Armenian. Well, okay, so I shouldn't say like my fourth. It's not like, my fourth, like fourth from the list. It's just I'm saving the best for last, okay? And I think you guys probably know who I'm speaking about. Vegan. One of my favorite Iranian Armenians. And of course, saved the best for last. And we're going to play something really quick by Vegan. Because we love Vegan. Okay. Here we go, guys. We know Vegan as like the king of jazz. So there, someone's like, wasn't Vegan also Armenian? Literally, look at my comment. It says famous Iranian Armenian number 4, Vegan Derdarian. So this is, some famous Iranian Armenians. And yeah, so everyone go look him up. He's fantastic, and we love him very much. He passed away recently as well. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, yeah. So this is just keeping in the theme because, we were speaking about the Armenian genocide and, of course, very sad. So I was lifting everyone's moods by sharing some amazing and famous Iranian Armenians because, 50,000 Armenians sought refuge in Iran during the Armenian genocide. And, the Iranians, Armenians also have like a very long shared heritage and history. I know you guys were enjoying the music, but I also don't want to be copyright striked. So now what we're going to do is I want to go to Armin. Armin is not Armenian. Armin is not Armenian. So there's that. But I'm interested to see what Armin has to say. And then after this, we're going to go to 2C's update from this morning because I'm going to need a little bit of a break. And then when Armin comes back, we will go back to the Monuk video and I'll have him translate for you guys.
Armin NAVABI joins me now. Armin, so good to have you. Thank you. Let's see. There's a handful of things I want your take on from on the ground. But first of all, this IRGC threat to cut off internet. What's your take on this? How serious is that?
Well, it is serious to the countries around the Persian Gulf, but it shows how desperate the Islamic Republic is because they can't actually do damage to the people who they're fighting against, which is the Americans and the Israelis. So they're so desperate that they have to threaten the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf, which is, so far it has backfired because they are now lobbying the United States to go for full regime change, given that the Islamic Republic has proven to be.
Oh, guys! Look at this caption! Oh my gosh! He is not holding back. Look at that. Iranian ex-Muslim, anti-Islamic regime activist. He's just going for it. Oh my God. Oh, that's savage. I love that. He just does not care. Hey, you know what? He's speaking to the right audience there. Good for him. Good for him.
Such a threat to their business model, especially the UAE. Even if the Islamic Republic survives this, even if all of these military operations stops, nobody is going to look at the UAE the same way before that they looked at before. So every form of investments or trade or tourism to UAEs, that whole business model is now being threatened. So every single attack against these countries is going to make these countries more determined to lobby the United States to just finish the job completely with the Islamic Republic. And I don't know what they're, this is just their sign of desperation, because they have no, it just shows how very, very little leverage they have against the United States.
What is the understanding on the ground as to who's actually leading these negotiations? Because I know we've talked about this before. You have the IRGC leadership, you have other factions. Unclear who's actually winning this race behind the scenes.
So we have Ghalibaf, we have Vahidi as the head of the IRGC, we have Zolghadr as the member, as the head of the Supreme Security Council, we have Abdullahi as the head of the Khatamul Anbiya, part of the IRGC, we have Najat as the head of Sarullah, we have Musavi as the head of the guy in charge of the missiles and drones. So the most important people right now are Vahidi, Ghalibaf, and Zolghadr. And honestly, I don't think even the Islamic Republic really knows who's in charge, because there's technically nobody is in charge. Everybody has their own level of influence, and they're competing against each other. Mujtaba is nowhere to be seen, and Mujtaba is the only source for Ghalibaf's influence right now, him claiming that Mujtaba Khamenei is endorsing whatever he's doing. I think he's making that up, but that's the only reason why he has any influence right now. But this is a power struggle, and this is why President Trump's ceasefire and the blockade is working very well. I think the Islamic Republic prefers actually fighting in the battlefield rather than the negotiating table, because the pro-regime people actually become more united in the middle of the battlefield. There is no rally around the flag effect, unlike what many Western commentators will tell you. The vast majority of the Iranian people will always be against the regime, because especially after what they experienced in early January. But in the middle of a battlefield, if you're actually fighting, it does unite that 5%, maybe less than 5% pro-regime people. It does unite them, and the ceasefire and the blockade is actually dividing them and is turning them against each other. And that's why the blockade and the ceasefire is working very well so far. It's actually a very efficient, less costly way for President Trump to harm them without the cost of the military operation and without the risking American lives. It saves it. President Trump prefers this method because it saves the infrastructure of the Iranian people for the Iranian people. And if it's turning the regime against itself, then why stop? Why give an excuse for a unity with the regime followers? Why stop them when they're fighting against each other? So, and it's also it's really getting them.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Armin is a wealth of knowledge and information, but he needs to slow it down and take a breath, because he's just like, he goes on this rant. Listen, everything he's saying is 100% accurate, but for people who like you guys, because you guys have been watching the live stream for like the last 118 days, you guys know everything that's going on. But for people who are new to this, right? Like, he has to take a little bit of a break, but it's really good. Like, it's very, very informative.
Complete bankruptcy very soon if it's successful.
Well, certainly the window of time for Iran to hold out, the regime to hold out here, is closing. But I wanted to raise another.
Yeah, see, like this is exactly it, right? So Andrew's saying He did great. We followed this, but it would exactly. So the thing when it comes to like, you know, news interviews, you have to know your audience. So Armin here, like amazing, like everything is 100%, but because you know what, I'm actually gonna blame you guys. I'm blaming all of you. I'm blaming you guys who are watching for this. You know why? I'll explain why. Because you guys have spoiled me and Armin. Why? Because you guys are incredibly smart and intelligent, and because you have been following along with everything that we're saying, you guys already know everything that's going on. So, you know, Armin can just, yeah, it's your fault. Armin can just like say something and he can go on a rant because he knows that you guys get it, because he knows that you guys already know the context. You know, everything that's going on behind the scenes. You guys know, everything that's going on, right? So you guys have spoiled him. It's your fault because now Armin has forgotten that when he's on like a media, he's dealing with a new audience. So he has to like go back to like the 101. So I'm blaming you guys. You guys are too smart. Yeah, we love you guys. We love you guys. Oh yeah, I'm blaming you all. So that's all it is. That's all it is. Like that's one of the important things about media interviews is you have to know your audience. So Armin is assuming that the audience who's going to watch this news clip is as smart as you guys, right? He's assuming that the people who are going to be watching that interview are as smart and intelligent and knowledgeable as you guys, which is why, this is happening. But other than that, like, it's fantastic. But you're right. Like, if this was, for someone who's not familiar with what's going on, it could seem a little bit overwhelming.
Item that just came out in the last few hours, President Trump took to Truth Social, and he's been advocating for a few days now for the regime to put off the execution of 8 Iranian women protesters. He reposted a picture of all of them, urging the regime to cease their plans to execute these women. And he posted earlier today, good news, I have just been informed the 8 women protesters who are going to be executed tonight in Iran will no longer be killed. Do we know that for sure?
We don't know that for sure, but the fact that these women are now, like, we know that President Trump has saved these women for now. It's possible that the Islamic Republic might want to execute them later, but it is true that President Trump so far has saved these women's lives, and it shows that President Trump is concerned about the Iranian people. Nobody is like, other people are not paying attention to the suffering of the Iranian people, and President Trump brings the attention of world media back to it every single time. And by President Trump talking about these women, he's not just saving these women's lives, he's bringing the attention to the brutality of the Islamic Republic as a whole. So many people so many people talk about everybody except the Iranian people and their suffering, and President Trump does a really good job bringing the attention back to that. But every time he highlights that, like, it's really easy to dismiss the Iranian people because they're not armed. Everybody else, like Americans, are armed, Israelis are armed, Hashd al-Shabi is armed, Hezbollah is armed, so they're always part of the conversation. But it's really easy for people to just forget the Iranian people, and we're just so grateful to President Trump with bringing the attention back to them, which is also a reminder for how ridiculous it is for people to suggest that President Trump wanted to do a genocide upon the Iranian people because of the comment he made regarding ending the civilization. It's very obvious he was talking about the Islamic regime, given how much concerned he is about these 8 women and how much he's trying to avoid destroying the infrastructure. It does show that President Trump does care about the Iranian people and wants to find a way to do all of this without hurting them.
Everyone's on pins and needles, awaiting what happens in the next chapters, who emerges as the faces of who we are negotiating with. But at least in terms of these 8 women, it's to your point, President Trump is talking about them, and he may well have saved their lives. Armin, NAVABI, thank you very much for the time. We appreciate it.
Who's with the finger?
One last thing is that we need to continue talking about these women, because the only reason why the Islamic Republic has not executed them is because the international attention. But if the international attention stops, they might get executed. So just want to say, continue talking about them. And thank you, President Trump. And thank you for having me.
Coming up, we continue to highlight.
Oh, that was amazing. I'm so proud of Armin. That was so good. Oh, Armin, you do us proud. Wait, why did I just repost this? Let me quote this. There we go. Okay. Oh, very, very proud of Armin. Okay, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. So let me just pull up to CTV and then we're going to get started, okay? When you least expect it. When you least expect it. All right, but we're going to 2CTV. I'm going to take a bit of a break, and then I'll be back. I'll be back with Armin when 2C's done, so that we can continue. And guys, this is from this morning, so this is an older live stream, but he does give a good summary of everything that's been going on. And of course, we've already highlighted some of the more breaking news.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2CTV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from Washington, D.C. As we are now going to go live to the Pentagon, as we have our live feed. The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and General Kane will be making an announcement to the public. And of course, I believe we're expecting the members of the press and media to also ask some questions. Before we get to that, that's going to start in the next couple of minutes, next few minutes. Let's give you guys the latest update. We have just received some breaking news over the last few minutes before we came live. The Islamic Republic of Iran have now begged the Americans to resume the talks in Islamabad, Pakistan, from tomorrow, Saturday, the 25th of April. Now, I'm going to explain why this could be a bit of a problem for the IRGC, but this is the only card they have left to play. Meanwhile, we've got the three strike groups, USS aircraft carriers, the Lincoln, Ford, and Bush, have all now officially arrived in the Middle East. The Italians have also confirmed that they will be deploying, finally, 4 Navy ships to assist the Americans in the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, the whole operation. President Trump is also considering to punish the NATO members in Europe who have been acting against the United States, including Spain, to be potentially suspended as a NATO member. And of course, the IRGC have now been exposed for using the Afghans, the proxy militants, jihadis, to execute the coup inside the regime. All right, so we are just keeping an eye on the situation in DC, and the moment, of course, Pete Hegseth and General Kane arrive, we're going to go live to that press conference. Having said that, the biggest things are happening behind the scenes. 3 carrier strike groups are now in the Middle East for the first time since the start of the war in Iraq in 2003. We have never had three all at the same time. So we have USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Gerald R. Ford, and USS George H.W. Bush. They are now all operating in the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility of CENTCOM. Obviously, tensions continue. We also have had, from the American side, over 15,000 Marines and sailors who have now been deployed, obviously combined with everything else that they already have in place in the region. They are not playing around. And of course, that has put enough pressure on the Islamic Republic to, as I said a few minutes ago, to go to the Pakistanis, to send a message to the Americans, to beg them, to give them one last chance to negotiate a surrender deal. But again, it's just because they negotiate doesn't necessarily mean that they are willing to sign the surrender deal. It's going to be very difficult for the Islamic Republic to even keep unity inside their own regime. If one person says yes, the others might say no. So it's all over the place at this point. Meanwhile, the Italian government and Giorgia Meloni has now confirmed that the Italian Navy will be deploying 4 ships to the Middle East to help the Americans in the Strait of Hormuz to clear out the sea mines that have allegedly been placed by the IRGC Navy and the terrorists. Of course, we have to still get some confirmation on what the situation is with this whole mine saga, because we are unsure, because we've had a lot of vessels and tankers to go through, going through the Strait of Hormuz, and nobody has been hit, let's just say. And the tensions between the Americans and the rest of the NATO membership is also escalating rapidly. President Trump is now considering various options in order to punish the Europeans who have been acting against the Americans. That includes suspending Spain as a member of NATO. Now, that is a major escalation, of course. The rest of the NATO membership are not going to be happy about this. But the Americans call the shots. If they are the ones paying most of the funds into the NATO budget, and they are also strategically the leaders of NATO, I don't think Mark Rutte will have any choice. They can obviously have their objections. And I think obviously this is a carrot and stick sort of situation. Spain is not really going to be suspended as a NATO member, but it's just to put more pressure on the Europeans. That also includes what the Americans call reassessing the possession of the Falkland Islands, that currently obviously is controlled by the United Kingdom as part of the British overseas territories since the British Empire days. So that is also now on the table, but again, doesn't necessarily mean it will happen. This is just President Trump doing carrots and sticks, currently using his stick against the NATO until they play ball, and eventually he will give them a tiny bit of carrot to continue. There is an update from inside Iran as well, which we have, but we're just waiting for the Secretary of War and General Kane to arrive imminently to give us the latest update on the US military and the whole operation in the Middle East. But let's just quickly read this update from Iran while we're here. This is big thanks to Aida Turan for this finding. The message from Iran is this. This is an update from inside the IRGC. I've been scrolling through the IRGC regime channels and their social media lately, the same ones who brag about hunting down protesters under Khamenei's jihad orders. Slowly, it's sinking in for them that they got played hard. These are the people in the regime, the supporters of the regime. They are getting extremely paranoid and keep accusing each other of being coup plotters, spies, or traitors. The funniest comment I read, and something I hadn't seen, I hadn't even thought of myself, is this. Those forces that they brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan were not for the protesters. Obviously, until now, we've been thinking that they brought in the proxies from all these foreign countries in order to stop the next uprising when the Iranian people rise up. But apparently that's not the only function that they have. This person from the IRGC says, they were for us. Otherwise, why would Israel not hit them during the war when they were right in the line of fire? It was a sharp, spot-on observation, and I think it's true that over the past decade, the regime brought in millions of Afghans to act as the people's army defending them. The IRGC trained the Afghan Shia fighters and sent them to Syria to fight for Bashar al-Assad. Then after Assad fell, they brought many of them back inside Iran to help suppress the protests. Right after the 12-day war last summer, there we go, they're going to come in a moment. At least 1.5 million Afghans were kicked out of the country quickly and forcibly. And we did report this about a year ago, less than a year ago, where there was a mass deportation of Afghans from Iran. They were accused of spying for Israel. Clearly, they got scared because they know a mercenary army isn't truly loyal to them. At the end of the day, they are foreign forces. You pay them, they are loyal. If you don't pay them, they're not loyal. This person continues saying, since the war started, a fresh wave of Afghan Shia militias had been coming in anyway, and they didn't get hit by the US or Israel. The IRGC Basij members are finally doing their maths. Too bad. Get ready for a coup d'etat, one led by defectors inside the regime, coordinated with Israel or the United States, and purge the hardliners and their Basijis. So this is again the assessment of some of the people inside the regime who are so paranoid, everybody's so paranoid, that not only they're blaming each other, they now think that, there we go, where we got the Secretary of War. Let's quickly go to the White House.
Well, good morning.
Oh.
Unlike the endless wars of the past that dragged on for years and for decades with little to show for it, Operation Epic Fury has delivered a decisive military results in just weeks. Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, as the president has pointed out, all took years, decades, vague missions, shifting sands, little to show for it. Operation Epic Fury has been laser focused from the very start, as I've said to all of you. Clear mission objectives, and ultimately Iran will not weapon. It's a bold and dangerous mission, a gift to the world.
Sorry, guys.
Historic. Courtesy
What's
of a
happening?
bold and historic president. That mission continues today in this new phase as Iran has an important choice, a chance to make a deal, a good deal, a wise deal. As part of that effort, the United States has imposed an ironclad blockade that grows more powerful by the day. From the Gulf of Oman to the open oceans, our Navy is enforcing this blockade without hesitation or apology. Now, as usual, there's a lot of false information out there. I'll say this, every ship that the U.S. believes meets our criteria, either Iranian ships or to and from Iranian ports, has been turned around. As of this morning, 34 total. Non-Iranian vessels are allowed to transit, and many have, including overnight. Not only is the blockade growing, in fact, a second aircraft carrier will join the blockade in just a few days, but this growing blockade is also gone global. Just this week, we seized 2 Iranian dark fleet ships in the Indo-Pacific region that had left Iranian ports before the blockade went into effect. They thought they'd made it out just in time. They did not. We seized their sanctioned ships, and we will seize more. Our blockade is growing and going global. America's military is unmatched, projecting power, denying passage to adversaries, and protecting our interest at the time and place of our choosing. No one sails from the Strait of Hormuz to anywhere in the world without the permission of the United States Navy. To the regime in Tehran, the blockade is tightening by the hour. We are in control, nothing in, nothing out. Iran's battered military, the IRGC specifically, has been reduced to a gang of pirates with a flag. They cloak their aggression in slogans, but the world now sees them for what they are, criminals on the high seas. They don't control anything. They're acting like pirates, acting like terrorists. They're the ones who lay indiscriminate mines, who shoot at random ships, who killed 45,000 of their own people, innocent protesters in the course of weeks, their own people. They are the bad actors. The vessels that the Iranians seized in recent days, a couple of them, they're not American ships. They're not Israeli ships. They're just random ships that drove where they drove their little speedboats up to and shot at those ships with AK-47s. Anyone with a speedboat, a gun, and the wrong intentions can do that. They know that we, the United States of America, control the flow of global shipping. And we know that they know. Their real navy is at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf. It's worth saying again, for 47 years, Iran has been at war with America, killing our citizens, our soldiers, and our allies, while previous administrations looked the other way. The real endless war is the war that Iran has waged on us for 47 years. President Trump is the only president with the guts and moral clarity to finally do something about it. I see it every day behind closed doors. President Trump's fortitude is unshakable and his mission is crystal clear. President Trump said it again yesterday. We have all the time in the world, and we're not anxious for a deal. And I hear him say it every day in private as well. Iran knows that they still have an open window to choose wisely. As we said previously, choose wisely at the negotiating table. All they have to do is abandon a nuclear weapon in meaningful and verifiable ways, or instead they can watch their regime's fragile economic state collapse under the unrelenting pressure of American power. A blockade as long as it takes, whatever President Trump decides. Because the bottom line remains the bottom line. Iran will never get a nuclear bomb. The choice is theirs, but with this blockade, the clock is not on their side. Moreover, President Trump has authorized the United States Navy to destroy any Iranian fast boats that attempt to put mines in the water or disrupt passage through the Strait of Hormuz, to shoot and kill. Our commanders have clear rules of engagement. If Iran is putting mines in the water or otherwise threatening American commercial shipping or American forces, we will shoot to destroy. No hesitation, just like the drug boats in the Caribbean. It's also worth saying, this should not be America's fight alone. We barely use the Strait of Hormuz as a country. Our energy doesn't flow through there, and we have plenty of energy. Just look at the new global Congo line headed to Texas, a beautiful picture. Europe and Asia have benefited from our protection for decades, but the time for free riding is over. America and the free world deserve allies who are capable, who are loyal, and who understand that being an ally is not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. We are not counting on Europe, but they need the Strait of Hormuz much more than we do, and might want to start doing less talking and having less fancy conferences in Europe and get in a boat. This is much more their fight than ours. On this core mission, America's will is unshakable, our capabilities unmatched. Our blockade is only growing and going global. And as the president said, we have all the time in the world. Iran has a historic chance to make a serious deal, and the ball is in their court. Either way, the War Department stands ready for what comes next, locked and loaded. May God continue to bless our warriors each and every day and on each and every mission. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today marks 55 days since the President of the United States ordered major combat operations against Iran. Today and this morning, the Joint Force remains postured and prepared to recommence major combat operations on the order of the President. On April 8th, the President announced a ceasefire, and last week, at the President's direction and on order of the Secretary, U.S. CENTCOM began enforcing a blockade against all commercial vessels going into and out of Iran and their ports. Simultaneously, the U.S. military, in support of the U.S. Department of Justice, was ordered to conduct maritime interdiction operations against sanctioned and dark fleet vessels globally. This operation also began on April 8th. And what I'd like to do this morning is update all of you on those actions and activities. First, as I mentioned, U.S. Central Command continues to maintain a strict blockade on all the ports. We're enforcing the blockade across the board against any ship of any nationality that is transiting to or from an Iranian port or territory. We're closely tracking vessels of interest headed towards Iran and those moving away from Iran that were outside the blockade area when this blockade was ordered. And as everyone saw this past weekend, we're prepared and postured to intercept them. As of this morning, 34 ships have met the U.S. blockade and made the wise choice to turn around. One ship did not, and that ship was the motor vessel Tuska. Over several hours this past Sunday, April 19th, the U.S. conducted maritime interdiction operations against the Tuska, whose crew attempted to breach the blockade line. The Tuska is a large container ship, about 965 feet long, or about the same size as a United States Navy aircraft carrier, and over 100 feet wide. The operation began about 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time when the United States Navy destroyer approached her, and the crew and the vessel ignored warnings. And I've described how the destroyer force is operating in the area prior. Upon intercept and coming within visual range, American forces began to issue several clear and unambiguous warnings and inform the vessel and their crew that they were in a violation of the U.S. blockade and directed the ship to turn around. Over a 6-hour period, the vessel and her crew repeatedly ignored U.S. warnings. And then the U.S. Navy destroyer executed a series of pre-planned, carefully calibrated escalation options, including firing 5 warning shots. The vessel and her crew continued to ignore warnings. And after exhausting all other measures, CENTCOM authorized disabling fire against the Tuska. U.S. sailors warned the crew of the Tuska to abandon the engine room, and at approximately 9 a.m. Eastern Time, the destroyer disabled the Tuska's engine by firing 9 inert rounds from the destroyer's Mark 45 5-inch guns precisely into the engine room and engine space on board the Tuska. Not surprisingly, the vessel then reported issues with their engine, went dead in the water, and began to comply with U.S. directions and orders. At 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, CENTCOM ordered United States Marines to seize the ship. Via helicopters, U.S. Marines maneuvered quickly to the disabled ship, boarded her from fast ropes via helicopter infiltration methods, and took custody of the ship. The ship and her crew remain safe in U.S. custody today. Let me now turn to global operations in the Pacific, and I want to highlight that this is a major interagency effort between the United States military, the White House, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. On Monday, April 20th, U.S. Indo-PACOM forces, in support of a Department of Justice request, interdicted the motor tanker Tiffany, which was transporting sanctioned Iranian oil. The Tiffany is a very large crude tanker, VLCC for short, and is also about the size of a U.S. aircraft carrier and capable of transporting approximately 2 million barrels of oil. At approximately 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. military forces and law enforcement forces also went to the ship via rotary wing platforms, fast roped onto her deck, and secured her. After the ship was secured, a U.S. Navy control team embarked aboard the Tiffany, and assumed control of the ship at 4 a.m. Eastern Time on April 21st. A Navy control team is comprised of sailors led by a boarding officer that assumes control of a seized ship in order to secure the crew, the cargo, and the vessel. And disposition of that first vessel is still pending. The next interdiction occurred on Wednesday, this past Wednesday, 22 April, when Indo-PACOM conducted yet another interdiction, again at the request of the U.S. Department of Justice. This time, the stateless motor tanker Majestic X, also known as the Ponix, also in the Indian Ocean. This is again a VLCC, or very large crude tanker. At approximately 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S. forces began the interdiction, again using rotary wing assets to get to the ship, got on board, and secured the bridge. Both ships, the Tiffany, the Majestic X, and their crews remain in U.S. custody. And we will continue to conduct similar maritime interdiction actions and activities in the Pacific and Indian Oceans against Iranian ships and vessels of the Dark Fleet. The actions by our service members and our law enforcement partners demonstrate the incredible discipline and dedication and professionalism of our joint force and highlight the global reach of American combat power. The joint force remains on ensuring the Iranian regime cannot harm our interests or those of our allies and partners. And I'll highlight that Iran has repeatedly sought to offensively and proactively expand the conflict by aggression against its neighbors and its attacks on global shipping through the Strait. To date, Iran has attacked 5 merchant vessels, seized 2 of them that were attempting to transit the Strait. And these include ships that Iran itself had cleared to proceed. Now, as I always do, I want to honor members of the Joint Force. Today, I want to highlight and proudly describe the essential role of our intelligence enterprise and the role that they play in conducting our military operations. The totality of their work is the culmination of days, months, and in many cases, years of work by our uniformed and civilian intelligence professionals. We have been able to do the work that we are ordered to do because America's intelligence force, including our core collectors and analysts, have spent decades searching for every loose thread. From the determination of a particular intelligence requirement to that piece of intelligence being collected in the field by a military or interagency case officer, to the rigorous analysis that goes into reporting on that finding, those team members spend their careers answering the incredibly important questions that we must attempt to answer before, during, and after operations. They live in the enemy's mind. Normally located behind the green door, behind the vault door, in dark windowless rooms across the world, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, are world-class intel members from DIA, our service intelligence components, NSA, NGA, CIA, NRO, and in the case of the operations that I've just described, the Office of Naval Intelligence, all work tirelessly to sift through the mountains of collected information using tools, tactics, techniques, and procedures that I'm not going to discuss today. The sun never sets on these world-class professionals, and their goal is every minute of every day to be on the account. And they know the enemy. They know their combat capability, their weapons, their industrial and economic systems, and they know their leaders' pattern of life, where they go, what they think, and what they do. Thanks to their work, we know Iran, and it is an incredible work that they do. Again, none of our operations that we've conducted during my time in this job could have done but could have been done without the service of these intelligence professionals. And the distance from those core collectors and those analysts to those Patriot crews who are defending U.S. forces forward or the fighter pilots is incredibly small. Every single day, as their mottos say, they are committed to excellence in the defense of the nation and to securing the future, and they're doing the work of the nation. Before I close, as I do every time, I want to highlight and remember our fallen. Today, I want to highlight the 63 victims of the terrorist bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, which occurred 43 years ago, just a few days ago, on April 18th, 1983. At that time, this was the deadliest attack on a U.S. diplomatic mission, and this was the first attack conducted by Iranian-backed forces on Americans. The suicide bomber detonated a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device out in front of the embassy, killing 63 innocent people, including 32 Lebanese, 14 visitors, and 17 Americans. And among those lost, members of the joint force to include 3 Army soldiers and 1 United States Marine. We remember their names: Sergeant First Class Richard Twine, Staff Sergeant Ben Maxwell, Staff Sergeant Mark Salazar, and United States Marine Corporal Vincent McMaw. Today we remember them. We carry on their memory and the memory of all our fallen, and remain grateful for their sacrifice and that of their families who continue to show us what courage looks like. As we continue to press forward and maintain these operations, the Secretary, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and I are deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, and commitment and grit of the 2.8 million members of our joint force. The Secretary and I thank every member of the joint force engaged in this operation, every warrior who remains deployed or who is supporting from here at home. Thank you to, and thank you to your families. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Thank you. In your estimation, have there been increased or decreased instances of Iranian vessels either approaching or trying to breach the blockade the longer it is in effect? And another question about the mine threat. Has the mine threat been neutralized enough to facilitate freer flow in the straits?
Well, to the second question, first of all, we are seeing vessels transiting. There are paths that are open. And part of what the president is threatening is ensuring if there's attempts to recklessly and irresponsibly lay more mines, we're going to deal with that. It's a violation of the ceasefire. So transit is occurring, much more limited than anybody would like to see, and with more risk than people would like to see. But that's because Iran is doing irresponsible things with small fast boats, crafts, like I said, with weapons on them. These are commercial ships, in some cases cruise ships that came through being threatened by these. So as far as breaching the blockade, it's been a pretty consistent. There were a number of ships at the beginning. Then you had the interdiction that the chairman described, where we took out the engine room and disabled that ship. I think that sent a very clear sign that this is not a fake blockade. This is a real full blockade. We'll use up to and including lethal force if necessary. And that stopped, and other ships have taken note of that. So any ships that have attempted, there's been levels of escalation, but none that far, and they've turned around. Absolutely. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zier, Real America's Voice. To follow up on Alexandra's question, how big are these mine-laying boats? Can they be achieved from fast boats? And I wanted to follow up my last week question about as jet fuel stocks in Europe reportedly are only about 6 weeks left. They get most of their jet fuel from the Gulf. Have any European countries reached out to assist in cordoning off the strait and participating in escorts?
I know there's a lot of talks. You saw I would call it a silly conference in Europe last week, where they got together and talking about maybe doing something eventually when things are done. Those are not serious efforts yet. We would welcome that. We would welcome a serious European effort to do something about this strait and this passage, considering it's their energy capabilities that are most at stake. I think it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call for countries around the world. Either you have capabilities or you don't. Otherwise, you're at the behest of a country like Iran, and the only country that can do something about it is the United States military. You want to talk about the mines and the small crafts?
They have a variety of smaller Boston whaler sized boats. We have forces up there deterring and preventing them from continuing to do that, and we'll continue to do so pursuant to the orders of the Secretary and the President.
But it would reckless mining like that is a violation of the
Unwise
ceasefire,
to do that,
and very unwise to do. Absolutely, Jerry.
Thank you. Pope Leo has made some strident comments about the war in Iran, and the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops recently put out a statement suggesting that the war does not fit the requirements of just war theory. And I wondered if the Pentagon had thought about this war against the terrorist regime in Iran in terms of the framework of a just war, and if either one of you could talk about that. And then just my second question would be, the Pentagon recently, this week, gave well-deserved award upgrades to the members of Gulf Company 2-1 Marines who served at HKI and Abbey Gate during the withdrawal and evacuation. I wonder if you, Mr. Secretary, could speak a little bit about that and maybe give us a little bit more in terms of what to expect from this Afghanistan review in terms of further proper recognition and proper accountability.
On the first question, Pope's going to do his thing. That's fine. We know what our mission is. We know what authority we have. We're very clear about that. We follow that. The orders of the president. We've got lawyers all over the place looking at what we're doing and why we're doing it and giving us every authority necessary under the Constitution and under our laws to execute it. So we feel very confident across the spectrum about what we're doing and why we're doing and the legal justification that we're following in order to do it. You mentioned the Marines at Abbey Gate. And what we've undertaken at this department is a historic Afghanistan review. So we have, over the course of months, reviewed what happened leading up to and including the events at Abbey Gate and the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan. There's never actually been a full accounting in this department of the decisions that were made. There's been sort of papered over congressional attempts, but never a real deep dive where we brought everybody in to talk about what happened and why it happened. That has happened. That review will come later this summer, and I think you'll find it to be probably the most comprehensive review this department has ever done about a single series of events. And it's because the cascading effect of what Joe Biden did in abandoning that mission the way that he did and that disastrous withdrawal had ripple effects for our military, for our country, and for the world. That's why reestablishing deterrence is one of the core pillars of what we've been doing at the War Department, because the world looked at that disaster and made choices. Vladimir Putin made choices. Hamas made choices and saw that America wouldn't do anything about it. Houthis shot at ships. They made choices because Joe Biden and his administration were seen as feckless and weak. And that withdrawal was a part of what the world saw, people hanging to planes as we fled. That deserves a full accounting, which is exactly what we're doing. Sean Parnell, our chief spokesman, one of my senior advisors, has been leading that effort, getting to the bottom of it. And one of the revelations was that those Marines at Abbey Gate who showed courage, who were out there exposed, knew there was a threat, nebulous mission, the only gate that's open, did not receive the kind of proper recognition they should have for their heroism. So one of the early results of this Afghan review is to ensure they get the due recognition and award they deserve for the heroism and courage they showed at that gate. Despite the bad decisions of this building and that administration, those Marines acted heroically, and we're going to recognize them for that. Sure. Thank you. Yeah, right here.
Thank you. Michael Casey with O'Keefe Media Group. Earlier this week, James O'Keefe published a story on Department of Army Nuclear Chief Andrew Hugg, who revealed top secret national security information to a stranger he met on a dating app. Will you defer Mr. Hugg for termination and prosecution?
Yeah, he won't work here anymore.
And given the revelations,
It's an easy one.
Will any changes be made to the current anti-espionage training for all Department of War employees now, given this?
Well, we're always on the lookout for CI threats, any internal threats, anyone talking out of school about things they should not. We take leaking very seriously here, informally or formally, which is why some of the reporting done by some of the people in here is incredibly problematic. They're willing to publish things based on classified information that would potentially harm those in harm's way. And we think them doing so is incredibly irresponsible and unpatriotic. And it would encourage members of the press to think twice about the lives they're affecting when they publish things in their publications like the New York Times.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
right here.
Was the Tuska carrying single-use equipment to China?
Sir, so I'm sorry, the question's right here.
Thank you. Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Earlier this week on that topic, there was a report, I believe, with the Washington Post that the Pentagon had briefed Congress that it could take up to 6 months to fully sweep the Strait of Hormuz for mines. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit more on the specifics of the timeline, the range of time that it could take, and then just a general idea of how many mines have been placed.
We would not speculate on a timeline. I saw that report. It was based on, again, another leak from a closed door session, which was supposed to be classified. And apparently, allegedly, that was something that was said about we feel confident in our ability in the correct period of time to clear any mines that we identify. And would encourage other countries to be a part of such an effort as well. But we're tracking that very closely. Mr. Chairman, do you want to add anything to that?
No, sir. I think you covered it.
Right here, new members of our press corps here.
Jacob Wasserman with TMZ DC. We have two questions. I'm going to ask the first. My colleague will ask the second. You know, I've heard you talk a lot about bombing.
We'll see.
Sorry?
We'll see.
Okay. I've heard you talk a lot about bombing people and places. And when you give these orders to carry out this extreme level of violence, what's going through your mind and your body? Do you have like an adrenaline rush? Are you scared? Do you feel like you're on a power trip? Just walk us through and paint us a picture of what it feels like mentally and physically.
It's a very TMZ question. My only thought process is to ensure that our warfighters have everything they need to be successful, defeat and destroy the enemy, and they come home.
That was the most TMZ question.
I want them to feel empowered, to have every authority they need within our rules and within our law to bring maximum violence to the enemy. Because war is violent, war requires doing difficult things, but I want our people to feel empowered, so it's our guys that come home and their guys that do not.
And
Sure, I'll
second
give you
question,
one chance.
Charlie Cotton from Teams EDC. You
Another one.
changed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Would you consider changing the name again to the Department of Peace, since that's what we're all after?
Well, that's the pursuit. It's a great question, actually. You go from defense to war because you want to be proactive about peace through strength. And really, I gave a speech in front of generals about what the ethos of the War Department is all about, because I wanted to go through every echelon
What are these
of
questions?
this department. It means something. It's not just words. And when you fight a war the right way, the idea is on the other side, you bring about peace. That is what we'd like to see the most. In fact, I once did a video about the one institution that should win the Nobel Peace Prize every single year is the United States military, because we are the guarantor of the safety and security of not just of our country, but of a lot of people in this world. Last question. Yes,
He's
sir.
just trolling them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I do appreciate your time. Since February 28, 725 drones and missiles have hit the Kurdistan region as your loyal ally, killing 22 people and injuring 100 others. Even after the ceasefire, Mr. Secretary, 20 more attacks were carried out. My question is, does that ceasefire include Iraq and the Kurdistan region? And really, what is your clear policy toward proxies? Why I am asking this question, by President Masoud Barzani's statement, 5 times targeting his office, even targeting President of Kurdistan region residents in the Hague City.
We watch it very closely. And
He's making a speech.
That area and those folks, the Kurds, deal with a lot of what the IAMGs or the proxies are capable of doing. And a reminder of the reverberating effect of this Iranian regime. It's not just what it does to its own people, killing 45,000 of its own citizens just recently, but it's also the terror they've brought to the region. And so getting a good deal and making sure they can't wield a nuclear weapon over top of those proxies is why this mission is such an important one. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So this is interesting. So the biggest, major updates that we had from this press conference were two points. One was the ability that the United States military have in place. They now have the 3 main aircraft carriers who are now in the region, but also the US intel thanks to obviously CIA and others, have managed to create the preparation in terms of obviously the target list and everything else. If the IRGC don't realize that the ball is in their court, then they're going to be in trouble. So as we said, we do have the breaking news that Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, has begged the Americans to come back to the negotiating table tomorrow, Saturday, the 25th of April. Apparently, the foreign minister will be arriving in Pakistan tonight. But again, we will wait for that to actually happen before anybody gets excited. Having said that, this doesn't necessarily mean that the Islamic Republic will definitely sign the surrender deal, because obviously it will be the end of them if they sign the deal. And if they don't sign the deal, then it will still be the end of them, but it will just going to take some time because the military operation will have to resume regardless. So obviously we will keep you guys posted with the full live coverage of the potential negotiations tomorrow, Saturday. And if something happens tonight. Rory says, hi, did Donald Trump say something about the Falkland Islands? The only thing he said is the one we already mentioned in this live stream. Argentina has all the cards on taking the Falklands right now. Not really, because the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, is there against war. Brazil and Chile have both said that the Falklands belong to Argentina. I don't see Tutia Kier sending HMS Dragon to defend the Falklands. No, the Britain will not. The British government will not defend the Falklands Islands. It's not the 80s anymore, unfortunately. But Javier Milei has repeatedly said that he's not going to take the Falkland Islands by force, only through negotiations, because obviously he's a libertarian. So it's not going to happen. Less fancy conferences and get in the boat. Sarcasm on high this morning. I love his energy. Do they have protective belts for goats? That reminded me of that stupid question. How does it feel when you order to kill? Ooh, does it feel good? Power trip. Who are these idiots? TMZ DC. On the Tusco, they found the boxes of Victoria's Secret lingerie addressed to... Greetings from Swedenstan. God bless President Trump and all you awesome and patriotic voters. Thank you so much for voting MAGA. Brilliant. Thank you, Swedenstan. That's on US cancer. Yes, we did receive the update that the Prime Minister of Israel has gone through a cancer treatment, prostate, I believe. So we don't know what stage or what sort of conditions for now, but we will get more information on that. All right, so this was the latest announcement by the Secretary of War and General Kane. The two main points is that all the...
Welcome back, Armin.
Hi.
How was your discussion group?
Oh my God, it was so good. It was so good. We
Yeah?
discussed
What did you
so many
guys talk
things.
about?
Yeah, a lot of people wanted to talk about Princess of Pahlavi, him being attacked, and the way that their journalists treated him. A lot of people had some really strong opinions regarding his video that we played. They wanted to share their frustration with European countries. Some people were from Europe, and they wanted to also talk about how that is frustrates them. So there was a lot of talk about that. We talked a lot about the internal politics of the Islamic Republic. We talked about the next phases of the military operations, what might come next. So yeah.
Okay. We had an interesting 2 hours as well while you were gone. So we obviously played the entire Q&A update from Pete Hegseth and the Department of War. So we played that, and then someone in my Discord. Wait, X needs moderation. All right, okay. Sorry guys. Is there a troll in X? Okay, I'm coming. Who is it? Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting rid of them. Yeah, who are these people? Like, where do they even come from? They're like cockroaches. They come out once in a while, and I just have to go in with like a dampai and just like smush the cockroach.
Ban
Okay. All right. I
Goldie, do you have echo cancellation on StreamYard in your audio?
yeah, I turned on.
Okay.
Why do I have an echo right now?
No. I mean, just a little bit, and also background noise cancellation. You also turn that
I
on.
have both on. Should I like?
Okay.
Should I like? How do I like? Do I reduce the sensitivity on my microphone?
Maybe it's just for me. Maybe it's just for me. Maybe the audience. Guys, is there any difference between my audio quality and Goldie's? Because if the audience is not experiencing it, it might be just from my end.
I mean, what if I like lower? Is this lowering the volume on? Is this lowering the volume on my mic?
You're lowering the gain.
So is there?
Oh my God, Goldie! I think it's better now. I don't know what you did, but it's better. People say yes, and they don't know. I don't know what they're saying yes to. That Goldie's audio is
There's like
the
this
same
thing.
or worse.
There's this thing, and I just lowered it. I don't know. I just
I
turned
think
it
for
down.
me, it became better, but maybe for other people it didn't change. Yeah. All right, but people look at this, Goldie. Look at this. People are reporting on you. Twice. Oh my God, you're so cruel. You're so cruel. Okay.
Is it better now? Do I still have an echo, or is it better now?
Oh, see, people are saying yours, Armin, yours is better.
Someone says I sound like I'm in the kitchen. You wish I was in the kitchen cooking for you. You wish. You wish I was cooking for you, because my food is amazing. Only a few people have the honor of experiencing my cooking. So you wish I was in the kitchen, loser. All right. Okay. So
they were talking about the echo, Goldie. Don't get angry with them. They meant about the echo. Okay.
yeah, but you don't have an echo when you're in the kitchen. That's just an idiotic comment to
They
make.
wanted to say washroom. They were just trying to be polite instead of saying washroom.
No, they were being an idiot, and I'm calling it out.
Oh, really?
Anyway,
Okay.
so after we played the update, someone in my Discord channel asked if they asked both of us. So they asked us if we would recognize the Armenian genocide, because today is Genocide Remembrance Day. Yeah, that's exactly what I said as well, like without hesitation. So so I played an 8-minute video about the Armenian genocide. We spoke about that a little bit. And then, everyone was really sort of upset. So as a mood booster, I shared my top 4 favorite Iranian Armenians. And I spoke a little bit about the relationship between Iranians and Armenians, because that also goes back like thousands of years. And, I also even said that during the Armenian genocide, 50,000 Armenians came to, escaped the genocide by coming to Iran at the time. And so of the top 4 Armenians, one of them was Manuk Khodabakhshian.
Oh, he's Armenian.
Yes, Manuk Khodabakhshian is Armenian. And then I started playing a little bit of his videos, and then right off the bat, it was like he was predicting what's like. I mean, listen, I watch Amu Manuk's videos all the time because he's basically like a modern day Nostradamus. And I started playing one of his videos. It was only going to play it for a few minutes, and then people were like, "We want to hear more." So I was like, "Okay, so we're going to need ARMIN GPT for this." So I've actually loaded up a couple of Amu Manuk's videos that people would really appreciate it if you could translate for them. Okay. And then we also played your interview with Chanel Rion.
Oh, you guys! Oh, really? How was it?
It was amazing. It was really, really good. Really? The only constructive criticism that I would provide is, and guys, so Armin, I actually blamed our viewers for this. I totally blamed our viewers. Wait, let me just put this here.
Oh, thank you, guys. People are saying great interview, man. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I blamed our viewers for this because your interview was amazing. However, you were speaking in a way as if the audience already knows all of the issues, right? So basically, I blamed our viewers because I said, you guys are way too smart. You have spoiled Armin and I because you guys already know the issues. So, when Armin explains something, that's because you guys already have the background knowledge and context because you've been tuning in for Guftan Chi?
He's saying that they said he's reporting on you guys. He's saying that you guys were saying that I was making it too complicated, or maybe put too much thought into it.
Well, it's not that it was too complicated. You were speaking so here's here's the constructive criticism that I have. You have to understand your audience. So for example, when we're here speaking on Iran Revolution Live, we have a very intelligent, knowledgeable audience because people have been with us for the last 118 days. We have grown a community, and people know what you're talking about because we've gone through it for a long time. When you were on with Chanel Rion, everything you said was 100% accurate. But imagine if someone who has never tuned in or doesn't know all the details or doesn't know what you're talking about, it could have been a little bit of an information overload. So when you are speaking to a new audience, the only suggestion I have is imagine as if you're speaking to people who have no idea what's going on. So you have to slow it down just a little bit and, focus on the key talking points, because I know there's so much information you want to put out there, but you were excellent. And what I really, really appreciated was at the end, although the finger thing, I was like, oh no, the finger, but that's fine. But I really appreciated that you stressed the importance of keeping the focus on the women, because when when the eyes turn away, that's when they get executed. So that was excellent. But I would just say, take a breath in between, slow down, and just because the information.
Goldie, any improvement that I made is because of your feedback so far. If you see me getting better at all, it's because I listen to you and I try to apply them.
Listen, I appreciate that. And, I'm happy to give you constructive criticism whenever you want it, because these are things that like Armin, I did professional media training when I was a politician, right? So I actually paid, thousands of dollars to get professional media training from the top experts. So that's the only reason I'm giving you some advice, is because I've already paid for all of this. So I'm basically professionally trained, etc. Although even myself, I still have to review the lessons that I've learned.
Yeah, I'm getting so much, guys. I'm getting thousands of dollars worth of training from the best for free. So,
but yeah, it was honestly really, really appreciated it. It was amazing, and I actually reposted it on my X account. Do you want to see what I wrote?
Yeah, tell yes, please. Ouch. Okay.
I got you good, Armin. I got you good.
Yes, you did. You did. You got me so excited.
But I actually did repost it. And I said, proud of my friend Armin NAVABI. What an amazing interview and analysis about what's currently happening in Iran on One American News Network with Chanel Rion. I spoke to Chanel about you. And I was like, you should definitely bring on Armin. So I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you did this interview.
Oh, thank
Very,
you,
very
Goldie. Oh my God. You're whenever you approve or you think I did something good, I feel so proud. Like that coming from you, it just hits differently. So thank you.
These countries.
Thank you.
You know what? You've earned it. You've worked so hard. And you know what's really frustrating for me is people like you, you're so genuine. You know your stuff like the back of your hand, right? I mean, you are one of, you're one of the most knowledgeable people about this. I mean, I'm learning from you all the time about, the inner workings of the Islamic regime, right? Because, you have because you grew up in Iran and you've been there longer than me, you still have like that link to the insider knowledge. Plus, you're the Durka whisperer, right? Like you're the one out there interviewing and speaking with all the Durka jihadis so that you can get the input and the insight, right? So I mean, like I compare your knowledge to some of these like what is it, like some of these like random people who go and they have like no knowledge, no nothing, but for some reason they're being promoted because there's like who knows who's behind these like leftists, whatever, right? So like anything I can do to support, because listen, as long as you say the right things and as long as you're supporting the people, you're being a voice for the Iranian people, which I know you are, same as me. So I'm always happy to support anyone who is being a voice for the Iranian people, and I have a lot of respect for you. So this is great, and this is a good stepping stone, and hopefully this will be sort of the only thing I would say though is, first of all, this description was hilarious. So all of us, we laughed at this and we enjoyed it very much. Iranian ex-Muslim anti-Islamic regime activist. So
I didn't even give them that. They came up with it themselves. And I mean,
great.
I'm not complaining. Huh?
I know we're not complaining. I thought it was hilarious and I loved that. I was like, oh, the audience I love this.
I'm actually surprised that, because I'm like, yeah, I am anti-Islamic, but that's usually not very PC, right? People say anti-Islamic regime, anti-Islamic tyranny. I'm like, nope, just anti-Islamic. And then like usually they're not comfortable with that, and they put it there without even me giving it to them. I'm like, wow, okay. I mean, if you're comfortable, I'm comfortable. What?
It says anti-Islamic regime activist.
Oh yeah.
And then Iranian ex-Muslim.
Yeah. What did you guys think about it?
So I loved it. I thought it was hilarious.
Right.
But I mean, I think that it would be better for you to introduce yourself as Iranian geopolitical analyst.
Okay.
Right? Because because it just gives you more stature, right? It gives you more stature. So, like Iranian geopolitical activist, and then here it could be like ex-Muslim and anti-Islamic regime activist or something, right? But I would say you definitely want to put Iranian geopolitical analyst, because maybe look at like Abbas Jefferson. Abbas Jefferson goes around and he calls himself like, I'm a geopolitical analyst. Meanwhile, the guy's literally insane. He does like, he does like fake phone calls with like King Reza Pahlavi, right? And he still goes on like the media or whatever, because he puts himself out there as like a geopolitical analyst. So I would just say do that, because having like the geopolitical analyst, it just, more credibility. And then on this part of it, like the other side of it here, you could say ex-Muslim and anti-Islamic regime activist or something.
Right.
But other than that,
it
was fantastic. It was in fact fantastic, right? And I'm so happy that you went on with Chanel, because I spoke to her about you and I was like, you have to bring on Armin. So I'm glad she did.
And she's great.
Oh, she's lovely. She's so good. She's so good. Her and I have like a wine date. So she's like, the next time you're in like Washington, D.C., let me know, and like we're gonna go out for drinks or something. So
Goldie, I was thinking that given all the feedback you were giving me, I was also thinking that maybe I should have, I don't want to wear like too formal, but maybe a button collared shirt instead of a t-shirt.
I agree.
Do you think that would? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I should switch to that slowly.
Just for these interviews, I would agree. Like, so, I'll explain why I don't, because I've sort of like, I kind of now have like this persona of like going on with like my flag. So, people just sort of expect this from me, right? So that's why like I just go like this now, because it's sort of like my uniform and it's become sort of like my trademark signature look, right? But I think for you, yeah, absolutely, you want to go for like you can never be too overdressed. So I would say not just a button-up shirt, but like go for the full, like go for the Murad Vesi look. And I'm being serious.
Oh,
It's
that is too much. That is
No,
too much.
but Armin, it's a psychological thing. You go for the Murad Vesi look, people will take you 100% more seriously.
I used to work in a private equity as a financial analyst, and the thing that I hated about my job the most is wearing a suit. And I was
I know, believe me, I know. But it's just listen, I'm telling you, it's just it is how it is. Like these things, there's a listen, women can get away with it. Like we can get away with, dressing, because for women, there's no standard outfit, right? So I can wear like a professional, sleeveless dress or whatever the case might be. But for men, like just go for the full Murad Vesi look with the suit, the tie, and a handkerchief as well. And you want to have I know. Listen, you want professional. Like I'm giving you like $10,000 advice right now.
Okay.
If you want to this is the reality. This is it's a psychological thing. It's just the psychology. You wear a suit, you look more professional. People will just automatically take you more seriously.
Wow.
With the tie. No, he has to go with the tie because, guys, the Islamic regime, they refuse to wear ties. So if you go with a suit and no tie, you'll just look like you'll look like Ali Buff. You don't want that.
My father
and to
never...
people saying, just something in the chat. And to people saying in the chat, don't do it, you'll be phony. Absolutely not. It's not about being phony or not. It's about knowing your audience and speaking to your audience. So when you're in front of different audiences, you have to speak a different way. Guys, you've seen me when I do interviews. When I'm doing interviews, I speak differently, I look differently, I act differently, right? So you have to know your audience. It's just how it is. It's just the reality of these things. Sorry,
but I also want to be comfortable with my... Yeah, okay. But so Goldie, my dad, you mentioned suits and ties. So my dad never took off his tie. Okay. And he refused, even though within Iran, it's like really looked down upon and it's negative and it's like taboo. Even though he's a heart surgeon, he always insisted on continuing to wear his tie. And that cost him so much. Like that cost him so many positions, so many places that he could have had an advantage, and still he never took off the tie. So that for years our family, my mom says that we financially have paid so much money for that goddamn tie, but my dad would never give in to taking off the tie for so many years.
Yeah. Just, get used to it. You should get used to it. And yeah, when you're doing interviews like this, absolutely. You know what? It's also like when you're wearing like a full suit with a tie and like a handkerchief, it's also the effort, right? It's all a psychological thing. So when people see you there with like a suit or whatever, like a tie, just psychologically, they'll like, wow, this person must really know his stuff because he even made the effort to go like full suit and full suit and tie. It's just a reality of these
What
things,
about
right?
the feeling that this is not me? What about that feeling? What do we do with that? Like, this is not the real me. Like, this is not, doesn't fit my person.
But that is the real you. You're just speaking to a different audience. Think of it as a costume. Think of it as like, like Armin, the way that you speak here on Iran Revolution Live is different than, how you speak in Liberty Politics. It's different than how you speak when you're doing your Persian live streams. It's different than how you speak when you're doing your own live streams on, Liberty Politics, right? So every place you're presenting and projecting differently because you're speaking to a different audience, right? So right now, like for example, I'm picky about swearing, right? I'm like, let's not swear. So in the past, like on your own shows, like you're okay with that, and like you just let loose. But here, out of respect for me and my audience, you don't swear. Does that mean that you're not being yourself right now? Does that mean you're being fake?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No.
Goldie's always right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So that's
Even if yeah, I mean, I always come to that point. Like eventually, even if I whatever, like what your advice ends up always being the right advice. So even if I resisted at first, yeah.
And the only reason that you would feel like, okay, this isn't you and you're faking it is because you're just not used to it. But once you do it a few times, then it'll just come naturally to you, right? You just, you have a suit there. Yeah, it's exactly like a suit. Like for men, when you have a suit and a tie and a handkerchief, it shows professionalism and authority, right? People listen to guys in suits. It's just how it is. And you have to like speak to the crowd here.
Okay.
Oh, someone's saying you can try it out on us. All right. Okay. Maybe we should get Armin to put on a suit sometime. Maybe not tonight, but sometime. So, but Armin, since you were so receptive to the advice that I gave you, I know I shouldn't do this. But before we go to Manuk Khodabakhshian, or sorry, I know you also have breaking news. Before we go to the breaking news that you want to share, I will allow you to share that music video I sent you earlier today when I was
No way. No. Oh my
you
God.
can translate
Are you
it.
sure?
You can translate it, but you could only translate it using PG-13 words.
Oh, what? That's going to be impossible.
You have to use PG-13 translation.
Oh my God. How?
I don't know. You have to figure it out.
Okay. By the way, do you guys want to see me in a suit before I do that? Because I have some of my wedding photos.
Okay, yeah. Wait, is that the only time that you've ever worn a suit?
I used to work in private equity, so I had to wear a suit every day.
Okay.
And but then I hated it. But hold on, let me bring I'm not gonna show like.
Yeah, don't show like personal stuff. But all right, let's see Armin.
I show the parts that I can show. How about that?
Let's go for it.
No. Okay.
I mean, we can always just show Armin how we. Oh God! Wow! Look at that! Oh, what a handsome guy!
This is here's my brother helping me.
Oh.
Here's another part, my brother helping me. And then here's my brother and my dad helping me out. And my brother helping me even more. And this is again here, me and my brother together.
Look at that. Oh, I love that. That's so sweet.
Okay.
Can I just give you a little bit of advice though? Just don't like dress like that.
What? Which one? Oh,
like that.
At the beach?
Yeah, when you're doing your media interviews. No, I just typed Armin Navabi in Google image search, and then all these photos came up. So yeah, don't do this one. Don't do the beach photo. This one's not bad. This one's not bad, but I prefer like the tie. Like this one's also not bad, but the tie. Like you need a tie for sure. Oh,
Wait,
I think
the
that's
beach.
Oh,
the beach. Don't do the.
What is this? I've never searched for Armin Navabi on Google Images, and look, as soon as I search for Armin Navabi, we get like a topless beach photo. What is this?
Oh my God.
Oh, that's your mom. Oh, whoa! Look at this, guys. Whoa! What's going on here, Armin?
Yeah.
You need to do a Google image search, Armin, and see what's going on with your photos. What is this, anime girl?
That's one of my fans making anime videos of me.
Why is there a picture of Horma? Oh, wait, what's
Wow,
this?
there's some. Oh, this is a. Yes, 100%. You know, Goldie, I won first place in 3 different investment banking competitions. I won first place.
Wow. Aferin.
Thank you.
Look at this, guys. Wow, wow, wow, wow. Look at that. Oh, and there's like this one here. Okay, guys. All right. So we're done snooping on Armin's photos, but there you go. There you go. Yeah. So.
Oh, go to the very bottom. See how much trouble I got myself in before.
Where?
Lower. No, I can see the Nazi. Look at that. Look at Islam versus Nazism. Like back in many years.
Oh my
I was
God.
arguing. But many years ago, I was arguing that Islam is worse than Nazism. many years ago. Oh my God, I can't believe that's
funny. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay, guys. I know 2C is live, but we'll go to, you guys can go tune into 2C if you like, but Armin has updates for us and his time is limited. So I want to go to Armin's updates and then I want him to translate Monu Khodabakhshian as well, because that video, you guys really wanted that. And we'll go to 2C afterwards.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's bring, what are we doing? Manuk first?
We could do Manuk, or we could go to the updates that you have. What do you prefer?
Well, I mean, I'm going to have time for, if I do one, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do other. And people wanted Manuk, so let's do Manuk because that's what people
Well, okay, so how about this? Why don't we do like 15, 20 minutes of all your updates, and then we can go to Manuk after. Does that work?
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, let me close this one because I already shared that with you guys. So I don't even know if you guys already shared this one or not, but I'm going to quickly go through it. Did you? I think because you usually go over President Trump's posts, so I'm assuming maybe you already did this. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's look at this. So guys, as you know, that the internal divisions within the IRGC and the Islamic Republic, right now as we're speaking, it seems like the people who are against the negotiations are getting the upper hand, right? So Ghalibaf is being pushed aside. Here, let me go through this again with you guys. Look at this. Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, head of Iran's negotiating team with the United States, has stepped down amid internal disagreements Iran International has learned. This is according to Iran International. According to information obtained by Iran International, Ghalibaf was reprimanded for attempting to include the nuclear issue in talks with Washington and was forced to resign. By the way, the Islamic Republic right now is denying this. Hardline figures like Saeed Jalili, guys, remember I told you about this. I'm not going to repeat this. Saeed Jalili is from the Paidari camp. And now that we're talking about Saeed Jalili from the Paidari camp, which means that he's like a lot more radical and crazy than Ghalibaf, I'm going to show you some other person from the Paidari camp as well, because he just said something on state TV within the Islamic Republic that is very, very revealing. So look at this. Hardline figure Saeed Jalili could replace him, while Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is also seeking to take over the negotiations. So guys, when it comes to Abbas Araghchi is just a puppet of whoever is in charge. And I think that it seems like the bosses are changing. Abbas Araghchi was basically following the lead of Ghalibaf, and it seems like the people around Mujtaba Khamenei are now from the Beit Rahbari, which is the office of the supreme leadership. They are finally gaining some control and influence. We don't know if Mujtaba can speak or not, but at least the people surrounding Mujtaba are now exerting some influence, because they came out and said that Ghalibaf and Araghchi did the wrong thing when it came to putting on. They spoke on behalf of Mujtaba, saying that they're not happy that the nuclear the enriched uranium was even being discussed. So the new method is to not even allow that to be discussed, which means that the negotiations are going to go nowhere. So let me bring you this other person from the Paidari camp. So for people who might be new here, the Paidari camp is the most Durka jihadi-minded parts of the Islamic Republic. So you know Jalili. Jalili is part of the Paidari camp, but so is this guy NAVABI, right? And also Sabiti from the as a member of parliament. So Jalili was already this guy. You guys already know that because you guys are more familiar with these topics here than anywhere else. So he's part of the Supreme Security Council. He used to be the head of the Supreme Security Council. He also used to be part of the negotiating team when it came to the nuclear talks. But this is Nabavian. He's a member of the parliament, Hujjatul Islam Nabavian, and he's also a Paidari camp, and he also was one of the people within the delegation team with Ghalibaf that went to Pakistan. So on state TV, let me know if I need to slow down, guys. The information I'm giving you here is like much higher level than anything else you're gonna see in anywhere else. Okay, so let me know if this is getting too nerdy or I should keep going. Okay, because I want to. Sometimes people are like, Armin, you're losing me. What the hell you're talking about, right? So Nabavian came on state TV and he basically spilled the beans, right? Look at this. Let me translate this for you guys.
ببینید یک از چیزایی که ما خطای راهبردی تو این مذاکره انجام دادیم لذا
So look at this, guys. He's saying that one of the things that we made a mistake, one of the strategic mistakes that we made when it comes to the negotiations with the Americans.
مورد قبول ما نیست. این است ما
And this is something that we do not approve of.
محتواش مورد قبول ما نیست. این است ما نباید موضوع هسته‌ای رو به مذاکره می‌ذاشتیم.
He's saying we shouldn't have put the nuclear talks included that as part of the negotiations, meaning that when we went to Islamabad to talk to the Americans, to talk to JD Vance, we should have said that the nuclears are not even, we're not even going to be we could talk about other things. We could talk about Hezbollah, the Strait of Hormuz, the missiles, other things, but the nuclear stuff, our enriched uranium, that is a red line. We are not even going to talk about that. He's saying that's what we should have done.
موضوع هستی رو به مذاکره گذاشتیم. دشمن جری‌تر شد.
He's saying we made a mistake. We start talking. We actually put that on the table as a negotiating issue, and that made our enemy, the Americans, more audacious. Made them more demanding. We should have went there saying that we're not even going to talk about it.
از ما مطالبه چی کرد؟ موادتون رو باید خارج بکنید. مواد 60% رو خارج.
So like this is why the Americans became so demanding, and they asked us that you should basically get rid of all your enriched uranium. You have to make it leave the country. And it's like, what is it? How is this even your business? Basically talking to America, what we do with our enriched uranium.
غنی‌سازی رو 20 سال گفت باید.
Like they're saying that they ask us to stop enriching uranium completely for 20 years. They're saying that that's ridiculous that they asked us of that. And they said these other nonsense. They asked of these things and other nonsense. Like all of this happened because we allowed it. We allowed it for this to be even a topic of discussion. We shouldn't have done that. So guys, I want to show you guys this to see what the world that these people live in. Okay, so United States is not going to accept anything short of a complete giving up of enriched uranium, the enriched uranium that they already have, and their ability to enrich uranium in the future. And these people who now have the upper hand, remember Ghalibaf wanted to be flexible with the Americans. You know why? Let me know in the chat why Ghalibaf wants to be more flexible. Because I want to see if you guys have been paying attention. Ghalibaf wants to be more flexible, but now Ghalibaf doesn't have the upper hand anymore. The people who used to put words in Mujtaba Khamenei's mouth, whoever those people were, they were putting words in Mujtaba's mouth as if he's endorsing Ghalibaf. Now the people who are putting words in Mushtaba's mouth are people who are basically criticizing Ghalibaf and Araghchi. So somebody else is now in control. Good job. Yes, to stay alive. Ghalibaf is the most motivated to be flexible right now to the Americans because he thinks he's going to be the next one to be dead. Okay? So, and he's right to be worried about that, right? He doesn't want to die. So, this is now the world that we live in when it comes to the Islamic Republic. Flexibility is out the window. These people now are in charge. And I want to show you another member of the parliament who is part of the Security Council. عضو کمیسیون امنیت ملی مجلس. There's 2 videos here. Yeah, so let me actually show you these 2 videos, right? So this guy is Khazrian, and he's part of the parliament, but Khazrian, a member of Parliament's National Security Commission, is saying war is inevitable, and the Islamic Republic has decided to halt any exchange of messages with America. Various exchanges of messages with America through social networks and journalists must be halted. So I'm not going to play this whole thing because the caption was good enough. He's basically saying that like all forms of communication with the United States needs to just stop. Okay, and this guy is serious because he's part of the Security Commission of the Parliament. And then here he is. I saw this as well. Maybe I shouldn't play. Here he is again. I'll just read the caption. Khazrian, member of the Parliament's National Security Commission, is saying we have new signs that Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei is strongly opposed to negotiations with America. So it's interesting because NAVABI in the previous video was saying that if in the next round of negotiations we should not even talk about our nuclear capabilities and the enriched uranium, but Khazrian in here is saying that Mujtaba, we have evidence that Mujtaba doesn't even want us to negotiate. By the way, look how they're speaking about Mujtaba. Like, he doesn't say, like, we've heard from him. He says, we have evidence that this is what he wants. Like, do you not have access to him? It's kind of like interpreting scripture. It's like I had a dream and like talking to dream interpreters. Like, you see how regime officials, they have to like, we have evidence that this is what he wants. He's so inaccessible that this is what they're resorting to. Let me see what the language he uses.
دلیلش هم چیه؟ دلیلش اینه که آمریکا در موضوع جنگ دچار یک شکست شده و همه سناریوهایی که میتوانست در طول
All right, I'm not going to play that. So because I want to get to, I have more updates that I want to go through. But you guys see how the situation means that the flexibility of the Islamic Republic has now lowered, given that these are the people who are now have the upper hand, and Ghalibaf is now being pushed back. And that means that if you had any hopes for the negotiations to get anywhere, now the chances of that has been reduced, and this is increasing the possibility of us going into full-on head-to-head confrontational war. The next thing I want to share with you guys is from Israel. This is a big update. And guys, look at this. The Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz came out with a statement, and I'm not going to play it because it's in Hebrew. So I'm just going to read the caption, and this is big news, okay? Because it confirms 2 things. First, it confirms that Israel is really eager to go back into fighting the Islamic Republic. They're just waiting for a green light from the United States. Israel didn't even want to stop the military operations, but they're following the lead of the Americans. And now they're just waiting for the Americans. They're just looking at the negotiations, waiting for it to fail so that they could go back to finish the job. That's one thing. We already knew that, and this confirms it. But another interesting thing is that Israel Katz, the defense minister of Israel, he is also confirming that as soon as they go back to war, they want to go kill Mujtaba. By the way, this guy, I love him because he has no chill. He has no chill. Like, people think like Netanyahu is like aggressive. You should just listen to this guy, his statements. He just says it, and he's always very aggressive. So look at this. He's saying Israel is prepared to renew the war against Iran. The IDF is prepared for both defense and offense, and the targets are marked. Right? But look at this, it gets more interesting. We are waiting for the green light from the US. By the way, this is the actual relationship between United States and Israel. Israel does not control the United States. In fact, Israel always waits for the green light from the United States to be able to continue their military operation. Saying, so we are waiting for the green light from the US, first and foremost, to complete the elimination of the Khamenei dynasty. This is a direct declaration that Israel wants to go back, and they want to kill Khamenei, Mujtaba Khamenei, as soon as the war starts. So first and foremost, to complete the elimination of the Khamenei dynasty. So that is going to be the number one mission, to kill Mujtaba. And by the way, it's going to be really hard to hide Mujtaba, given that if it's true, if the reports regarding his condition is true, that means he needs to be tied to a hospital bed and he needs treatment, which is going to make detecting where he is very, very easy. So first and foremost, to complete the elimination of the Khamenei dynasty and to return Iran to the dark and stone ages by destroying Iran's major energy and power facilities. This time our strikes will be different and more deadly, and will deliver further devastating blows to the most painful places, which will shake and collapse the regime's foundation. So this is a sign that Israel is. By the way, we have reports from inside Israel that they think that the negotiations are not going to go anywhere, and they're getting ready to go back into the fight. From the United States perspective, if they didn't have other countries that they had to worry about, it would make sense for them to just keep the blockade, and instead of going back to military operations, just focus so much on the blockade and making it completely airtight to completely suffocate the Islamic Republic, right? That would make sense from the United States perspective if they just focused on that, because that is really hurting the Islamic Republic more than even military operation, and it's dividing them, and the military operations might actually unite the regime supporters. It's not going to unite Iranians, it's not going to have a rally around the flag effect, but among regime supporters, it might help unite them a bit. So the Islamic Republic prefers going back to war. Israel prefers going back to war. And other than that, the Arab countries around the Persian Gulf want to go back to war, like especially the UAE and Israel, specifically UAE and Israel, because United States could wait it out and just keep the blockade, and it's not hurting them. I mean, look at the stock markets in the United States. So they could just basically increase the blockade and just watch the Islamic Republic go bankrupt. The only problem they're having is that everyone else wants to go to war. So the UAE and Saudi Arabia cannot just watch the blockade happen while their ships are not making it through the Strait of Hormuz. They actually prefer military action so that they could get it over and done with. Israel wants to go back to war, so they're also, trying to convince the United States to go back to war because they have a list of targets that they wanted to finish and they didn't get the chance to finish it. And also the Islamic Republic wanting to go back to war means that there are elements within IRGC that are going to keep poking in the United States to the point that it's going to drag them back into war. And these are the elements that is going to make it more like maybe a bit more likely that the blockade strategy is not going to be the only way going forward. That and the fact that we have so many military assets coming into the region. Something that I talked about earlier with you guys, and is really interesting that it's now being observed by regime forces, but regime supporters as well. And this is a big "I told you so" moment. But here, let me share this. Oh, thank you. Look at this. Sherry saying payday for me. Thank you, Goldie and Armin. Well, thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you, Sherry, for always supporting us.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you.
No, thank you. All right, guys, take a look at this because I was so interested in seeing this happening, like interested in seeing these people noticing that this is happening. Because remember, a couple of weeks ago, or I don't know how long ago, when we saw the regime proxies coming inside Iran from outside of Iran, Hashd Shabi from Iraq, the Zainabiyun from Pakistan, and Fatimiyun from Afghanistan. We saw the caravans of these armed forces coming inside Iran. And we were very concerned because we thought that this is going to make it very difficult for the Islamic Republic, for the Iranian people to do an uprising against the Islamic Republic, because many of their suppressing forces have been killed by Israeli drones. But now the Islamic Republic is now using its excess oil and gas revenue to just pay mercenaries to come inside Iran so that they could keep shooting at the Iranian people if there's an uprising. But I said something that seemed, some people might find it crazy, but I was suggesting that these mercenaries are coming into Iran not just for the sake of suppressing the anti-regime Iranian people, but also the pro-regime Iranian people, because the pro-regime Iranian people have this very inflexible ideology that the Islamic Republic has brainwashed them with, and it's something that they truly believe in, and that makes it very difficult for the Islamic Republic to be able to change strategy, because these people were used as a tool, as a way to control the population. The monster that the Islamic Republic has created among its pro-regime people, it has been a tool against us Iranian people to keep us in our place, right? But the same monster that the Islamic Republic has created to control the population has now turned into something that is annoying them as well. Like, this is basically Frankenstein's monster coming for Dr. Frankenstein himself, which is very similar to what Saudi Arabia did with spreading Wahhabi ideology as a way to increase the soft power through the Wahhabi ideology around the world. And the monster that it created eventually turned against it as well, right? So like the Al-Qaeda and ISIS, they're anti-Saudi, right? And now the Islamic Republic is experiencing a little bit of the same thing, meaning that it wants to have maneuverability, being flexible, change strategy, but every time it does that, it's basically betraying the ideals of the Islamic Republic, the Islamic Revolution, and it will lose support among these people, and these people constantly complain. If you guys, let's compare two groups of people: pro-regime Iranians, Shia mercenaries from outside of Iran, right? So the benefit of pro-regime Iranians for the regime is that they're loyal because they believe in this crap, right? The problem with them is that they believe in this crap. That means that you should abide by those principles as the regime for you to continue to have their support. If you try to do something else, they will call you out. The benefit of the mercenaries is that they don't have as much of an agenda. Like, what they don't have as many of the principles as the pro-regime Iranians have inside Iran. They just have this more loose, more Shia ideology that is good enough that okay, yippee do, we're on the same side. Where's the US dollars? Give me money. Who do I shoot? Right? So they are more flexible. They're just like, give me US dollars, point to who I'm supposed to be shooting at, and I will do the job. So they complain less and they're more flexible because their Shia ideology is not as rigid as the pro-regime Iranians, who have very specific red lines based on everything that they have been exposed to. Because like the Shia mercenaries coming from Iraq, they haven't gone through the schooling, the Islamic Republic ideologies, the propagandas from our mosques, and all of the stuff that happens in Iran. That is a very detailed, specific brainwashing that you get exposed to through since childhood. And if it works on you, it's very specific. For them, is like, yeah, Mahdi, Ali, Mahdi is good, Ali is good, Fatima is good, Hussein is good, Khamenei is good. Where's my US dollars? Who do I shoot at? But from a pro-regime Iranian inside Iran, it's not just that Fatima is good. It's not just that Ali is good. It's not just that the Mahdi is good. It's not just like, yeah, Allahu Akbar, Haydar, Haydar. It's not just that. It's that when you talk to the Americans, you have to say this instead of this because Ali Khamenei said that. And if you do this, this is the betrayal of this specific principle of the Islamic Republic. That is annoying as SHIT for the Islamic Republic. So at some point, so the mercenaries you don't have to deal with that. But the cost with the mercenaries, the problem with the mercenaries is that they're not loyal. If you don't give them money, they're not going to fight for you. They're going to go home. They're like, "Where's my dollars? Where's my dollars?" If I'm not going to be loyal, and that also makes them dangerous because they're inside the country. And if all of a sudden you don't give them money, they might want to look around and see what they could take, right? So to summarize, you guys are getting this. This is some really high level stuff, okay? Really high level stuff. To summarize, pro-regime Iranians, the benefit is loyalty. The con is inflexibility, right? The mercenary Shias from outside of Iran, pro is flexibility. The con is that they have no loyalty, right? So we're getting to a situation that because of the negotiations and other things, the Islamic Republic needs to do things that the pro-regime Iranians are going to consider a treason and a betrayal of the ideals of the Islamic Republic, right? And at some point, the IRGC is like, well, the IRGC is not the mullahs. The IRGC is like, we just want power, right? So I already told you that we're doing a coup, like they're doing a coup inside Iran, and we're going from turbans to boots. So for the turbans, these ideals are the goal. For the boots, these ideals are the tool. They're not the goal, they're the tool. The goal is to stay in power, right? So the IRGC is not even, their priority is survival and staying in power. So it's good to have these mercenaries here. So if at some point they need to betray the ideals of the revolution, and these pro-regime people wanting to do their own uprising, we're going to have a double uprising. If you throw away the ideals of the Islamic Revolution, you already have the vast majority of the Iranian people, the more secular-minded Iranian people who are anti-regime and they want to do an uprising against you. But then you're going to have now these more Islamic-minded pro-regime Iranians who want to do an uprising against you as well, because they think that you're Zionist spies, and then there has been a Zionist takeover and you guys were like betraying the revolution and stuff. So you need to put them in their place as well. So all of this brought me to the idea, like many days ago, I told you guys that maybe these mercenaries are not just for anti-regime Iranians, but they're also meant for suppressing pro-regime Iranians as well. So take a look at this, right? And by the way, somebody from our discussion group, Ali, he went to the group that they took this from, and he verified this. So look at this. This lady, Ida Turan, she posted this, and she likes to go into reading the comments from pro-regime people as well, like I do. So an update from inside.
Ida, she's a lovely girl.
Yeah, she's great.
I know her personally.
Yes. And look at what she went and dug out. This confirms that what you heard me saying a couple of days ago, now it's been confirmed many days after. So watch this. She's saying, I've been scrolling through the IRGC regime channels and their social media lately, the same ones who brag about hunting down protesters under Khamenei's jihad orders. Slowly, it's sinking in for them that they got played hard. They're getting extremely paranoid and keep accusing each other of being coup plotters and spies or traitors, like Zionist spies and traitors. They're pointing their fingers at each other. Guys, look at this. The funniest comment, and look at this. This is what I already told you guys. The funniest comment I read, and something I haven't even thought of myself. We did that here though. So something I haven't even thought of was this comment. Look at the comment saying, by the way, the comment is posted here, but let's read it. She already has it in the caption. So this is a comment from a regime supporter. They're saying those forces they brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan weren't for the protesters. They were for us. Okay, so this is what I was suggesting as well. I mean, not that they're just for that they're not for the protesters. I think they're for both. His reasoning is not solid, but his conclusion is very close to us, because look at what he's saying. He's saying, otherwise, why would Israel not hit them during the war when they were right in the line of fire? Guys, remember when I was sharing the pictures of the caravans of Hashd Shabi from Iraq, and I was telling you why are the Americans? So this guy doesn't understand this, because if anybody was supposed to hit that caravan, it would have been the Americans at the Iraqi border, right? And I was asking you guys, why are the Americans not hitting them? Why are they not being bombed? And I didn't have the answer to that question until I saw a report from Iran International that apparently they filled these cars with their family members. I don't know if that has been verified, because that was a commentator, but maybe that was the reason why they didn't bomb these caravans. But this person thinks that maybe Israel allowed them. The reason why they're thinking Israel instead of United States, because they always blame the Jews, and they always think there's behind conspiracies, there's Jews involved, right? So they hate the Americans, but every time we're thinking of conspiracy theories, then it would be the Jews, right? So they think that this person basically thinks that there are Zionist elements within the Islamic Republic who is working with Israel to allow these proxies in. And by the way, guys, this is not a new way of thinking. There are many pro-regime people who think that the Jews and Israelis have basically infiltrated within the Islamic Republic, and so many of the officials of the Islamic Republic are just working for Tel Aviv. There are some people who even think that nobody could have been trusted except Ali Khamenei, and for every other official, just assume that they're a Zionist spy until proven otherwise, right? And now that Ali Khamenei is dead, they don't even know who to trust anymore. They don't know even who to trust. Mujtaba would have been a great candidate because he is his father's son. But now that Mujtaba is missing, even if they put statements out from Mujtaba and say, well, Mujtaba said this, they're not going to know if actually Mujtaba said that, or is there a Zionist spy saying that Mujtaba said that, because they're not hearing it from Mujtaba himself. But let's continue with this. It was a sharp, spot-on observation, and I think it's true. Over the past decade, the regime brought in... So you could read the rest yourself. I just want to focus on the message that this person posted. Look at this. Saying, brothers, there's new... So this is the actual message, and this is the AI translation of it. Brother, there's news that they have actually brought Iraqi and Afghan forces to us, not the hypocrites and not for the bright protesters. I hope those in military are aware of this issue. If you remember, the US and Israel themselves, despite having air dominance over Iraqi convoys, but they allowed them to cross the borders. So his reasoning is wrong, but he's still coming up with the same conclusion, which is very, very interesting. Yeah, so I was saying, like, so many pro-regime people think that the entire Islamic Republic cannot be trusted, and Ali Khamenei was the only person that they could have trusted, so they were waiting for what he has to say. And now, without him, they don't know who's a Zionist spy and who's not a Zionist spy. Everybody's pointing at everybody else, calling them a Jew spy, right? So there was another news that is really, really, really odd. This one. So this is Sardar Pastar Salar Abnush, and I saw Murad Vaisi talking about this as well. So this is an IRGC leader, and he has a new theory for why Mujtaba Khamenei is not being... Let me actually remove this so that make you guys guess, because I told you the Islamic Republic has a big issue with Mujtaba. Where is Mujtaba? Okay, they say he's healthy. This is the official narrative of the Islamic Republic. The official narrative of the Islamic Republic is that Mujtaba is healthy. He had just minor scratches. He's completely healthy and he's alive. So obviously, pro-regime Iranians come and say, well, why can't we see him? Their answer is for security reasons. For security reasons, our enemies want him to come out so that they could see where he is and take him out. the obvious response to that is, why not just put out a video of him? Or if that is a security issue, why not just put an audio message from him out, right? So what do you think is the new narrative from the Islamic Republic? There we go. What do you guys think? Goldie, I don't know if you heard us. You probably have heard, so don't say it. Don't say it, right? What do you think is the new narrative by the Islamic Republic, one of their commanders of IRGC, regarding why Mujtaba, not only he's not showing up, but they're not even putting out his voice out there? Any excuses you could think of? I want to see if anybody gets it. If anybody knows, don't tell the chat. Anybody? Oh, Seper, you know. You already know. You cheated. You've seen the news. Okay. Seper said it in the chat. They think the Jews know sorcery, and they're saying that if we put his voice out there, they will use his voice to track him and kill him. This is
I don't believe that.
Murad Vaisi also talked about this, that this is the new.
When, today?
Yep, in his last stream.
Oh no, I haven't watched his stream from this morning yet.
So okay, wait. Yeah, so this is the narrative here. Let me zoom in. So I don't know if AI will translate this well. Oh yeah, no, it is. It does translate it well. Okay. So the religious authorities, well, it's actually the IRGC leader. The religious authorities have stated that no image of Mujtaba Khamenei should be published, and has also his voice, so that the enemies cannot harm him using occult sciences.
No,
Meaning
no way.
It's the Jews. The Jews are expert at sorcery.
It's Jew sorcery.
Jewish sorcery.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like they're literally blaming Jewish sorcery for the reason why they haven't shown Mujtaba?
Yeah. So Goldie, because it's actually interesting, you should watch Murad Vaisi from this morning, because they say that.
You have do you have the time frame for that?
Oh no, I should have saved the time frame. Maybe I could go listen to it fast. Because you know what he does? Because they think that they teach sorcery in Tel Aviv University. So Murad Vaisi made a list of the things that they teach at Tel Aviv University, and he was like trying to show that sorcery is not included. It was like, these are the things that they actually teach in Tel Aviv University. And this is the closest.
You need to find this clip and you have to translate it. You have to translate it.
And it says like the closest thing is philosophy, but I don't think they teach sorcery in philosophy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have taken the timestamp. I'm sorry. Maybe I could look into it fast.
You need to find it ASAP. And
Oh my God.
No, I'm being serious. While you're looking for that, I'm gonna share the Jewish genie video. Okay. That I exposed a while ago. Guys, look at this. Okay, so Armin's gonna find that video, because if Murad Vaisi is talking about the sciences and like Jewish magic, we need to see that video, and you have to translate that, because Murad Vaisi is he's an OG here. So you have to translate that one for us.
It's like Hogwarts. Oh, look at this. We're getting confirmation in the chat. Look at this. So an Israeli is saying, as an Israeli, they don't teach that in university. They teach that in high school. So you're telling me that your high school, every single high school in Israel is like Hogwarts. I'm jealous. This is like every teenager's dream. And you guys are just, okay. Oh my
But
god.
guys, so this isn't the first time that the Islamic regime, like the weird jihadi mullahs, have spoken about like Jewish occult magic. So watch this video. So this video, I posted this when 2024. So September 29, 2024. I posted this video. I caught it on Islamic Regime State TV, and then this is my own translation. So I'll play it once. Like here, let me. So okay, so it basically says the Jewish people have had access to genies and cosmic science since the time of David and Solomon.
اجنه در تفسیر اجنه در علوم کیهانی عرض کردم از زمان از داوود سلیمان تتمه از این علوم پیش یهود هست.
Historically, the Jews have always used genies. Their documents and traditions prove that.
و در طول تاریخ هم اینا از اجنه استفاده کردن، مستنداتی داره، روایاتی داره که
They have used genies for warfare and intelligence operations throughout history.
اینها عرض کنم خدمتتون بخشی از مهمیاتشون رو یعنی به عنوان مهره‌های اجرایی، عملیاتی و حتی اطلاعاتی از اجنه همیشه در طول تاریخ اینا استفاده کردن. اینا
The Jewish people have had access. Okay, that's basically it. So there you go. Yeah. So I translated it. Now I'm just gonna play it because it's only a 30-second clip. Guys, it's like I was watching this on Islamic Regime State TV and I was like, what in the Allahu Akbar Durka Jihad am I listening to? Like you literally have this Islamic Regime mullah, this guy here, who's on Islamic Regime State TV and he's speaking like so seriously and confidently like, oh yeah, the Jews have used occult sciences since the time of David and Solomon, and they've been using genies for thousands of years to attack us. Like it's insane. These people are literally insane.
اینا دسترسی دارن به اجنه در تفسیر اجنه در علوم کیهانی عرض کردم از زمان از داوود سلیمان تتمه از این علوم پیش یهود هست و در طول تاریخ هم اینا از اجنه استفاده کردن، مستنداتی داره، روایاتی داره که اینها عرض کنم خدمتتون بخشی از مهمیاتشون رو یعنی به عنوان مهره‌های اجرایی، عملیاتی و حتی اطلاعاتی از اجنه همیشه در طول تاریخ اینا استفاده کردن.
Do you see how insane these people are? They're literally insane. Literally insane. Okay, guys. So Armin is still looking for that clip.
No, I found it. I found it.
Okay. I was gonna play Cardboard Tusi, but if you found the clip, let's go for it.
I found it, but the English translation is not available for some reason.
That's okay. We're gonna use Armin GPT. That's why we want you to translate.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, they're exposing our level 80 archmages.
Oh my god. Guys, do you have to be a Jew to learn sorcery? Can you send me an owl? I want to learn this stuff.
You know what? Yeah, maybe this is why Jewish people don't advertise proselytizing because you guys want to keep all the genies to yourselves. Not fair.
You know, I have their magic books though. They send it to me. Like, you know,
okay,
like
it's okay, Armin. We're Iranian. We have our flying carpets and we also have our own genies. So our genies will come out eventually.
But I'm serious. Like the books that they claim that is Jewish sorcery, I have them. You want to see or no?
Sure. Let's see the Jewish sorcery books.
Okay, it's called Tam, I think. Is it Tam?
Oh, is someone saying Arabic people are known for flying carpets and genies? Guys, the Arabic people stole that from us. The whole concept of flying carpets and genies, that comes from the Persian culture, Persian civilization and heritage. Yeah, we're the ones who had stories about flying carpets and genies. We called them like div back in the time. So yeah, we're the ones who had stories about these things before, like for thousands of years before those places were civilized. So civilization. So yeah.
Found it. Look at this.
Oh, guys.
Look at this. Look at this. Yahud. You see Yahud? So this is Jewish sorcery.
It says
So
Al Yahud. This is an Arabic book. It says Al Yahud.
Al Yahud. It's mixed up Persian and Arabic.
Because we don't have Al in front of our words, right? The Al
Yeah.
is like something that the Arabic language puts in front of the noun.
Yeah, but the explanations are in Persian. The spells are in Arabic. The source is Jewish. So the explanation is in Persian for an Iranian audience. The spells are in Arabic, but they say that this is the best spells because it has a Jewish source. So even among Muslims, when they want to do sorcery, they think the best sorcery is Jewish. And that's why in Islam, sorcerers use Jewish sorcery.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So this is the book. And by the way, Goldie, I should be killed for even showing the people who, before the internet, these things would have been protected. And if anybody wanted to spread it, the people who had this would kill you. But now I'm exposing it to the whole world. Look at that.
I mean, I already have a bounty on my head, so whatever. Like the Muslim Nazis want to kill me anyway, so whatever. I guess that's fine. Oh my gosh, this is wild.
It keeps going and going and going. I have some other sorcery books that are really crazy, and people pay so much money for experts in this, so-called experts. This one is even wilder. Look at this. If I keep going, it gets. There's gens here.
What's the picture? What are these like human? What is that?
It's
This
a
is so
spell.
weird.
Yeah.
But this is all like, is this Arabic? What is this? Arabiye or Farsiye?
Arabiya. Oh no, this is Soati Ba'ab Gulab. No, this is Persian. This part is Persian.
Oh my God, this is a Persian Durkha spell book. Oh.
Yeah. They have spells for cursing people. That's a jinn. They have curses for like they have spells for cursing people, for making people love you, for revenge, for poisoning something.
Guys, so this is what like the Islamic regime believes in. Like this is insane. Like these, so you know when like these mullahs talk about like, oh yeah, the Jews have genies and occult science, it's because they literally believe this stuff because they're all insane. They're insane. Oh my gosh, it's a scorpion. Akrab.
Yeah.
Okay. وایران چقدر اصلا وحشه ببین اصلا کی این کتاب رو نوشته
I don't know. There are people who study this for all their lives. Oh, this is a love. I think this is a love spell here. I see a heart here.
No, I'm joking. Ladies, okay, you know what, Armin, can you send this to me low key? I'll do like an after show, you know, women only, and like ladies, you and I will go over the love spell and figure it out.
Oh my God, Goldie, I said let's do a spell in the Persian channel, and people were actually freaking out, saying like, Army, don't do it because you gain something, but then you're gonna have a jinn chasing you for the rest of your life. Like people were genuinely concerned, like, Armin, you don't know what you're doing. Don't use a spell from this book. You will regret it for the rest of your life. A jinn will come and give you a gift, but then for the rest of your life, it wants the price, and the price is heavier than you think.
Okay, well, you know what? The ladies agree. Okay, ladies. So Armin, send me the link to this document. Send it to me on WhatsApp. Ladies, we'll do it after show. Women only, so no men allowed. Ladies, we'll go over the jihadi love spells and we'll figure it out. Don't worry.
You know, Goldie, you could actually use AI to try to make sense of what the spell is. You could just upload it.
Yeah, that's. Can you send me the document, please, on WhatsApp?
Okay.
What do you mean that's sexist? Guys, we're not weird lefties here. If I say women only, it's women only. It's gonna be it's a women's only safe space. So women only. If the men want like okay, you know what? If men want love, well, men need love too. Sure, you know what? Ask Armin to do a men's only after show, and then you guys can go over the love spells with Armin. But we're gonna do a women's only after show. Woman only.
Yeah, guys, it's not sexist if you could also have men only spaces. Okay, it's sexist if you have women only spaces, but you don't have men only spaces, then that's sexist. But if you have both women only spaces and men only spaces, then then that's not sexist.
What's this? ما هم باید بال رو آتش نه ما آتشش نمیزنیم. بذار خود جمهوری اسلامی آتشش بزنن. اونا ببین هر وقتی که بالو میان آتش میزنن آمریکا و اسرائیل میاد حملهشون میکنه. Every single time the Muslim Nazis burn like a statue to Baal, America and Israel goes ahead and attacks them. So Armin, this is crazy. Send this to me.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, there's 6 books.
Magic spell books. Yes, please.
All 6 of them? All 6 of them?
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, send them all to me on WhatsApp, please.
Okay. All right.
This is crazy.
Okay. Should we do Murad first before I send them?
Yeah. Because we were waiting for this.
Okay.
توی این وسط سالار آبنوش
So saying in the middle of all this, Salar Abnush, which is like a IRGC commander.
فامیلیشو تغییر داده به ولایت مدار.
Oh, he's really wow. Murad Vaisi knows even the previous last names and their new last
مانده
names.
سابق سپاه قزوین.
So he's a IRGC commander in Qazvin city.
نماینده مجلس و عضو کمیسیون.
And now he's a member of the parliament and part of the security commission within the parliament.
امنیت ملیه.
So you can see, guys, this is an important person. He used to be an IRGC commander, and now he's a member of parliament, part of the security commission.
یه دلیل جدید داده برای اینکه چرا مجتبی خامنه‌ای قایمه و علنی کسی نمیبیندش.
So he's saying he just came out and gave a new reason for why Mujtaba Khamenei is hiding and nobody can see him.
گفته که بر اساس اول گفته که این زیر آوار بوده و
So he's saying he first said that Mujtaba was under the rubble
در اثر انفجار آوردن
because of the explosions during the Operation Epic Fury and Roar of Lions.
بیرون و سالمه.
And they brought him and so Mujtaba during the bombardment he went under the rubble. They dragged him out of from underneath the rubble, but he's okay.
همشون میگن.
He's saying this is what all of them say, that Mujtaba is okay.
ما نفهمیدیم چه این سالمه چجوریه که نه صدایی ازش هست نه تصویری.
He's saying Murad is saying, but what kind of okay this is that we can't even hear him. There's no videos or audio from him.
بعد اومده دلیل داده که چرا
So now he's giving a reason.
مجتبی نه صدایی هست ازش نه تصویری. گفته بر این یه سردار سپاه داره میگه و عضو
Murad is like, pay attention. This is like a IRGC commander that's saying this is not your average mullah. Okay, this is not your grandma speaking. Okay, this is not like your khurafati superstitious like random old person in the street in a mosque. This is coming from a military commander within the Islamic Republic.
کمیسیون امنیت ملی مجلس. ببینید چقدر
An important military commander because he's part of the security commission.
گفته بر این یه سردار سپاه داره میگه و عضو کمیسیون امنیت ملی مجلس. ببینید چقدر با خرافه دارن بر کشور حکومت میکنن.
Like look how they're using, like how much they use superstition to rule the country.
گفته بر اساس نظر علمای نجف، قم و مشهد.
Wow, he's saying based on the opinions of the religious ulama or the religious scholars of Qom, Mashhad and Najaf
و تصمیم مسئولان امنیتی.
And based on the decisions of the security staff, the security personnel.
فعلا تصاویر و آثار جدیدی از ایشان منتشر نمی شود تا دشمنان نتوانند از مسیرهای خاص و علوم غریبه که در دانشگاه‌هایی همچون علوم غریبه تل‌آویو مطرح می شود به ایشان آسیب برسانند.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
So the official decisions by all the people within the security of the Islamic Republic is to not publish any videos or images from Mujtaba Khamenei so that the enemies based on what the occult sciences, basically sorcery, that they have learned from their inside their universities, including Tel Aviv University. They can't use those sciences, the occult sciences, to hurt Mujtaba Khamenei.
خرافات کامل دیگه.
Like absolute superstition. Guys, you get this. Omid is saying so is true. Wow. Wait, you didn't believe me? You didn't, Omid, you didn't believe me? Murad had to say it for you to believe. Like, oh my God. So Omid was, now you believe it. Do you think I'm just, okay. You think I'm making this stuff up? Okay. Wow. Oh my God.
میگه آخوندا گفتن، آخوندای قم و نجف و مشهد، که اسرائیلیا یه دانشگاهایی دارن علوم غریبه رو توش تدریس میکنن.
So yeah, so apparently he's saying that the religious authorities of these three major cities, Qom, Mashhad, and Najaf, they basically confirm that the Jews have these universities inside Israel that they teach sorcery.
میگه آخوندا گفتن، آخوندای قم و نجف و مشهد، که اسرائیلیا یه دانشگاهایی دارن علوم غریبه رو توش تدریس میکنن و ممکنه در اثر اون بیان خامنه‌ای رو با علوم غریبه ترور کنن. حالا
And they might come and terror Mujtaba using their sorcery.
علوم غریبه چیه؟ یه اصطلاحی همینجوری.
So are you saying what is occult sciences? It's just a saying that they use.
در جمهوری اسلامی بارها در حوزه علمی هم گفته شده.
And many times they use this phrase in the seminaries.
یعنی معتقدن که اسرائیل ممکنه جادو جنبل کنه بیاد به مجتبی آسیبی برسونه.
So he's saying they basically believe that the Israelis might come and do hocus pocus. What is it? Jadu Jamal. What is Jadu Jamal?
Yeah,
They might do magic.
like hocus pocus, yeah. Hocus
Yeah,
pocus.
they hocus pocus, and then they might kill Mujtaba. Hocus pocus.
They'll do like abracadabra.
Abracadabra. Jadu Jamal.
You know what? I can only imagine like Murad Vaisi, like top geopolitical analyst on Iran. He's sitting there and he's saying with a straight face, "Yeah, this is what they're saying. They're saying they're worried about the Jews doing hocus pocus on Mujtaba." And he said it with such a straight face.
Yeah, he said Jadu Jambal. Jadu Jambal. The Israelis are gonna do Jadu Jambal, like a hocus pocus.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Okay.
در حالی که برتری اسرائیل از جادو جنبل نیست. برتری
And like, however, he's saying, like, guys, he's saying it with such a serious analytical face. It's like the Israel superiority is not because of hocus pocus. And he's now going to tell you. And he's going to tell you why Israel is superior. Now, okay.
اسرائیل از برتری اطلاعاتی،
like its superiority is because they have better intelligence.
برتری تکنولوژیکه و
they have better technology.
برتری عملیاتیه.
And they have better operations.
باز اطلاعاتی مسلطه، میدونه من
they're completely dominant when it comes to intelligence.
مقامات کجا هستن،
they know where all of the officials are.
میدونه چجوری پیداشون کنه.
They know how to find them.
تکنولوژی هدف قرار دادنشونو داره.
It has the technology to target them.
اون تکنولوژی میخواد هواپیمای F-35 باشه.
That technology could be an F-35.
ریز پرنده باشه.
It could be like drones, small drones.
یا موشک‌های خاص باشه.
It could be specific missiles.
شنود باشه.
It could be like listening in, like devices that listen in.
تکنولوژی رو داره.
They have this technology.
و بعد اینو تبدیل به برتری عملیاتی میکنه و
and it turns all of that technology into superior operation.
هدف قرار میده. تا حالا 52 تا از مقامات ارشد جمهوری اسلامی رو زد.
So far they have taken out 52 of the highest ranking officials of the Islamic Republic. So guys, basically the technology and the operations are so advanced that from the perspective of Islamic Republic is that this must be sorcery. They're like, what's the Israelis are so good that the only way that the Islamic Republic could explain what's happening is sorcery.
اینی که میگن آقا علوم غریبه میخوان بکشن. من رفتم بررسی کردم ببینم مثلا این که میگه دانشگاه تل آویو چی تدریس میکنن.
So Murad went and did his research. Guys, look at how seriously he's taking it. He's like, because they said that they teach these in Tel Aviv University, I went and researched to see what they do, what they teach in Tel Aviv University. So, like they made a claim that they teach sorcery in Tel Aviv University. So I went and done some research. I like
اینا گفتن اینا چی می‌دونم وودو چیز میکنن. من رفتم تحقیق کردم.
You have to make sure. You have to go and make sure, but or not. He's not just. He has to make sure.
This is why he's an incredible geopolitical analyst, because he's like, oh, the Islamic regime is saying that Tel Aviv teaches voodoo. I went and I did my independent research and analysis to confirm whether or not
they teach that.
He's saying that in order to troll the Islamic regime, but it's just so funny when he does it. Like, you can tell he's laughing.
Okay, let's see what he found. Let's see what he figured out.
اینا میگن اونجا علوم غریبه است، ممکنه با اون بیان بکشن.
So, like, given that they say that they're teaching occult sciences there, and they might come kill Mujtaba with it.
دانشگاه تل آویو سال 1956 تأسیس شد.
So he's now going over Tel Aviv University. He's saying Tel Aviv University was founded in 1956.
تاریخ تدریس میکنه.
They teach history.
فلسفه، زبانشناسی.
They teach philosophy. They teach
languages,
linguistics.
مطالعات فرهنگی، باستانشناسی.
مطالعات فرهنگی, so cultural studies and ancient architecture. Like, wait, oh, what is it? I know what it is. Oh my God, me forgot English. Oh my God,
what's the word?
باستانشناسی. I know what it is when they go dig here.
Archaeology.
Oh, there we go. Archaeology. Oh my God, so embarrassing. I know the word. I'm getting old. Archaeology, yes. So they teach archaeology.
چیزایی که مربوط به علوم انسانیه.
And so basically things that are human studies, basically.
Humanity.
توی فلسفه.
Humanities, yes. So now he's saying, like, let's see, maybe something here could be close to occult sciences.
چیزایی که مربوط به علوم انسانیه. توی فلسفه نزدیکترین رشته یک.
So it's like among all the things they teach, maybe philosophy is the closest thing that I could think of to occult sciences.
مثلا به این
sorcery.
حرفای سالار آبنوش بخوره. ولی
the closest thing that could be resembling what this man was saying.
در فلسفه هم آخه جادو جنبل تدریس نمی‌کنن.
But they don't teach hocus pocus in philosophy. Like, philosophy is the closest thing. But they don't teach hocus pocus in philosophy.
He says he's like, philosophy is possibly the closest thing to what that guy was saying, but they don't teach hocus pocus in philosophy.
Oh my God, Goldie, they're trying to kill Mujtaba with philosophy. Oh my God.
اینا مثلا گفتن
Guys, be careful. If you study too much philosophy, you could become a very effective assassin.
جادو جنبل تدریس نمی‌کنن. که اینا مثلا گفتن روحانیون نجف و قم و مشهد ابراز نگرانی کردن اسرائیلیا با علوم غریبه.
So it's like this worry by the religious teachers from Najaf, Qom and Mashhad, their concern doesn't seem to be valid regarding sorcery.
بیان خامنه‌ای رو مجتبی رو بکشن.
He's trying not to smile. Look at him. He's trying not to look at his face. He's trying not to smile. He's trying not to laugh. He's trying so hard not to laugh. Look at that face. I know he's trying.
بیان خامنه‌ای رو مجتبی رو بکشن. اتفاقا با علوم غریبه نیست، خیلی مشخص اطلاعات پیدا میکنن.
Yeah, it's not with occult sciences. They very specifically they gather information.
بمب افکنشون بلند میشه میاد میزنه.
And then their fighter jets will come, the bombers will come and they come hit you.
در مورد خود باباشم علی خامنه‌ای هم همین کارو کرده.
That's what they did with his dad. That's what they did with his dad. This is exactly what they did with his dad.
یه ویژگی دیگه
Yeah.
That is so good. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I haven't watched Mortal Basi this morning because I was busy running errands. Oh my gosh, that was so good. That was so good. You know what? Mortal Basi is probably thinking in his head like, دیگه چه بعضی به ما ملت ایران افتاده که من بعد اینجا بیام راجع به هوکس پوکس صحبت بکنم. Right?
Goldie, that makes your video you sent me relevant now. The video
Okay,
that
wait,
you sent.
before I go to that.
Yeah.
Someone put you in a suit.
Oh, wait. Oh, Mike. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I don't like it.
So this is from one of our viewers, Who Dad Now Gal. There you go.
What do you guys think? But thank you. Now I can see how that would look like. Oh my God.
You know, I'm gonna say it makes you look more authoritative. It makes you look like, people want to listen to you. So
I can already tell that he's not wearing pants. He's wearing shorts.
That's okay. He can wear whatever. Doesn't matter what he could be wearing, like a banana hammock and like ladies' shoes. I don't care. It's whatever's visible on camera that matters. So there you go. There you go.
Oh my God.
All right. Okay. So you can share the video now, but the translation has to be PG-13.
Oh my God. That's an impossible task, Goldie. You know that is.
It has to be PG-13 translation. Practice. I'll be watching you.
Okay. So I'll play it once for Iranians so that they could enjoy it. Iranians, if you have children.
You have to go jihad. Like you have to, okay. I'll be here for when you play it the first time, and I'll put on like my Durka outfit, but you got to go Durka for this one.
Oh, I have to? Okay, let me.
I'll be right back.
This is, guys, this is on a different level. Just be prepared. So, Iranians in the chat, have you seen this? Have you seen this? I like this. I've been listening to, I mean, it's only 33 seconds, and I've been listening to it on repeat ever since Goldie sent me this. Oh, okay. I love it, though. It's only 33 seconds, so pay close attention to what they're saying. Guys, the English-speaking people, you're missing out because the translation is going to be PG, so you're going to be missing out. So Iranians, you're going to enjoy this. Oh, look at there you go. All right, Goldie, you see what now you see where I get this from, because people are like, Armin, why are you going like this is how people do the chest beating, right? Why does Armin go like this? Now you see where I get it from, because I've seen this crowds. This is why I go extra. Okay, ready? Ready, sister? Okay.
Yes, brother.
کسکش نن زنده اومد با من ریخ شد پشمای آفتابه رید توی تاریخ قشنگی کشور 2500 ساله بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا البته ملت گاوم کم مقصر نیستش آدم عاقل مگه پای آفتاب وای میسته بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا.
All right, one more time. This is so good. It's so short. I need a longer version. All right, one more time. I need a longer version.
Yeah, guys, so they're singing about Khomeini. Khomeini is the founder of the Islamic regime.
Yes. One more time.
کسکش نن زنده اومد با من ریخ شد پشمای آفتابه رید توی تاریخ قشنگی کشور 2500 ساله بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا البته ملت گاوم کم مقصر نیستش آدم عاقل مگه پای آفتاب وای میسته بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا.
The Iranian people in the chat are like, "Oh my god." They weren't ready for this. Like when I started playing, Omid was like, "What? Oh no!" Oh my god! Wait, I need to find the picture of Khomeini with his aftabe. Khomeini aftabe. What? Okay, here, because people are not going to know why he's talking about aftabe. Aftabe is like a bidet, right? So,
yeah.
Yes. So, guys, this is one of the most famous pictures of Khomeini. If I could bring it up. This. Well, no, that one. Khomeini with his aftabe.
Oh, someone said we found the gaze of Hormuz. Yes, we did.
The gaze of Hormuz.
And yeah, guys, the red makes it look demonic. That's the whole point. Like, they're not trying to look nice or pretty. They're literally trying to look evil and demonic because that's what their cult is all about. Look!
So this is
Yandish.
This is Khomeini and his bidet. And that he's filling it with water, right? So he became famous for his bidet, and bidet is like aftabe, right? So if we go back to the song now, let's see what they're saying.
Okay.
So,
Armin, let me just take a quick break while you translate. And
Okay.
I pray that you will keep it PG, but I'm not going to be around to know, but I pray that you will keep it PG.
Okay. Okay. Oh, guys, she's listening, of course. But yeah. So, how do I even translate this without being? Oh my god! So a bunch of swear words. So they're referring to Khomeini, and they're using so many swear words, right? And I can't. They're glorious swear words that I cannot repeat, obviously. So Khomeini, swear word, came with his beard and his aftabe. And he directly pooped. Poop is okay, right? Pooped inside.
Yeah, you can say he shot in the beautiful culture and 2,500-year-old history of a country.
Yeah, he shat in the beautiful 2,500-year culture of a country. So this mofo showed up out of nowhere with his bidet and his beard and just shat in a 2,500-year civilization and its beautiful culture. So we are so effed, we are so effed, we are so effed, we are so effed. So basically, so far he's saying Khomeini, with so many swearers swearing at him so much, just showed up with his beard and his bidet and shat in the history, in the beautiful 2,500-year history of a nation. And then we are so effed, we are so effed, we are so effed, we are so effed. And they're putting this background with this music because these are the zombies who have done this to us. These are the zombies who have basically, like think about all the, is showing this as a contrast to the beautiful, glorious Iranian culture that we have had. We are basically throw that away, and this is what we have now instead. So this is why they have this as the background. Like, look what they have done to our country. Like we had such a glorious culture and empire, and it's now been replaced by this. So this is just basically saying we're effed, we're so effed. All right, I don't agree with this part, but okay, he's saying.
I kind of do, because they fell for the Cinema Rex bullshit. So there were some people that were going.
Yeah, some people. I just want to blame all the people, but it's okay. Let's just go with it, right? So he's saying, however, the people should. We have to. He's saying, let's not forget the idiotic people. They are also responsible. It's like he's basically saying it's not just Khomeini's fault. It's also the people's fault as well. The retarded people who just went with this. Like, so he's saying, so first he sweared at Khomeini, and now he's saying, like, we have to hold the people responsible as well.
Wait, Armin, to be clear, he's not saying all the Iranian people. He's calling out the people who supported Khomeini. He's only calling out the people who supported Khomeini.
Right. By the way, guys, that's not Goldie. That's somebody else, because Goldie is not listening to any of this. Okay, I don't know whose voice we're hearing, but it's not Goldie. Somebody is.
It's Sakina.
Sakina is talking to me, but Sakina wouldn't have those views. It's my conscience. It's my Jiminy Cricket. Oh, so he's saying, yeah, it's the people are responsible too. The people were retarded as well. It's like, what kind of a people would be supporting somebody like Khomeini, like with his bidet, with his afterbath? We're so effed, we're so effed, we're so effed, we're so. Oh yeah, this is what it sounds like. We're so effed, we're so effed, we're so effed, we're so effed. Yes. So now that you know the meaning, listen to it again. It's so catchy. I want a longer version of this song. Somebody make a longer version of this. Look at this.
کسکش ننه زنده اومد با من ریش و پشمای آفتابه رید توی تاریخ قشنگی کشور 2500 ساله بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا البته ملت گاوم کم مقصر نیستش آدم عاقل مگه پای آفتابه وای میسته بگا رفتیم بگا رفتیم بگا.
Guys, see how when he says we're so effed, like we're actually so effed, and it's so dark and tragic. And you see how we come up with these comedic tools to try to, because they're like, we are so effed because of what happened in 1979. Like we were doing so good, and everything went to shit. Everything went to SHIT. Okay. and it's so devastating, it's so tragic. how fast everything was improving, and all of a sudden how fast everything turned to garbage in such a short amount of time. And that lost opportunity and that cost, and so many people suffering today, even though they could have had the best country right now. The only way to deal with it is to basically make a song saying we are so effed, we are so effed, we are so so dark humor is the only way that you could deal with stuff with this. Yeah. Bigger rafting, bigger rafting. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Got it. How did I do? Was I okay?
That was good. That was fine.
That was good. Okay.
But
Oh my God.
yeah, all right. Let's go to Monk.
Oh, Manuk, yes. Where is Manuk? I had him.
I sent you the link in the studio chat. So I started playing a little bit, and Armin, I don't know if you've seen this video, but like right away, people were like, "Oh, who is this truth teller?" So what he's saying here, I don't know the exact date, but I mean, Amo Manuk passed away sometime in 2019. So this, whatever he's saying here is sometime between 2016 and 2019, because it was during the time that President Trump was president. So
Goldie,
Armin GPT, yeah.
do you want to answer this before I do that? Yours, because you mentioned Cinema Rex really quickly. You're saying what happened?
I've spoken about Cinema Rex before. I'm actually going to make a movie about, like, not a movie. Like, I'm going to make a video about it later. But so Cinema Rex is when the communists and the leftists and the Islamists basically burned down a cinema. They locked 400 people inside and they burned it down. And then they blamed the Shah and Savak. And Iranian people believed them because they thought that mullahs are holy spiritual leaders. So if there's like one like pivotal moment that we can like point at to like to like what caused the 1979 Islamic coup d'etat, I would say the turning point is Cinema Rex, because the communists, leftists, and Muslim Nazis, they blocked 400 people inside of a movie theater in Abadan, and I have a lot of family in Abadan, by the way. Blocked them in, poured gasoline everywhere, burned it down. Over 400 Iranians burned alive, and then they blamed it on the Shah and Savak, and because the mullahs, right, like Khomeini and all these like jihadi, disgusting mullahs, they blamed the Shah. Iranian people believed them. And that was a turning point. And then they thought that the Shah was murdering his own people. And then it was only like 20 years later that Iranians found out, oh shit, this was a false flag event. It was actually the Muslim Nazis and the communists and the leftists who actually burned down Cinema Rex in order to create a false flag event to justify taking over the country and turning it into a 7th century Islamic hellhole. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, years later, investigations showed that it was them doing this.
Yeah.
Even with that investigations, it should have been obvious, because there was no motive for the Shah to burn people inside a cinema. Like, what? Yeah. Why would he like burn people alive inside a cinema? For what reason exactly? And it was actually the mullahs who were against these movies to begin with.
Yeah, it was the mullahs. Armin is absolutely right. It was the mullahs who were against theaters and movie theaters, because the mullahs said that movie theaters are a Western construct and movie theaters contribute to like depravity and it's illegal and blah blah blah. No. Not because of Western movies. No. Because Cinema Rex also played Iranian movies. So the mullahs were saying that it's haram that men
degeneracy.
It's haram. It's degeneracy for unmarried men and women to be in a dark room watching a movie. Right?
And also women on the screen, like beautiful women in movies.
Yeah. Women on the screen. It's haram. So yeah. So August 19, 1978, it was set ablaze. killing between 377 and 470 people, right? The event started when 4 individuals who were militants motivated by Islamic extremism doused the building with airplane fuel before setting it alight. Guys, this is a critical part. The attack was responsible in part for triggering the Islamic Revolution, which saw the overthrow of the Shah, right? Because when like this was a false flag event that led to the Islamic Revolution, and the fake news media went with it. The fake news media put out there that it was the Shah and Savak that did this.
This was the turning point. This was the turning point.
The turning point.
Yeah. But why would, like, Goldie, were the people back then, why would the Shah do that? Guys, in that time, the mullahs had convinced so many people that the Shah was just evil for the sake of evil, that they thought, like, of course the Shah wants to burn his people alive. He doesn't need motivation. He's just evil. Like, what?
And look, like the Shah blamed Islamic Marxists for the fire and reported that Islamic militants started the fire, while, guys, anti-Pahlavi protesters falsely blamed Savak for setting the fire, right? So the jihadis and the woke radical left and the communists and whatever, they blamed the Shah and they blamed Savak, and people believed the woke progressive left. And now here we are today.
Did they give any reason for what the motivation of Savak or Shah would be? Like, did they, like, for
the Shah was a dictator? Remember, the Shah was a dictator.
But even dictators don't go randomly burn cinemas with people in it.
Well, Khomeini did.
But they had a motivation. But they had a motivation to act like evil. Even evil people have motivations. Like at least I understand these evil people. The motivation was to turn the people against the Shah. But what would the Shah's motivation be? I don't. Unbelievable.
This is why, like, that part of the song that we just played که میگه ملت هم کمی گاو بودن، واقعا ملت متاسفانه اون موقع کمی گاو بودن.
Cows are actually very intelligent.
Yeah, I know. We shouldn't insult cows. Cows are گاو خیلی با شرفه. من عاشق گاوم. Cows are beautiful and very خر is very با شرف. I love that. Donkeys are very, very intelligent and lovely human beings, and I love donkeys. And I hate the fact that people
donkeys are lovely human beings. They're not human beings.
They're more human than the Islamic regime.
Oh, okay. But donkeys are smarter than horses. I don't know why they got famous for being stupid. Donkeys are smarter than horses. Yeah.
Donkeys are smarter than horses. Donkeys are very smart and they're very loyal.
Oh. And they're so cute.
They are very cute. I love donkeys.
Yeah. Actually, recent studies, Goldie, this is boring for you guys, but I'm going to say it anyways. Recent studies actually have proven something that scientists didn't know. Cows know how to use tools. So,
really?
Yeah, they pick tools to itch certain parts of their body. So they added, now cows are added to the list of animals that know how to use tools. Yeah. So horses don't know how to do that. Okay.
Cows are very intelligent. Cows are very intelligent. Wait, let me just share this really quick. Is this a video? Look at this. Look at this. I love donkeys.
Most loyal donkey in the world. It responds to every single word you say. Ever since it was little, its eyes have only ever followed its owners. It sticks by their side no matter what, refuses to leave with strangers, and doesn't like being around other animals. But in front of this family, it's always full of joy. They grew up together, and the donkey became the most special guardian of their home. When the family leaves for work, it anxiously runs after their car. Once they're gone, it returns to the farm and patrols the area. When it gets bored, it plays with all the toys its owners bought. It loudly drives strangers away, and no matter how tired it is, always stays up to wait for its family to return. The moment they come home, it sprints over in excitement. sometimes even tripping over itself. But it doesn't care about the pain as long as it gets to enjoy their cuddles.
I love donkeys. They're so cute. All right, okay, let's go to the video now.
No, if you're sharing your donkey video, I'm gonna share my scientific discovery on cows as well. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm here for it. Listen, it's Friday. Shabbat Shalom. Let's see.
Okay. Just a short video. Watch this.
Okay, but if you share this, I want to share my screaming goat video after.
Okay. Let me go through this. It's short. Okay. Let me go back there.
Scientists just discovered that cows can use tools. This is Veronica, a 13-year-old Swiss brown cow with now legendary capabilities, exhibiting the first documented evidence of multi-purpose tool use, a behavior previously only observed in primates and humans. This bovine behavior was
and crows
first noticed a decade prior on an Austrian farm when Veronica used sticks to scratch areas of her body that were difficult to reach. This caught the attention of researchers who wanted to understand how utterly remarkable Veronica was. Over 7 sessions, the team recorded 76 instances of self-directed tool use, where Veronica manipulated a broom, first using her tongue to lift it off the ground and position it, before holding it between her incisors and molars, creating a stable grip for precise control. She used the tool exclusively on regions on the rear half of her body, and remarkably used the bristled end rather than the stick end with statistical significance that isn't easily brushed aside. This demonstrates both object and goal understanding. She also recalibrated how she used the tool depending on the itch's location. If it was on her back, she would use the brush end, but on her udders or underbelly, she would use the smooth handle end, again with statistical significance. The implications are pretty staggering. This is a level of sophistication we thought was unique to primates and us. The researchers also stressed that it was unlikely that Veronica was special, sorry Veronica, but that we may have just been underestimating cattle and farm animals for centuries, and cognitive capabilities are more widely distributed across the field. That is, with the exception of horses, we know exactly where they stand. If you like science and finally understand cow tools was more prophecy than parody, follow for more. Scientists
apparently horses are dumb.
Cool. You know, Armin. So again, like I'm not an expert in this area, but I know that elephants are incredibly emotionally intelligent. And my understanding is elephants do know how to use tools. And again, like I'm not a biologist, so don't like go
they
out.
paint. I've seen them paint.
Yes, they experience pain and grieving and all of that. They also paint. But I've heard that like cows are like biologically close to elephants. So I mean, if they're like, biologically close, it makes sense. If elephants are, able to use tools, why not cows, right? But yeah, like
Goldie, when I first saw that video, it made me very, very sad. You know why? Because I was thinking all the cows out there that are itchy and they have no tools. I'm like, oh no, that means that only Veronica gets to itch her itchy parts. And there's so many cows that need an itching device and they don't have an itching device. I was like, we need to get them all itching devices. And then I was thinking about, oh no, there's so many animals all over nature and they have so many. We need to give them all itching devices.
Cows. Yeah. I mean,
I was like so sad.
Octopi. Octopi know how to use tools. Crows, dolphins. There's so many intelligent animals out there. So, yeah. But wait, can I just share something really quick?
Yes, of course.
Really, really quick. It's not like an intelligent thing, but it's just one of my favorite videos. And it's Friday night, so I just want to share it really quick. It's goats yelling like humans. Have you ever seen this, Armin?
Oh, yeah. Well, not this one, but goats.
can I do for you?
Zapatero, ¿qué opina usted del gobierno de Zapatero? Pues igual que yo. ¿Y qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted? ¿Qué opina usted del gobierno canario? ¿Y de los ayuntamientos de la isla?
Yeah. What? That's not real.
Yeah.
Is that real?
That's real. That's real. Okay, guys. Okay. Quick commercial break. Crazy Friday night craziness. But okay.
Wait, no. I want to do a goat. Now I want to do a goat video.
Absolutely, go for it.
My favorite goat video.
You know what? It's been 118 days. We've done nothing but Islamic regime politics. We can take a quick commercial break for a goat video. Let's go for it.
This is my favorite goat video because he's having a conversation with him, and it's so cute. Watch this.
No, I won't. No, you do it. Yeah. No matter how many times you ask, I won't take the trash out. It's your job. Hey! Bro! You want to fight? Yeah? Yeah? All right. Let's do it. Huh? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No.
Look, Goldie, look at this part. It's so cute. Look at this.
Let's do it. Huh? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. No. It's really not. No. It's how many times? You want a kiss? Make up. Whoa!
That's my favorite.
You know, Armin, so when I visited Iran as a child, because I went back a few times. So I was 4 years old when I went the first time, and I was there for about 4 months. And my grandfather, Ruh Shad, got me a baby goat as a pet. So I actually had a pet goat in Iran as a 4-year-old. And my goat's name was Namaki, and we bonded. I don't have any photos. I have to go to my storage unit and find my photos. But so I as a 4-year-old, I had a pet goat, and we bonded. And goats are very, very smart, and he was so loyal. Namaki. So the literal translation means salty, but in Persian, namaki is ba namak. So it just means it means cutie. So the translation for my goat's name was Cutie, and he was so cute. He would just follow me around everywhere without a leash, and we would play chase. I would run around my uncle's car. My goat would chase me, and he was so cute. We would just go walk around. Yeah. I had a little goat, pet goat.
They're so goats have personality, it's not like sheep where they all acting the same. Every goat is separate, different from the next goat, and they have their own unique personality.
And they're very smart. They're very smart. Yeah, very much like a pet dog. Yeah, absolutely. My baby goat was very much like a pet dog. We bonded, and then when I came back to Canada, I don't have a picture on me right now. I'll try to find a picture whenever I go to my storage unit. When I left Iran and came back to Canada, my goat was so depressed that my grandfather had to like, you know, take care of my goat. And because my grandfather missed me, you know, he basically like kept my goat and raised him and whatever. So yeah. Yeah. Anyways, goats are very intelligent and they're very dog-like. Yeah. They're very dog-like.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's go to Manuk now.
Okay, Manuk. I don't even know if I would be able to finish this, but let's try to do as much
Turn
as
on the translations as well, just in case, like the subtitle.
Okay, let's do. Oh, it's already English?
دیکتاتور هستن.
Oh,
باید
yeah.
برن یکیش
I didn't even set it to English. It's already English.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
25 چندین دیکتاتور هستن. باید برن یکیش خامنه ایه.
So by 2025, several dictators must go. One of them is Khamenei.
با 4H یعنی حزب الله.
So there are 4 H's: Hezbollah, Houthis. So guys, Popular Mobilization Forces is P in English, but we call them Hashd al-Shabi. So that's another H. So guys, see how much we talk about Hashd al-Shabi on this channel on Iran Revolution Live. Now you see that Manuk was also paying attention to them and as a major force that needs to go.
و حرامیون سوریه کار دارم. اول.
What?
برن یکیش خامنه ایه. اینا با 4H یعنی حزب الله، هوتی، حشد الشعبی و حرامیون سوریه کار دارم.
حرامیون سوریه? Guys, Iranians, how did it, what is it? Oh, harami. میگم حرامی حروم. Okay.
اول نگاه کنید.
I thought he's calling harumi and اینا. چی میگه فی حرامی ها? Okay. So the Syrians, Iranians in the chat, harami is like the people who are protecting the shrines, or harami as in bastards.
الشعبی و حرامیون سوریه.
Harami is like bastards, right? So he just made that. So bastards it starts with an H. So just because did he just turn it into an H by calling them bastards? Is that what happened?
کار دارم. اول نگاه کنید.
Oh, he means so he's trying to say both. منظورش هر دو تاشه. So he's basically trying. So they're harami, which means that they're protecting the shrines, but he's on purpose pronouncing it harami, which means bastards, right? Is that what he's doing?
همه رو به خودشیان نشوندن. درسته؟
So these people are basically the ones who have devastated everyone.
حتی رفتن عمان رو از حلقه اینا بیرون کشیدن. من
They even went and took Oman.
یه روز در همین برنامه گفتم حتی شوروی وقتی اومد به شاخ آفریقا، آمریکا خواب براندازیشو دید. شما نمیتونی اونجا وارد شی. و رژیم تهران سعی میکرد اون شاخ رو داشته باشه که بتونه دریای سرخ رو ببنده از طور.
Oh, so he's saying that even when the Soviets came here, the American, like into this region, the Americans wanted Oman.
به شاخ آفریقا، آمریکا خواب براندازیشو دید.
So when the Soviets came into the Horn of Africa, the Americans saw they dreamed of the overthrowing.
شما نمیتونی اونجا وارد شی.
You can't enter there.
و رژیم تهران سعی میکرد اون شاخ رو داشته باشه که
and the regime in Tehran was trying to keep the horn of the horn
بتونه دریای سرخ رو ببنده از طور
so that they could close the Red Sea.
این خوابای ابلهانه است که اینا میبینن.
These are stupid dreams that these people have.
بنابراین همینجوری که اشاره کردی پذیرش و به رسمیت شناختن اسرائیل مهمترین فکته، ولی نه.
Like accepting and recognizing Israel is the most important fact, but now
الان مهمترین فکت در واقع بریدن اون بازوان
The most important fact right now is actually cutting off the
اختاپوس سبز.
Cutting off the arms of the green octopus. The green, like the Islamic octopus.
من در همین برنامه اولین بار گفتم اول
I said it first time on the show.
با پروژه رول بک.
They will first come with the rollback project.
با داکترین 4A.
And with the pushback project, with the 4 doctrine.
اسم گفت.
Wait, 4 what?
پروژه رول بک. عقب راندن با داکترین 4H 4 تا اسم
No, the 4H doctrine. They will come up with the 4H and the 4H
گفتم
doctrine.
حزب الله هوتی اشد الشعبی اینا اول اینا رو
I already mentioned which are the 4H.
پوش میکنن به داخل ایران.
They will push them inside Iran. They will push all of these proxies into Iran. So some people suggest that the fact that Hashd al-Shabi is coming into Iran shows that Manuk was right about this, because he said that the plans of the Americans are to push Hashd al-Shabi back into Iran. And when we saw the caravan of Hashd al-Shabi coming into Iran, some people theorize that that is Manuk's predictions coming true. So I generally don't see it as everything being planned so far ahead of time like that, but some people see it like that.
تمام اون بازوهای اختاپوس سبز رو میبرن و بعد دفنشون میکنن.
So he's saying the plan of the Americans has, like the plans have been that to cut the arms of the green octopus, the Islamic octopus basically, and then bury the octopus after that.
اینه که الان شما نگاه کنید حتی کربلایی که اینها به عنوان مقصدی برای قدس گذاشته بودن که راه
So if you look right now, even today, that they even today, where the Karbala that was the path in the way for them to get to Jerusalem.
قدس از کربلا میگذره.
Because guys, during the Iran-Iraq war, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic, they would come out and say راه رسیدن به قدس از کربلا میگذره. Which means that during the Iran-Iraq war, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic's understanding was that we need to go and capture Jerusalem, but the path to Jerusalem goes through Karbala inside Iraq. So first we will get Iraq, and eventually we'll basically capture Israel.
با یک سمفونی ویالون و یک رقص باله در واقع از کربلا میگذره با یک سمفونی ویالون و یک رقص باله.
So with a violin symphony and ballet, the entire credibility of these people collapsed.
که شما در واقع در میابید که آمریکایی‌ها همیشه با یک برگ دیگه بازی میکنن و هر
This is why you could realize that the Americans are always playing with a different card.
دفعه شما رو آچماز میکنن.
And they will always, every time they will fool you. Every time they will come up with a card and they will make you lose.
So
Manuk is famous for having a very high opinion of the Americans and their planning. And his theory was that everything has been planned ahead of time and everything is falling in place according to the plans that the Americans have had from many years ago. And the Americans are so in control of everything that everything that we're seeing today is happening in accordance to everything that they have planned years ahead of time. That's the way he sees it.
یک سیستمی هست بهترین انتخاب ها رو میکنه. این کار آقای ترامپ میکنه و هر دفعه هم شما رو آچماز میکنن. برای همینم نه این کار آقای ترامپ نه آقای بولتون یک سیستمی هست.
So he's saying this is not Trump or Bolton or any of these other people. He's like, there's a system in place. There's a system in place that makes the best decisions. So again, his understanding is that, so you're like sketch therapy is saying not the Democrats, but Manuk's theory was that it's not about who's, I mean, I don't see it like this, but I'm just going to describe to you how Manuk saw it. Okay. If you disagree with this is what Manuk believes. Manuk believed when he was alive that there's a system in place in the United States that is above whoever is in charge, and that system makes the best decisions. And I don't see it like that, but yeah. So like the best decisions, for example, they overthrow the Soviet Union, they brought China to its knees. So yeah, I don't know if you're interested in my theory for why America works perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but better than everyone else. I don't think it's because of some elite people making good decisions from the top down. I think it's liberty and freedom and democracy, and that creates an environment where you have a Darwinian process of the best ideas surviving because everybody is competing with each other. Like I think the United States has become such a powerful country and the superpower of the world, the center, like the biggest economic power, cultural power, military power, not because there's a system up there that is making really wise, perfect decisions, but it's actually from the bottom up. It's not from the top down, it's from the bottom up. I think the key is liberty. The key is liberty. And liberty creates an environment where it creates a competitive environment where many people have stupid ideas and many people have good ideas that you can't even tell that it's good ideas. But this competitive model eventually makes the best system and the best ideas survive just because they're competing with everything else. So that's why I see it from a bottom up system rather than a top down system. And that's why the channel's name is Liberty Politics, because I think liberty is what makes everything work. So he's saying the system in the United States that makes the best decisions. It took down the Soviet Union. It made the CCP bend the knee, and now it's the Islamic Republic's turn.
شوروی رو انداختن، چین رو به زانو در آوردن، حالا میرسن به جمهوری اسلامی. ولی اگر الان که ارتش سوریه‌ای وجود نداره، دمشق سقوط کنه، هر آن اسرائیل میتونه. برای همین
So he's saying right now the Syria doesn't have any army, so when Damascus collapses, then Israel will be able to.
ولی اگر الان که ارتش سوریه‌ای وجود نداره، دمشق سقوط کنه، هر آن اسرائیل میتونه. برای همین هم قاسم سلیمانی گفته منتظر باشید اسرائیل.
So this is when Qasem Soleimani was alive. He's saying that's why Qasem Soleimani said, "Wait, Israel may."
ممکنه حماس و به اصطلاح حزب الله رو بکوبه.
That Israel might be able to destroy Hezbollah and Hamas.
در واقع گامبی بشار اسد، گامبی یعنی حذف شدن، اینجوری بگید.
So in fact, Bashar Assad's gambit means being eliminated.
Really quick. So guys, keep in mind what Manuk. So Manuk Khodabakhshian passed away in 2019. 2019, he passed away. So what he's saying right now, he was saying this 10 years ago. So these words are from a decade ago. And pretty much everything that he was speaking about back then is now pretty much happening. Like it's coming true, right? So that's why like it's incredible listening to this and hearing this, because this is his geopolitical analysis from over 10 years ago. Sorry, Armin. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah. I want to add something, not to just with regards to one thing. I mean, you're true, but that's what Manuk is famous for. He has so many lines. That matches perfectly what is happening before they happen. But it's also important to keep in mind, not to take anything away from that, okay? That there is a selection bias because Manuk said so many things. And then these videos that they put of him, after things happen, they go and select the ones that did happen. So just be mindful of selection bias as well. Not that I don't want to take anything away from Manuk, because I really appreciate a lot of the work that he did and him being, in support of Israel's recognition ahead of so many people and recognizing Prince Reza Pahlavi's important role ahead of so many people. So I just want to say that, but I also just want to make people are aware that there is also a selection bias that happens after the fact. Okay, sorry, I don't know why I'm coughing.
Because those are the genies coming after you because you shared the spell book. You're coughing because the Jewish genies are after you now because you shared the spell book.
The Jewish genies are after me. Oh, I like that word, Jewish genies. That's what I should have named the channel, Jewish genies. Okay. Wow. All right.
Go drink some water.
Okay. I was drinking water. Somebody in your chat saying, is Armin drinking vodka?
Oh, okay. So it's not you. So at one point, Morad Vaisi was like I was sharing one of Morad Vaisi's live streams and he was drinking water. And I was like, oh, wait, is that water or vodka? And now it became a thing. So Now, like,
okay.
it's not you. It was a Morad. That's an insider joke that you don't know about because we all watch Morad Basi when you're gone doing your discussion groups. So yeah, we have a lot of inside jokes on Iran Revolution Live that you don't know about. So there you go.
That's how it is now. Okay. I see how it is.
Yeah.
آچمال شدن رژیم ایران. حالا دمشق فرو بریزه اینها رفتن.
So it's like if Damascus falls, then these people are gone too, like the Islamic Republic.
وقتی دمشق فرو بریزه پل ارتباطی با حزب الله قطع خواهد شد.
When Damascus falls, the bridge connection with Hezbollah will be cut.
تمام مشکل دنیا با این رژیم بجز اون ایدئولوژی خصمانه مقاومتی و نهضتی که به دوزارم نمی.
So the entire problem of the world with this regime, beyond its hostile ideologies of so-called resistance, and the movement that is
همه کشور
and the movement that is not worth even 2 cents. These translations are wrong, by the way.
یا عربی رو نابود کرد. Okay.
And it destroyed all these Arab countries.
این موشک هاست.
It's the missiles.
تمام تلاش شطرنج مرگ و زندگی در این خلاصه میشه.
So all of the efforts and the chess of life and death is summarized in
که این موشک ها رو از دست سپاه بگیرن.
Is summarized in the fact that they need to basically take these missiles from IRGC.
شما وارد مذاکره میشید.
You enter negotiations.
به نتیجه میرسید.
You get to a conclusion.
تسلیمشون میکنید.
You make them surrender.
موشک ها رو میگیرید.
You take their missiles from them.
چند تا سردارم تحویل میدید.
And then you, wow, okay, if that happens, that would be crazy. And then you offer up some of your generals, like you basically surrender them as some of your generals.
ساختار هرم قدرت رو به هم میزنید.
You disrupt the power pyramid.
بازی شروع میشه.
And the game begins.
بنابراین من نمیدونم چرا همه پنیک کردن.
I don't know why everyone is panicking.
چرا گفت مذاکره میکنن؟
When they were negotiating, people were panicking. Like, why are they negotiating?
باید مذاکره کنه که اینا رو بیاره.
They should negotiate so that they could bring them down.
مگه با گورباچف مذاکره نکردن؟
Didn't they negotiate with Gorbachev?
آقا با صدام لاس زدن.
They even flirted with Saddam.
ماها لاس زدن.
For months they were flirting with Saddam.
بعد زدن.
He's basically suggesting just because they're negotiating, that doesn't mean that they're not going to be toppled. Right? The Soviet Union was toppled. They talked to Gorbachev. They flirted with Saddam. Saddam was toppled.
تو سرش بعدم دستگیرش کردن.
They flirted with him, then they beat him in the head, and then they arrested him.
اعدامش کردن. مگه نکردن؟
And then they executed him.
اوکی. پس بازی‌ها رو خواهش میکنم دقیق بخونید.
So please read these games carefully.
شوروی.
All right, Goldie, I'm out of time, and maybe we could do the rest of this later.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that would be great.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna head out, and I'll see you guys same time tomorrow. And yeah, this was fun. I enjoyed the video. I can't even describe it. The red video, the R-rated red video that we showed, that was my favorite. But after that, the goat videos, I really like enjoying the unrelated goat and cow and donkey videos. That was fun today.
Love that. Yeah, it was pretty fun. You know what? I'm gonna end the live stream anyway because I need to make a quick video for my YouTube channel. And then, guys, I'm probably going to come back in like maybe an hour and a half or so, depending on how long my video goes on. I'm probably going to do another documentary watch party because we haven't done a documentary watch party in a while. So I might come back. It won't be Iran Revolution Live. It's going to be like the Goldie Show because I've received a lot of messages from my members on my YouTube channel. And they're like, Goldie, we miss you when you're doing another Goldie Show. So I'm going to try to do one tonight. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, no, thanks, Armin, for everything. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow for day 119 of Iran Revolution Live. So,
all right.
yeah,
Fantastic.
guys.
Looking forward to it.
Someone's like, can men attend? Yes, we're not doing the spells tonight. I'm still waiting for Armin to send me all the books.
Yes.
Don't
I will
worry.
send them to-
When I'm doing like the women's only like spell episode, I'll let you guys know. But that's not tonight. But yeah, let's see what happens. All right, guys. We'll see you all tomorrow. Armin, thank you for everything. And as always,
I'm Israel Chai. Long live America.
God bless America.
Javid Shah. Payande Iran.
Javisha Payanda Iran. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys.
Wait, where's my song? There we go.
Talking of peace, but you know how it ends. Smiles for the cameras, deals in the light, but truth disappears somewhere out of sight. Mullahs behind it, controlling the flow. You shake hands with fire, but you already know. They're reaching high. From cells to the shadows, their voices still grow, dreaming of a future they don't even know. Deals at the top while the pressure runs low, and down below the fear continues to grow. Deal with the devil, you know what it costs. Promises fade while the lines get crossed. Deal with the devil, you hear their call, voices in chains still rise and fall. Taking day by Mr. Trump, now the moment is real. Reagan, Obama, pressure deal. One stands firm, one bends to the game. History writes down the choice and the name. Stand with strength, don't let it all go. You don't free millions by moving too slow. Mr. Trump, if you give them that deal, they keep the power, they tighten the seal. More voices silenced, more lives erased, while freedom is pushed further away. Be the Reagan they need, take a stand, don't trade their future for a shake of a hand. Deal
انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و باماش و همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع پیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش.
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه جیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلق کان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش.